shadows of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So while you restless, each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken.
Greetings and welcome back to the LCK. It is a wonderful Friday afternoon where we might be sending one of our teams to not the playoffs today. Nongshim have to win every single match, every single map, every single game that they have left against 4 strong teams in order to make it into playoffs. DRX are hoping to stave that off. That is going to be our first match. What do you think about it, Chronicler?
Well, Nongshim haven't won a game all year against DRX. And now they can't drop a game for the rest of the split. So if you're a fan of Miracle Runs, I'd start cheering now, because you won't get very emotionally invested if it goes wrong, because every single drop means that immediately the chances for Nongshim go from 0.0014 to just 0.
Oh, yeah. It's rough, and even if they do take a 2-0 today, like I said, they have to win every game.
Yeah.
So it only does go up to about 1%. We can take a look at the standings as well, which will show that we have 5 teams in playoffs, of course, DK and KT making it yesterday. The only chance, if Nongshim does not get in, is of course that Kwangdong Freaks could overcome DRX.
Yeah, and just to really cement how hopeless it is, DRX would also have to lose every single match 0-2. And Kwangdong also need to lose a bunch. So
Yes.
For Kwangdong, there is still a scenario, although it's not very likely. For Nongshim, it truly is a miracle if they do end up making it. And for DRX, yeah, they had a relatively rough first half of round robin 2, but they faced basically every strong team. The remainder of their matches is Nongshim, which is today, and then Kwangdong, KT, and Hanwha Live, and they don't need a lot to actually lock in the playoffs. So even though the team, I think, has been through a bit of a rough time, it's still technically possible that they drop out.
Yes. So you're saying there's a chance. I really wish I had my my Jim Carrey hair today. Not quite from Dumb and Dumber, of course. But there is a chance. We'll have to wait and see. Snowflower versus Beryl matchup between 2 1997-born supports. That's actually older than Ruler, who was born in 1998. I don't know why that just immediately sprung to mind, but these guys have been around for a very long time when you think about it, because Ruler has as well.
It has been, and most notably, both of these players have had ups and downs, very different peaks, obviously, with Beryl being a clearly pivotal part to the Damwon Kia lineup, and Snowflower still being a talented player in his own right. Seen him whenever he ventures off to another region, he's very successful, but within the LCK, it's been a bit hit or miss. Was a large part, though, of the reason why they won against Live Sandbox, and that's kind of the win that's keeping it all together here for Nongshim.
Yeah, you know, gotta hang on to something, as the difference between 6th and 8th is 3 wins, but you can see some of the more detailed stats here from round 2. First Blood has been actually DRX territory. They are 2nd in the league for that, so they get started off strong. They like to roll that into First Herald and then go from there, whereas Nongshim, pretty middling. Obviously, the KDAs and the First Blood stats not going to be great, not necessarily finding too many First Bloods themselves.
Yeah, the key thing here, of course, is that, as mentioned, the strength of schedule for DRX, because their stats are pretty lackluster in round 2, is because they faced off against all the teams above them, and they got pummeled by them, but that kind of happened in round 1 too. And in round 1, they were able to dispatch of enemies like Nongshim. As mentioned, they're currently 6-0 against this team, so I'm pretty sure that, you know, there's a little bit of pressure on them, but even if they do end up dropping a game here, not really the end of the world for this team, and as long as they get the victory today, they'll be feeling great.
Yeah, and you know, DRX is one of those teams. I think a lot of our middle of the pack teams here at the LCK are teams that you never know when it's just going to be a game off here or there, or maybe even a series off. DRX struggling earlier on in round 1. And Nongshim, you know, with everything on the line here, perhaps they will really turn up the pressure. DRX is going to have to be ready for that. This is definitely not a walkover win for them.
And I'm glad you pointed out that DRX have been, even amongst our fairly inconsistent teams, look at KT, look at Sandbox, look at Damwon as well, all these teams have very much had their ups and downs. DRX have been, I think, the most volatile in how they look from day to day. For Nongshim, there isn't a lot of volatility, but that's not a good thing because they've just
flying steady.
Yeah,
at
flying
low
steady,
altitude.
At unfortunately a very low altitude. As this team in spring, there was still a lot of circumstances that meant that a team couldn't perform. This time around, though, I think a lot of us were somewhat hoping for a resurgence, and that resurgence just hasn't really come through here. Seen some glimpses. BD, of course, getting a pentakill was a really cool moment. Dread getting a very, very important win previously as well, but overall, for Nongshim, this might just end up being the rough end to a rough split.
Yeah, I'm looking back on some of the DRX matchups that they have had. I remember there was the one match that they lost 2-1 to Live Sandbox, and I think a lot of us were surprised by that because we all rated DRX much higher than Live Sandbox at the time. But now looking back, I'm like, you know what? Actually, a pretty close matchup between those two teams. I mean, given their current strength, it was a different case in round one. But as we know now, Live Sandbox definitely have turned up the volume themselves. As let's take a closer look at the mid lane, because Zeka has been a huge turnaround here in summer for DRX to provide them a lot more consistency. And BDD, you know, we keep putting his stats up because he is one of the consistent parts on the side of Nongshim. We don't have his damage per gold up here anymore, but we've showed that many times as he has had a very high number in the past.
It was really good. Nongshim just suffering much more so than teams like Hanwha and Frederibrion, where it's not just the individual imperfections that kind of shine through with how the team plays. It's also how they come together. For Nongshim, it really does feel like BDD has glimpses where he looks like old BDD, but it never actually comes together. Like, if Nongshim get a laning lead here, you're not really going to feel confident until they actually take down the Nexus. You keep waiting for the other ball to drop, and it shows in the players. They're obviously under an incredible amount of stress. We have seen very little BDD smiles. We haven't seen Ghost chuckle nearly as much. And talk about the pressure on Nongshim. There's also pressure on Pioshik. He has been, as has been the case in many a split, we've seen his league games in particular were so good. Immediately got in POGs, made everyone go, okay, DRX is back. You know, they're ready to take again a higher level spot. And in the next series, nothing.
Yeah, it's very true. That sign, I kind of chuckled at it because it was like, Pioshik, it's a big emergency. I think you're going to have to pull out the Lee Sin. And you know what? I don't mind it. Even though Lee Sin has been falling a bit in priority, I think that Pioshik's Lee Sin, as of late, specifically, has been very strong. There's nobody here on the side of Nongshim is looking too happy. I hope that they kind of relax a little bit coming into this game. You know, even if they do not make playoffs this time around, it is okay. There is always next time. As DRX is going to start here on the blue side, it should be a pretty nice advantage for them. Although I do feel like even though blue side is definitely favored, I'm not sure if it's as favored as it was like right in the middle of summer. You know what I mean? What do you think, Chronicler?
I'd agree. We've definitely seen drafts really change up. A week or so ago, a week or two, we were stuck in first pick Sylas, and then your opponent either picks Gnar, or you get Sylas and Gnar, and you win the game. And we have definitely seen the game, or the drafts kind of move on beyond that. We've seen Sivir come up as a counter to the Zeri with, you know, kind of hit or miss, but at the very least, teams don't feel as bad about leaving it up. And besides the jungle role, I do think we see more and more diversification, and the meta has become a little bit less stagnant. Gwen also dropping on the list with the Akali coming back is a development that I personally really welcome, and wondering to see whether we will get that here today as well.
Yeah, so coming into this one, let's see what the teams want to start off with bans, what will be left available. We saw a lot of Zeri yesterday, and I was even watching other regions, and a lot of just Zeri being left open and Sivir being the counter pick, and everybody's kind of agreeing on this. A very consistent trend that we are seeing this week.
Okay, well, never mind those Gwen counters that we've been seeing popping up. Gwen's win rate also not great. And yeah, Zeri, of course, I think the LCK is also a region where you have a perfect storm of really good AD carries and a slower pace of game. So Zeri very often gets a chance to get at least a 1-2 items before the skirmishes really start. And at that point, you only need one good fight to really take over the game. As the Poppy ban makes a lot of sense. Gnar still seems like a very high priority pick between these two teams, specifically because of Kana and the level of comfort that he has on the champion. This, though, is of course setting up for a Zeri first pick. And I'd expect Nongshim to kind of feel forced to ban it here, which would give DRX the opportunity to first lock that Sylas or the Gnar. Because Nongshim doesn't actually play Sylas, and it's been a very big weak point. So I think you can just pick up Gnar here and be happy. But yeah, if you put more prio on securing the Sylas, I completely understand that as well. It's still a pick that is very strong, and Zeka has been the best performing member on DRX.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this is actually Nongshim's first time playing this week, so you don't know 100% that, you know, who knows, maybe BDD and Scrims, he went back, he's like, okay, I'm going to practice the Sylas, I'm going to be ready. So I think a little bit safer to just go for the Sylas, but yeah, your point still stands. Nongshim and BDD have not played the Sylas, and they're not going to get it this time either, as a last-minute switch, a last-second switch here over to Aphelios, so no Lucian will come through.
And I welcome this direction from Nongshim. I think Lucian Nami has shown to be somewhat of a liability unless you have the utmost faith in your bot lane. And I don't think you should right now, as Nongshim have utmost faith in anyone. Pick a comp that's easy to play out. Talia also falls within the same realm. Pick that's very strong, punishes any short-range compositions. Really high level of utility with both the E. And picking a Kalista into that is very optimistic. Of course, Kalista Renata is still a very strong bot lane here, and you're not always going to be fighting against Talia, but it does mean that for late game, for Deft rather, in the late game, it will be very hard to pilot that Kalista, because already, like, Nongshim's both picks kind of make Kalista very, very, very sad in the later stage of the game. But especially if you pick up Renata here as well, you have a great core to find early leads and snowball those. That will be even more aggressive and also completely lock out the possibility of any Tom Kench shenanigans here for Snowflower.
Yeah, definitely a big barrel pick that he is going to be securing here, and it is an extremely aggressive lane. You're going pretty hardcore in this one, and we've been seeing this Leona pop up more and more. It is very difficult to all-in a Leona, especially after the durability patch. And you're seeing that it's getting a lot of wins here. I think teams kind of remember, well, I don't know if remember's the right word, but they strayed towards other supports, especially with the priority on Renata Glask and Tom Kench and stuff like that, and they moved away from Leona, but it's coming back.
And it's always important when this happens to know that picking up an Enchanter support completely changes the way that your entire team operates, because for, 2-3 years, the entire meta has just been dictated by whichever engage supports are in meta at the moment. So the support in jungle 2v2 has kind of been built around that for such a long time. And being able to go back to it, I think, just makes teams very happy, and it's understandable. And that level of comfort, I think, can be very beneficial for Nongshim. Leona doesn't have the all-in potential that she had previously to the durability patch, where it felt like both Leona and Aldous could just find carry, kill carry, which I think is good. Still, though, very strong picks that provide a lot of lockdown, just a bit more on a secondary role as opposed to the power that they had previously.
Yeah. We were speaking a bit about the range here. The Trundle's kind of interesting, kind of denotes that DRX are potentially thinking about picking up something pretty tanky on their side. And I mean, Trundle in general is pretty good alongside of Talia and Aphelios, because it's just good for keeping your distance, putting a pillar down, trying to disengage, and even sealing the resistance of something like a Mumu. There is the Renekton.
And there's, of course, still the possibility here for Nongshim to go into Talia jungle. That is an option if BDD wants to go in a different direction. I'd say keep it on BDD. Pick up something here for Dread that he feels comfortable with. And then allow Kana to last pick. A Ornn would not be surprising, looking at what DRX have drafted so far, and the Trundle ban, as you pointed out. Although Ornn, of course, has a pretty decent matchup with Renekton if you can get past the early game. But Lee Ornn, I think, makes a ton of sense here. Alternatively, you can go into a blind Gangplank. But I don't know if you want to take that risk if you are Kingen, because his performance really peaked early on in summer, looked incredible there, and ever since has looked all right. but not really any groundbreaking performances. Sejuani also makes complete sense. The Viego Sejuani is a combo that we've talked about very, very much. And overall, DRX's comp, you have enough melee for Sejuani, a lot of early game power, and you still have some late game fights with either your hard engage or your snowballing around Silas and the Amumu. So yeah, all around, really solid comp.
Yeah. You just do not have any range, so I hope you get ahead and you can dive turrets if you're looking to press your lead. As here's Shyvana again. We are going to see this as an answer into the top side. We haven't seen it find a lot of luck or success here at the LCK so far, but Kana's going to give it another go.
And wondering if he's going to change up his summoners or whether we're going to stick with this. And overall, the Nongshim comp does have a couple of key parts. You have a top side that's pretty dive heavy, both the Shyvana, especially if it's going to be the full tank build, which is what is expected, as well as the Avai have a lot of backline access. And then later in the game, you shift towards a more protective Fidos kind of style, which this comp is okay at. You do have a lot of CC available, but overall, I gotta say, I think the DRX comp really leans into a lot of their strengths. There is an incredibly strong early game available for Deft and Barrel, and then you can snowball the entire map, not really ever allowing Nongshim to get to the point where that Aphelios can take on carry duties. And based on performance thus far,
yeah,
I'm feeling pretty good if you're DRX about just let's snowball the map and win the game.
Yeah, I think that's the key. You know, I think you do kind of have to snowball, because if you do not get ahead, then you're all melee into Aphelios Talia with a bunch of dashes, and you're behind, so
yeah.
Good luck engaging. And Aphelios is going to love that. So let's try to snowball the map. Let's try to get aggressive on the side of DRX. If we see them just be passive for 15 minutes, we're not going to enjoy it as much. As here are a bunch of Nongshim Academy players. Welcome down to LOL Park. Perhaps one day we'll cast you guys on the big stage.
That'd be cool. I'm just sad that the Nongshim challenge rosters there, they're very fun. They're hilarious.
Yeah.
Characters like Fiesta and Dundun. Can't wait till they make to the LCK stage, but not going to be the case now, as overall, yeah, the late game for Nongshim still looking quite good, but that DRX comp, very cohesive.
Very scary. Let's see how it goes as we hop into the rift for game one. All right, here we go. Match 75. And that is why we are talking about all of these playoff possibilities, because we're almost to the summer playoffs and the summer finals, where we will, select a spot here for one of our teams to get a direct seed into Worlds by winning summer. As of right now, it's looking very likely that Genji could pull it off, but we'll see if the T1 versus Genji curse comes true in the finals, or if any other team will be able to threaten that spot.
Yeah, I don't know about winning. I'm feeling good about Genji going to the finals. That part is...
Yeah, I think...
That part, I think we can collectively agree, is looking likely. The interesting thing is that with T1 still being, I think, very clearly the second-tier team, but not being invincible, and some of the other teams having really good performances on the day. Let's not forget, KT has had 2 close series in a best-of-3 against T1 throughout this split. So I'm really excited. I can't wait for playoffs. I think that the obvious one is just another T1 Genji fight in the finals, but wouldn't be impossible to see some really cool storylines. One of the other more upsurging teams take it, if either of those teams let it slip a little bit, as expected. Early prio here going to always be in favor of any Kalista lane, especially this one, as the Amumu and Kalista has an incredible amount of damage and all-in power, and you just kind of gotta sit as the Nongshim bot lane, catch waves, wait for Dread to visit, and alternatively BDD, especially with a teleport post 6, and be able to maybe make a play on bot side as well.
Yeah. I actually really like the Leona pick in this sense. One pick that I think I would have liked a bit more was Nautilus. It becomes even more difficult to dive and to bully in that case because it's melee versus melee. We do have this big invade happening in the jungle. This was warded by Deft early on as the smite will go to Dread. Koshik a little bit far away on that one. Now he is down a buff, but he's still fighting against the Vi here because he has backup from Beryl, who is coming in with Ignite and all of those bandages.
Yeah,
He's just going to sit here.
Yeah, and as Dread, it's not the worst outcome. You're going to have to give up Wolves. Now, is Kyoshi going to do the dreaded mid-cross that we have seen in the past? Wouldn't really lead to anything because of Dread's pathing. So, all things considered, it's nice that you delayed the camp timer. But I think as Dread, you're feeling pretty good. Able to actually get the blue buff, as of course BDD, one of our resident Talia players, champion, has come back into the meta with a vengeance ever after the mini rework. And now Kingen.
Okay, they're trying to get on top of BDD here, but it is going to be first into the fight from Dread, but it's soon going to turn into a 3-on-2, so Nongshim have to get out of here. Dread will flash away. And a nice little roam down from Kingen to allow them to quote-unquote win the skirmish. It was a...
They do.
Yeah, I mean, it was a double flash for one flash trade at the end of the day.
At the very least, Kana is able to make his way over now, and this is really not only the power of Sejuani, especially early, getting the prio because you have the ignite advantage makes it, and Shyvana's early is just not that great. You know, as once you get a dragon, that's when you're a real champion. Previous to that, you're feeling pretty lackluster. And then in addition to that, as mentioned, Sejuani jungle with double solo lanes has been good for a really, really long time. And yeah, it's top lane now, but if you just roam early and you're matched with a Viego and a Sylas, both of which have a lot of auto resets and a lot of ways to apply stacks and permafrost very easily, it's just really rough to win any fight. So Dread going to be pretty severely delayed. And overall, nice early wins for DRX, as is to be expected in this comp.
Yeah, they got to get aggressive. They got to get in the heads of Nongshim. I think that's a good strategy, just mental game-wise, because Nongshim have been one of the teams that have not shown any confidence whatsoever. And that has been one of their biggest weaknesses mentally. So I like trying to get ahead of it early on, trying to get aggressive, as there is a trade brewing here as the first bandage is going to land. Snowflower doesn't really care about that. He still has flash, but the second one goes on a go, so that's double flash and cleanse taken now out of the Nongshim bottom lane. As in goes Zeka, looking for a bit more. Dread's still here, but the damage is coming in, and you could see Zeka was threatening it. If he had flash, you knew he was going in for that one.
Well, and that's such a rough one as Snowflower. And especially for Ghost, Snowflower flashing out of the way of the bandage toss. So then Ghost has to use both as summoners. And as Leona, even though the Eclipse was about to fall off, I think you'd still be much happier to have an AD carry with both sums up.
Yep.
And it's those type of windows that doesn't lead to a kill now, but it does mean that when you hit 6, Deft and Beryl have an incredible amount of aggressive pressure. The all-in from them is going to be very, very strong regardless, let alone when there's no way for you to deal with the Curse of the Sap Mummy. So going to be very rough for Ghost. And Snowflower, nicely done by Pioshik, aiding his team there, waiting for a little bit. But if Nongshim can pick themselves up in early Drake, that is huge, because it means that no matter what the clock is that DRX is going to set for you, as long as you can stay in even in terms of items, it's really good. I think
DRX,
this,
they're going to get in here, miss on the bandage toss, and I think that Vi is just going to be left to the wolves, but this engage is happening, and down goes Ghost. No summoners, no chance, as in comes a big Shyvana, and she is trying to do something, but not amounting to too much, as Pioshik on the Viego is now Leona. But here comes Kingen, teleports back in to the fight from the bottom side as a nice little rock is thrown in as well to give Nongshim a little bit more on this, as BDD is on a mission, but it's not going to amount to much.
Okay, overall, very favorable trade for DRX in terms of kills. In terms of gold, I think once the waves settle, it will be still a pretty sizable 1k gold lead. But the Drake does go over to Nongshim. This was very close to an absolute disaster scenario for Nongshim, as Oh, Dread
God.
gonna get found.
King in this game, just huge Giga Chat. He's in front of everybody. I mean, he is just affecting the entire map right now. He's mid, he's in your jungle, he's bot side. Where isn't Sejuani?
That's so painful. Dread like dying there with the smite up, but also getting invaded. And this is the thing that we've seen happen with Nongxian for the entirety of the split, is that their lanes are not doing well. And if your lanes are not doing well and you're permanently shoved in, the enemy laners get free prio. They can just walk into the jungle. And at this point in the game, like Dread has already been put very far behind due to the pace of the early game, due to the early invade, which again is also because of this pressure bot lane. And you can see how this very
Dread.
this very strong. I guess he lives, which that's something at least. But this very strong early game draft from DRX is actually being snowballed nicely. You know, barring that skirmish, which I'm sure we'll see back, which could have been cleaner. But at the end of the day, that's got 2 kills. You got your you got Zeka a little bit fat as well. Barrel died.
The poor sad mommy remains sad, but DRX as a team are happy. And this is how it begins. Beryl does miss the bandage toss, but Vi goes all the way through.
And this early on, you just don't have as much skirmishing power with the composition of Nongxian. The fact that they are just a little bit too excited to kill Pioshik there means that the Shyvanans are going down. Really nice from King to actually join this fight, even though it's a bit belated. And then BDE basically saves the play. And then here, it's everything about that is sad. Yeah. He gets his Q wind up cancelled, and then as he tries to go over the wall, he gets hit with Permafrost.
And he doesn't have vision of the red buff anymore, so he can't smite.
I didn't even. That's a good catch.
It's
wow.
rough. Yeah.
Everything about that is sad.
Can't even smite anything. In terms of monsters in the jungle. So yeah, a bit of an issue for him there. And
he didn't even have his upgrade. He actually couldn't smite it.
Oh.
No, he actually couldn't smite anything.
So you're right. Actually, everything about that was just a bit sad. One thing that I don't think we touched on too much was the fact that Sylas was first picked, and then there were some ults that were, you know, I think it's kind of impossible to avoid giving 5 good ultimates, like all of them being bad for Sylas, but the fact that Vi is in the game and he just gets to immediately access your backline as a fed Sylas, that's going to be a huge problem for the side of Nongxian. It's just more insane hard engage that I think they will have trouble with, even with the tools in their kit.
It really is, and Khan at the very least is going to get a little bit of respite here. Shyvana, of course, a lot of pushing power, which is something, I guess. And with the Emacs, Shyvana, even though you're not building any AP, although we have seen some Shyvanas go for the Demonic Embrace to try and lean into that hybrid damage that she has. The base damages on her E, especially early on, into anyone that doesn't build tank, is still going to be pretty significant. And even in her later stage of the game, if Deft doesn't itemize any defensive stats, Shyvana is still going to be a bit of a nuisance. Ghost also helping with the sticking power there. But overall, I'm loving what I'm seeing from DRX here. This is when DRX look good. This is what they do, right? They push their leads very, very well. And this is a very consistent theme amongst many of our mid-tier teams where on good days, they don't relent. And then on bad days, you're wondering why they don't relent and what is happening.
Yeah. So now this Rift Herald, this is the first one. It is going to be dropped into the bottom side already. This first plate is being chipped at. Don't think they're going to be taking any towers or anything like that, but Kingen is here. So keep in mind, he's got teleport as well, so he can make it back to the top side if he needs to. BDD is in tow in the backside of this, whereas Kana doesn't quite have his teleport just yet, but it should just be Drake for DRX, you'd imagine, and then maybe Kingen teleport stop if he wants to save that wave. Otherwise, you can just hang mid and just be a bully like he has been all game. And speaking of which, not going to hit anything onto Dread, but they did definitely try.
And overall, that's not the worst of trades for Nongxian. I think you'll take it. You give up some plates, but that was going to happen anyway. Yeah, I see. Oh, the cancel.
Okay, well.
Very sad. Very sad times. And Khan is like, well,
I'll just walk then.
Seal's broken anyway.
I don't need the teleport.
I'm a fast dragon.
It's fine.
Wait, he is a fast dragon.
He's gonna get here on time. That's the knockup on the barrel, but it's Fate's Call Amumu as Joshik is being bullied now. He's not gonna get much down. Barrel in the front line will eventually go down here too. This front line, Shyvana, getting a lot of work done as Nongshim turned the fight, and Kingen not able to get here because he teleported to top.
And this is again going to be a trade, but picking up early 2 Drakes, especially this ends up being like a mountain in of itself.
All of them are
already.
relevant.
Yep. Okay.
Cloud Mountain and Hextech, all
And
super relevant.
in addition to that, Shyvana gets a ton of extra resistances for every Drake that you get. So even if Nongshim is not able to get any Drakes until they skill to later points in the game, they're still going to be very happy here, and it's the zone control from BDD. And initially it looks like maybe Nongshim don't want to fight and just take the Drake, but because of the teleport advantage that or rather the teleports both being unavailable, but it being a 5v4, they hard commit. DRX seem unaware what is happening until the dragon is in their face, which isn't a great thing for you to have happen because it's a dragon and Shyvana is very scary, especially in this form. And as a result, this is slowing the pace down for DRX a little bit. Not the end of the world, not something that's unrecoverable, but make a few more of those. And Nongshim, at least in terms of where they want to be with item breakpoints, are going to be in a lot better spot because the item advantage for Pyoshik, for example, right, has been pretty decently ahead. Now Dread got some gold in his pocket, is finished a much cheaper item. Camp on Chainsword spikes really hard in this patch. Same can be said, BDD approaching his what I hope will be his Ludens. And overall, I think looking quite good here for Nongshim.
I was thinking, you know, who's going to win this 1v1? It's looking very favored to the Shyvana, especially shredding those resistances, getting in there, Kingen on the run. And he should get away, but you can note now that he's probably not going to be able to proxy anymore behind that turret and be obnoxious.
Yeah, the Ignite advantage, of course, also something that Kingen has as like a deterrent, but at this point in the game, you're not beating Shyvana. Later on, especially if Kana doesn't itemize into something Lighter Blade of the Rune King and you opt into a Force of Nature, then the base damages of the E become somewhat irrelevant, and you'll do a much better job of managing it at 1v1. Alternatively, Warmock's also always an option. But I'm really liking the Shyvana. We've seen it picked up a little bit, has not been very successful, and it is a pick that can be like Trundle somewhat, where once you go in, and like either it looks great, you're able to tank, you're able to stat check, or you're in there, and then you don't really provide that much for your team, and it just looks kind of silly. But if you're winning, Shyvana feels amazing.
It absolutely does. I mean, you're stacking Drakes, you're into a Sejuani, and like you said, you know, it can be good in some circumstances. That's why I really like the R5 Shyvana. You know, we've seen Shyvana in other spots where it's like, ooh, that's new and interesting, but I'm not sure how that's going to do into Gwen and, you know, a multitude of other things. But in this case, it is finding the value, at least for now. Let's see how this one is going to go. DRX will pick up the second Rift Herald as well. But yeah, I mean, BD's got some gold in his pockets. Ghost is now getting a free lane. He's getting some attention. The Aphelios is going to get online, not going to be too far behind. And speaking of which, they're actually even going in. Curse the Sad Mummy here from Barrel to try to deter this. Did they go too far is the question. Again, this dragon is incredibly scary. Everybody runs away when they see that big dragon. Meanwhile, though, DRX are going to get mid-turret, so that is pretty large for them.
Yeah, it didn't really work out for Nongshim. Really nicely done by DRX, able to get themselves first turret blood, as well as a second charge, yet again putting the gold leagues very much in favor of them. And Nongshim, a couple of awkward points about that play. Obviously, Zeka getting a really big Leona ultimate is huge. Hard engaging on Barrel, who has itemized very defensively and is running Glacial Augment as well, meaning that the damage reduction initially is going to be tough to get through. And you, I think, being just short of a couple of item breakpoints where Talia not really able to join the fight. And as a result, DRX still doing a good job here. But this next Drake fight going to be absolutely pivotal with the extra damage that you have on the Shyvana and with how happy Kana has been to just sack his lane and run towards any objective, but most notably the dragons. I'm expecting to see Nongshim again try to get a very early soul point, which, worst case scenario, gets you, what, 15 extra minutes. Best case scenario just gets you Hextech Soul. And on this call, with Talia and Aphelios, and a pretty big dragon, gotta feel good about that.
I think out of the three that we could have had, Cloud Mountain and Hextech, I actually think this is the worst one for DRX. Just because they don't have a lot of range, they don't have a lot of ways to proc it. Obviously, they get the buffs from potentially getting 4 Hextech Drakes. But I think even Cloud Soul might have been better in this case, and also Cloud Rift, just for making sure they could engage. But it's neither here nor there, as they have not gotten anything here. Pyosik is now going to have to Heartbreaker away from the level 8 Leona engage.
Ult for an ult.
Hana's got a big bar here ready to go, and now there's no Heartbreaker. Pyosik just 5v1'd, and DRX are not here to try to save him. As Nongshim now getting ready to take down their 3rd Drake.
Oh, I don't think they know about Zeka.
They don't seem to know about Zeka, as Ghost gets into a perfect position into the pit. He has this front line. BDD, though, is going to get shredded down by the side of DRX, and Def's got a nice angle on the left side. Zeka now is outputting so much damage in this fight, but again, Ghost gets over the wall. Looks like at the end of the day, though, DRX might just barely come ahead in this skirmish, but it is a 3rd Drake into the hands of Nongshim.
That's a win. You'll take that. Yeah, I don't know about that, actually. If Ghost ends up going
you
down
had
here
to
as well.
go and cast a curse.
Yeah, well, he's dead. Yeah, there's no way getting out of this one, unfortunately, as very nicely done by DRX. Deft didn't even proc his shield on that fight. But there are teleports available, so they don't want to risk overextending and getting caught, getting taken down. Now you have Soul Point available. The initial skirmish, I think, was fine. 3-for-2 trade is not the end of the world. Now it is much more rough, especially with the turret also falling. So as a result, gold lead now 5k. But in theory, as Nongshim, what you do now is you ward Baron Pit, and you do nothing. And you just do that for 10 minutes, and then, 5k gold?
Yeah.
Ain't gonna be that big a deal.
I like the idea. I just don't know if Nongshim are up to the task.
Well, it's such a tense game for them, because in case you just tune in, every game loss for Nongshim is elimination from playoffs. They need to have a perfect streak from here on out.
And DRX need to lose every game as well.
Yes.
But the only thing that's in their control is that they need to win every single game. So
yeah,
every game is life or death in the tournament, at least. By the way, wanted to point out that we do have Luden's Talia this time. I actually do like it better than the Crown, but I am a infamous Crown hater nowadays.
You really are.
Into this much hard engage, you could absolutely make a good argument for the Crown, but he is just going to be putting out a lot of damage in this one. Now, the Baron is going to be started at 20 minutes exactly.
Yeah, that's the one thing you got to do. You just got to ward that Baron, and they're on their way.
They didn't ward the Baron.
There you go. It's warded now.
Warded. It's too late.
Wow.
And the damage is insane from the side of DRX when you've got the Silas resetting his autos and you've got the Kalista, obviously. So DRX is going to pull off a 20-minute Baron.
And benefit here is that Pyosik, as he was caught earlier, feeling a little too invulnerable with stealth, didn't have his Heartbreaker available. And as a result, the lockdown comes through. And then this fight is a little awkward from Nongshim. It's somewhat of a split call where it's only Dread who is actually doing damage to the Dragon, and that means that Vi is out of the fight for a really long part, so you're missing a lot of CC, you're missing a lot of damage, and then as a result, I'm actually shocked that it was as close as it was up until this point. And yeah, Nongshim, if both Ghost and Snowflower just walk off her, they both live. So Ghost trying to save the turret and or catch the wave ends up backfiring very, very largely. But then, yeah, that Baron just going over like that is a lapse in judgment that you can't really afford. You got to be a little bit quicker on that, because as mentioned, that's like the one thing that you 100% know that DRX is going to look for. And also power to DRX, they're like, yeah, okay, so we are going to take this. Come stop us and
good luck.
fight you.
Yeah. And DRX, I mean, they still have a pretty large gold lead. I wouldn't say it's massive. It's about 6,000, especially after the Baron. It's pretty large.
What is so where
massive for me would be like 10,000.
Okay.
Speaking of which, we have a pretty massive engage, but Ghost is going to get away, and this is under the turret, but they get through the entire bar of Leona, but it costs so much of their health bars as now the big dragon's going nuts in the back line. Deft is going to go down, and Kana finally gets low, but it might not matter at all, as Kingen, though, he is incredibly tanky. And look at Zeka! He's just by himself in the back line as well. Is able to pick off Ghost finally, but he will be traded back. So Nongshim are able to stem the tide of this Baron push.
That's huge. That's amazing. They don't even give up the inner. And that was some heavy-duty Shyvana lifting that we saw there. Kana just completely zoning Deft out of the fight. This early on, actually did go for the War Monks, did Kana. Very proud of him. Loving that tech, especially when Resourceless Champion. As what is actually happening here is it's hard engage, Ghost stays alive for a really time, and then everything gets thrown into Snowflower. Ghost isn't fed by any means, but he's still more than enough damage available when everyone is this clumped up, and then the fact that they're able to still get this much damage down with Kana tanking so much, coming up huge for his team. Really, really nicely done. Ghost to stay alive, it would have been even better, but now Soul!
Yeah, we gotta look at this fight because Barrel's gonna be isolated here, misses the bandage taunt, does not have his ultimate, but BDD goes down for basically nothing. They killed the Amumu, but who cares? You've got a huge Silas problem now as double kill comes in for Zeka. They are going to completely own the fight here, will DRX. Dread, he's trying to get away, and with that one he might just be able to, but it is going to be a huge team fight win here for DRX. They also deny the soul to Nongshim.
Oh, and that was a make-or-break moment for Nongshim, I think. They thought they smelled weakness on DRX, and they're like, if we kill them here, we get the Hextech Drake. That might be the game. That might be enough to win. Instead of biding their time and being a little bit more patient, the pressure of them still having a technical shot into the playoffs might be a little bit heavy on the back there. But as a result, you blow multiple ultimates into Barrel. And Barrel, he's lived that life.
Yeah.
He's lived that life a lot. He's more than happy.
Leona.
Yeah.
And guess what happened in this game as well? DRX did the same thing to Leona.
And then I want you to pay attention to what Zeka does here. Also going for a very aggressive build with the Lich Bane here. So his orders actually do a ton of damage. So again, this is a lot of cooldowns being thrown into Namumu. And then hits the end.
Steals Leona ultimate.
Yep.
So
it's the end of the Everfrost. Follows it up immediately with the ultimate. Then flashes, make sure that Ghost goes down. And then the front line doesn't have the damage to back them up. Will go and get taken down as well. And as a result, now the gold lead is... does it qualify yet, Valdez? It's not 10K.
As huge? No, it's so well, it is 25 minutes into the game. It is pretty... It is pretty huge, yeah.
It's huge.
I wouldn't say massive, though.
Massive is 10.
Massive is next.
Massive is
next level, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's kind of the next tier.
No, I just I want to know how you feel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for
what I'm here
showing that.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Valdez.
And you know, Deft, I feel like Zeka has been kind of the main character in these fights, whereas Deft has been a bit of a supporting character, but he has the biggest gold lead out of anybody on the Rift. And he is also making this Kalista do a lot of work and has been doing quite a nice job himself. So shout out to Deft as well. He did pick up a stopwatch. Very good idea, especially now after securing his 3-item build and finishing that up.
And it looks like Kana, very nice. Going to be going for the Demonic Embrace, very powerful item on the Shyvana. Overall itemization breakpoints being hit. We do see Pyoshik Dread basically even here. No real substantial differences there. BDD, in terms of items, actually pretty close to what Zeka is running with, but as I say, that Zara goes home and buys 2 Lindiusly Watch Rod, so he's not actually close at all anymore.
Yeah.
And also, once the death cap is finished, if you thought Zeka hurt before, it's going to get way worse. Ghost just finished Lord Dominic's and is just not having the best of times. And in the collapse here.
Yeah, BDD is behind them, but so is Kingin. Gonna land that onto the Vi, and Dread is just dead. He's able to get his ultimate off, but that is it. And the Vi herself, not exactly the tankiest member in this unit, as Nongshim, they step up and they don't have their flanks covered, as they do not have the vision in that back line. Ghost is gonna go down. BDD's like, well, I built 1 damage item, but I can't carry this all alone. As Kana goes in, and BDD might be able to pick off Zeka here. He will. And DRX still up 2 members, but instead of going for the Siege, because they don't have Siege, looks like they will turn around and maybe go for this Baron.
And the gold lead now very close to actually being massive. Getting closer and closer. Once this Baron is there, might be it. And BDD, he's doing a hell of a job.
Oh, hello.
As might not just be done yet.
Where did BDD come from?
There's Hex Gates.
Yeah. And he's looking for more. I love this.
Oh, are they actually? Well, you can't really turn on Baron. You want to, but you can't actually turn on Baron here, right?
No,
You really want to, but I don't know. I don't think you should.
Oh?
Wait, you teleport.
They might just.
Oh, it's a Hail Mary, Valdez.
Pyosik is here. Ghost is slowly walking with no sums up to this. And he is going to find Pyosik in a brush. Is this going to be good for him? I'm not sure. The fight is being taken here by Nongshim on the bottom side. Ghost goes down, though, to Pyosik. And they are just barely going to take out Def, but now BDD super low on health. Kana is left all alone. Snowflower just going to go for a recall. And it looks like he is not going to get that off either. So Nongshim, they go for the Hail Mary. This is not working out for them, though. Zeka is showing what it's like to be beaten down by the Dragon. And now maybe DRX just go for the Baron.
Oh, Zeka gets to live his best life. Ape Shyvana, one of the most fun champions to play in the game when you're fed. And he is fed. So that scenario does. He's hurt a lot. Hitbox isn't very fun and interactive. And overall, I applaud the Hail Mary by Nongshim. But with Ghost getting caught in transition there by Pyosik, who was just looking for a steal, I'm pretty sure. And looking to join up with his teammate. He teleported behind enemy lines. It wasn't meant to be. And Nongshim, they keep making these plays. This is a really good example, right? Like stepping up this far without the necessary vision. You got to cover at least a little bit. If Dread gets hit, he immediately dies. Anyone really does, especially without the cleanse. And then walking back up there is, yeah, it's not what you can afford to do, but it's what they did.
Unforgivable.
Yeah, well,
it's a very mean way to put it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, they did not have wards on their flanks, and the Vi ultimate was stolen, and I don't want to really beat the dead horse on this one. Just a mistake there, and yeah, Ghost gets isolated on the top side, too, as he's trying to run into this one. Definitely a bit of a sloppy setup.
The fact that BDD lives here is deeply funny to me, because he gets away from Zeka, that's one thing, and then he just leisurely TPs out. As both Viego and Amu are like, wait, hold up. And now, Threat's there. Threat's there.
He is. He is there. Can he make it into the pit? The answer is no. As the Rend and the Smite is going to be good. And take a look at this. Are you getting away from Zeka in this case? Everybody is turning up to him, but he has a Zhonya's. And he has insane amounts of damage. You can't take him down. As the Kingslayer will just keep him alive bit by bit. Finally. They do kill the raid boss, but it's not going to matter because everybody else on the side of Nongshim will be defeated. And Snowflower will be the last one to fall here. One more Rend will do it for the slow. And he will get away anyway. As it won't matter. DRX are still going to come in here, push the turret, and end the game. You'd have to imagine we are pretty far along in this one, 30 minutes. And I think they have the death timers to do so.
And unfortunately for Nongshim. No, never mind.
Okay.
Never mind.
Oh, you were about to go on the. You were about to open up the box of
sad
defeats.
Sad. The box of defeat.
Yeah, it's got a really sad name. I didn't.
That's what it's
the
called.
name of, yeah.
Even with
Very
Ben.
sad.
I mean, we'll get back to the box of the feet in a little bit. As Zeka, even with BDD having Bansheesville, just isn't able to get away. And then it takes a flash from Dread to finally kill him. And it doesn't really do all that much. As Zeka just showing the power of Silas in his later stages of the game. As you pointed out, there are only good ultimates available here. And even the so-called deterrent of a Talia E is not going to be nearly enough. And BDD's really trying, man. Like, he's really giving it his all. Like, he's getting close to death cap, and might get a catch here.
Beryl just gonna get Fate's called over the wall.
Yeah. Kalista.
Yeah.
It's a great champion.
Def's Callista.
Yeah. Well, Okay, fellas, I'm very respectful of Deft's Kalista. Oh, hold up.
Now, this is a Sejuani. Let's see if they have the damage in here, as will avoid the seismic shove, and I think that's going to be the end of that. This Dread is going to eventually go down here. He did purchase a stopwatch, which was a nice idea, but not nice enough, I guess. Really nice Curse of the Sad Mummy, as Pojix is going to eat the majority of that Moonlight Vigil and tank it for his team. And Zeka, once again, the raid boss lives. I suppose the weekly reset is up already, as Zeka now coming in with the teleports. So they get the Banshee's Veil off, and it looks like maybe now DRX can end the game, as in goes Zeka.
Wait.
And the game is not over.
Wait. BDD. Oh, BDD. He doesn't want to give up.
He's not going to.
He's not letting them end the game, Valdez. No box of defeat.
He's standing on top of the box of defeat right now. He's keeping it shut.
How big is this box?
It's not that big. I mean, if Talia can keep it shut just by standing on it.
That's a good point. Don't watch what happens here to the seismic shove. It's Dragon. Yeah, the Dragon is actually able to get King to safety, which is very unfortunate. Dread ends up going down, which is to be expected of Vi. And here you see really where the itemization differences come in, because Ghost doesn't actually do that much. Who does do much and will do even more now that he has a death cap available. As I kind of want to hear what's going on here.
Oh! Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, there's something happening. Oh, yes, a Hextech Drake Steel. That seems pretty important, as Snowflower is tanking for the very longest time. Pojix, though, is going to go down after the steal. Now Kingan's getting isolated, but uh-oh. Zeka's back here, and he is the scariest, but Ghost is actually doing damage. Noshim are standing up to them. Death is flashing in, but he's now on the stopwatch. He's not putting up damage. It's an 8 for Noshim, as they will not go down without a fight.
They're holding on, Valdez. They're holding on to the chance of playoffs. Wow. That takes tenacity.
And there's a pause.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that's never good.
Also, Dread's scoreline is currently 666.
As...
Not a good sign.
Oh, my... Yeah, they didn't have Smite, so it's actually not surprising that it gets stolen. All things considered. And maybe the call was Soul doesn't matter as much as getting a good angle in the fight, and they do actually kill Pojix and win the fight. And note here is that due to the amount of CC available and how fed BDD is, like, Zeka actually can't play the game unless he finds an angle. And Deft here is stuck, not only stopwatch, but also in a Talia E as Kalista, which is a miserable experience, as is Barrow. Oh. Yeah. So I say we just wait that one out, and then we continue playing.
Yeah. A Mumu respawned right after he died.
Yeah.
That's not supposed to happen. And so the game was immediately paused, which it was paused by Beryl, in fact. So he's like, I'm not supposed to be alive. I'm going to pause the game.
Good call.
It's a good move, rather
now,
than let it go on for any longer.
Are we sure that there isn't an Akshan involved in this?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm like, what is going on there?
So what are the options? There's Akshan.
Where are the connections here?
There's GA. There's Karthus. Who else do we got?
In
Yorick?
terms of, like, respawning?
Yeah, like bringing back.
Does bailout count? Not really.
I feel like you just
Kinda?
you'd never die with that one, right? Well, you do afterwards, but
Yeah. Maybe you, like, die with the bailout and then, I don't know.
yeah.
This seems like he got... I'm kind of stumped on this one.
Yeah, never seen this one before.
I don't know what could have caused this.
My guess is that it is a Kalista interaction. I don't know what, but that would make sense to me, where maybe, I have no idea. The game thought he was in Fate's Call when he died, and it thought that, like, the Kalista just went back to base.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And this is, like, the worst time to have a pause
Yeah.
for DRX because they just lost a critical team fight.
Oh, yeah.
That, by the way, we didn't really get to talk about it, but Ghost played it amazingly. He hit his Q onto like 4 people with Infernum, and he perfectly timed his stopwatch. He then flashed to the perfect spot to survive and then continue dealing the damage. If he wasn't able to do that, Nongshim would not have won that fight. And this gives Nongshim a chance. I mean, it does look dire. You can see the numbers on the bottom of your screen right there. Quite a large number of kills in this one.
It is. And what's notable, though, is that, as you pointed out already, as we get deeper into the game and more people hit full items, it should matter less and less. And I think the composition of Nongshim should actually, even with a gold deficit this big, eventually reach a point where they are heavily favored, because you have Athalios, which we've seen so many times in late game, can just always hit big ultimates and win fights single-handedly.
Especially against basically 5 melee champions.
It is just 5 melee champions, yeah.
Yeah. So Athalios is just having a field day.
Well, yeah, and then there's also actual hero and anime protagonist BDD, who just decided the game wasn't over after. Yeah. After, to be fair, he was helped a little bit by Zaka giving over a 650 gold shutdown for no issue. In case you just tuned in, Amumu was revived, and we don't quite know how.
It says game issue. It doesn't offer the translation of the parentheses, but that just says Amumu instant respawn.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is the issue at hand, guys, that we were handling. Amumu just having a GA that put him in the fountain. He didn't actually purchase a GA.
No. I can only imagine that it's the gods of Runeterra feeling bad for Amumu for not having friends. And so as a result, they're like, you know what? That looked like a rough fight. Get back out there, buddy.
We'll give you another chance to make some friends.
Nicely done as well by Barrow, who was just immediately like, guys?
Yeah. I feel like in the heat of the moment, I probably wouldn't have even noticed. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't have
Would you have noticed? Like, I would have just been like, oh, I'm back, you know? But I guess it was obvious enough.
And as it seems, there was an offer made for a Chrono Break to Nongshim, but they declined, so game will be resumed soon, which I think is fair. We've had a fair share of issue with Chrono Break, and if you just make, say, Barrel just stay in base for 30 seconds, then
well, I don't think they can.
I mean, I don't know.
Technically do that either.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they will. Oh, okay.
Ooh, look at this.
What? Oh.
The resolution has been found. Referee ruling and notifying the teams and preparing the game resumption. I don't think that's a word. Resumption.
To me, it sounds like a word, but I'm
there are a lot of words that sound like it.
I'm not
like presumptuous.
Quite the guy for, English vocabulary.
So Barrel's just out here. Nongshim decided they are fine with a random Amumu running around the map. I'm going to keep an eye on it for you guys and see if Amumu actually has a real impact in this game. As of now, I mean, he's there. He's getting vision, right?
Barrel's like, I'm using this time.
Yeah.
I would be very funny if he just dies.
he's doing it well. You know, he used the Scryer's Bloom, and he got out there, canceled the last plant, I guess. And now everybody else is spawning. So this is about the time that Amumu would have respawned. So really the only difference is that he was able to get out there early and put down a ward.
Yeah.
Nongshim was offered a Chrono Break. They said, yeah, we'll take the one in the team fight instead. And we will move on in this game. And I think from their standpoint, probably the better decision at the end of the day. So Baron is about to spawn here in 20 seconds, guys.
Kana, you're... Oh, no? Yeah? No? No, not Void Staff. You had it right. No, you had it right the first time. He got Sonya's Feldes. I know.
Oh, that would have been perfect.
I was about to praise him.
He wants to do some DPS. It's like the tank who's, he's like, no, I'm just gonna dual wield tank now.
Yeah, it's.
I need to do
like,
damage.
Even with Void Staff, I'm not sure if it's really worth it, because looking at the amount of AP that he actually has available, in addition to like there is so much MR, right? There's Wits End, there's Banshees, there is Pioshik and whatever he's building. There is, it's like, overall,
Yeah.
I think I love the idea of the Zhonyas, and I'm preaching to the choir here, so I'll let it go. But overall,
Did you see
DRX,
the value of the stopwatch for Ghost in that last fight?
yeah,
Like,
DRX,
insane.
they already care. They're just gonna start at the Baron again.
Yeah, I mean, they do have Callista, and they do have position.
Wait.
And Noshim are not really responding to this very well. So this is going to be Baron going over the side of DRX as everybody's going to be caught in that back line. Zeka survives for a very long period of time, and Noshim, they gave it one last try with the win in the last team fight, but it will not be enough. Looks like this, finally, might be enough for DRX to come back in this one and end the game, as a flash smite might do it, as I think the burn will be enough. And yep, Koshik is going to just pick up the kill, and now DRX should push. And unfortunately for Nongshim, this will mean that they do now fully fall out of playoffs.
Bit baffled about the whole turn of events. I was expecting at the very least an attempt at a Baron steal, but none of it actually came through, and in the end we will get the result that we were expecting, as the box of defeat is going to be open after all, Valdez.
Yeah. Eventually it does happen. Talia not quite able to keep the lid on that one, as it looks like they were keeping Zeka in the fountain there, potentially going for the death, but it did not happen.
So, Runeterra thought it wasn't fair, and Snowflower also was alive immediately after that fight. Also insta respawn. So
Okay.
that was nice at least.
I guess all's fair.
Yeah. In Runeterra.
League of Legends
sometimes.
War. Yeah.
So Nongshim, unsurprisingly, but now mathematically eliminated from making it to the playoffs. And for DRX, I think the early parts of this game were very much played out to the strengths of their comp. And if I am completely honest, I'm pretty sure that if Zeka doesn't pull the most Vi mistakes of Vi mistakes, which is just ult and target, where you're not quite sure whether they're close enough to the fountain to movement their way over there. I think it was Flash, if I remember correctly, from BDD. That game would have been over 10 minutes earlier. And would have not been a very close one. But I'm glad we got the Hail Mary for Nongshim. I'm glad we got BDD's heroic stand at the very least.
Yeah, I think it is pretty symbolic that BDD put on a heroic stand for himself, because this is the first time for him in a very long time that he will not be going to playoffs, which is very unfortunate for him as a player, and a lot of the members on the team as well. I just point out BDD because I think he has had the most illustrious career out of the 5. I suppose Ghost did win a world championship, but BDD over the years has always been to playoffs. Feels like every single year we get BDD in playoffs on one team, but not this time, not in this season.
Not going to be the case, as Zeka doing max damage on his team is no surprise to anyone. But I think it was a good good effort from DRX overall. Definitely a team that is able to take one of these early game drafts, especially against a weaker team, and run it out very nicely. See a little bit of the dip there. Don't let that fool you. This was overall just DRX being fully in control of the game, getting the early leads that they were looking for, using the early priority the way that we have seen many better teams do very consistently as well. And that's what you got to do if you want to join those upper ranks.
Yeah. So now DRX going to be looking for that 2-0 to increase their chances at playoffs, but we'll join you after the break. We'll see you in a bit.
각 좋다 이거.
하나, 둘, 셋.
야 이거 달려.
천천히 봐봐, 천천히 봐.
앞에. 안에부터.
야, 이겼어.
가위 벽대 피해야.
미드 가자 미드. 아니 나 근데 왜 바로 부활했냐?
아크샹 있냐?
아크샨 있는 줄 알았어.
Shy once again looking unstoppable.
And the flank from Angel, he goes golden to dodge out of the Moonlight Vigil. The Shy has found Cream on the side. They are picking apart OMG, 1 by 1. Abel is left but dead. Shanji finally shows up. Weibo Gaming are avalanching into OMG. They are taking it down. Slicing Maelstrom slices nothing.
Running in towards the mid lane to just cause so many issues for these control mages, and now Hoya.
Oh, Hoya, he needs to be so careful. That's just a bit of a mistake, but a fantastic capitalization from Summit, who's already starting to become that self-sufficient top laner that I was talking about.
Starting on this one, he's going to knock Cuz into the wall, and yes, Poppy is Poppy, but after all, that is a lot of damage. Knocks away the Skarner, but now Rascal's getting on in there. He gets pretty deep, but is immune. Hits Vikla on the backside of that one. Canyon still trying to get in on this and land a smite, but they might just have to give it over. Showmaker, though, is going to pick it up, and now they pick up first blood onto Rascal, and it is a disaster for the side of KT. That was only a matter of time. Collapse and get any kills. In comes Guma. He's got a culling, tons of damage. 100% of that going in. Guma looking for the kill, forces the flash out of Peanut. Toby's over here, but again, remember that trade. He's down to half health. He's looking for something. Spirit Rush comes in. As the knockup actually doesn't get too much done, and Chovy is able to come in and pick up a kill.
I cannot believe that actually happened. He pulls it off.
Trouble bubble as Hylissang's finally on a bit of a roam on the Nautilus. Flash over by Razork means that Nuclear's got nowhere to go, and he'll be sent to the grey screen.
So that was a really good roam from Hylissang. We expected this type of movement to come from him. Here it comes. Xmatty melts through this Baron. Jankos should have information that it has been started.
Here we go. They're going to have the pink ward in the back of the pit. It's going to be 50-50. It's going to be communal, and it's stolen! G2 Jankos will get himself the Baron, and Xmatty will just turn back onto these teammates, but he cannot do anything else. G2, they just absolutely decimate BDS. You have to go for something.
As well, Contracts wants it again, and he gets it. On to number 5 now for the Poppy. Looking bad in the top lane. Licorice 1 hit away from dead. Dokla Flash Q takes a kill. CLG running rampant over this game.
It's actually just murder after murder all over. We get out of a replay into another CLG pick.
And now Phillips coming in. He deploys the counter-strike. He's going in for Jensen, but he's not able to find the damage. He dies before the ulti comes down. Fudge has made his way into the back, and FlyQuest are now trapped. Blabber is low HP. Fudge still looking for it. There's your zap. There's your crit. There's your hit. Goodbye, Johnson. Double kill back over to Fudge, and the man is sniffing him to pieces. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I am Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf and Cubby here. Cubby, welcome to our desk. You had your time with Valdez and Chronicle earlier on, and we're so happy that we have you back here. How you doing?
Doing great. Appreciate being welcome back, and I gotta say, as someone that covers primarily North American Academy, I felt right at home after that game. Over 1 kill a minute, sole point for each team, absolute banger. Really fun to watch, and good pickup from DRX in the back half.
Yeah, it was. They did have a bit of a messy run. Let's get into the draft first, gentlemen. Wolf, what did you think?
Well, I thought that Nongshim got a draft that was pretty well-rounded. You've got Ghost on Aphelios, you've got the Talia pick. Leona seems strong here into the Kalista, not as strong as Analyst could have been. Like the Vi, and the Shyvana was the most interesting part of this. Did very well in the early laning phase. But DRX got everything they wanted, I think. You have, obviously, the Sylas first pick. Def gets his Kalista. Beryl has been the resident Amumu here in the LCK. And it was all about just making sure Ghost couldn't play the game. And in that regard, they were very successful.
And it wasn't only denying Ghost, but also denying Dread in the jungle. As I think that with this draft, when you take Kalista, it's really important, especially on blue side, to play for that bottom quadrant, denying the camps. Really like how Piosik played that out early in the game with DRX to make sure that Dread was set very, very, very far behind.
Yeah, he basically had no options as well. My favorite little part of the draft was the Renekton ban to respect the Talia-Renekton possible combination if Dread was going to take BDD's Talia. Of course, we knew that that was never going to happen, but a cute little adaptation. Anyway, let's move to our first highlight, gentlemen, as this game was a conundrum. It was going back and forth. We didn't really know what we wanted to show for highlights because we didn't really know who was going to win ultimately.
Yeah, and for me, I think the biggest issue I have with DRX's play in this series, or in the first game of this series, was that their setup for objectives was overall very weak. So even though they ended up winning most of the fights, they gave over a lot of Drakes, and the fights weren't very clean in the early parts. Deft, however, still got pretty fed, especially in this fight where he's able to pick up 2 kills, takes a massive lead that he couldn't grab in the laning phase. It was a huge turning point for DRX as a result.
And I do want to give an honorable mention to Kingen. I think that the setup for that Dragon initially was poor, but the TP in was a creative response, and not only were they able to win the fight, but also they killed Vi in the back half at the red buff. That really helped snowball that jungle matchup ahead in Piosik's favor, and I think that really helped DRX in the mid game.
Yeah, I felt like it was a bit of a two-man show. I felt like it was Kingen and Zeka both playing an amazing game of League of Legends against BDD, who tried his absolute heart out in this series. We really got a bit of an idea of the legacy that this guy has on the Talia just in general. Of course, was an absolute master on the champion in the past, and we're seeing a bit of that. Let's go into our second highlight here, ladies and gentlemen, and have a look at how DRX really did solidify their lead.
Yeah, there were a few other questionable moments for DRX this game around some of the late game objectives, but we want to take a look at this fight in particular because I think it was the most complex. DRX having a lot of control here around where BDD is trying to enter from and split this team in half. I noticed that DRX are pushed, of course, all behind this Talia Weaver's wall, but Zeka, all on his lonesome here, buys so much time, gets a ton of healing, and he's just so fed. He's at level 18. Like, the fight was, I think, as good as it's ever going to get for Nongshim. It's just you're so far behind at this point, it doesn't matter.
I'm not one to play spoilers, but I think the Zeka player of the game is maybe unanimous for this one. Oh, man. His Sylas was so good, and I think the Witchbane adaptation as well. Just making Ghost life hell in the backline, making sure that he was always attacking the marksman. Zeka is someone that has really impressed this year for DRX and stepped up into BDD's legacy Talia, able to step up in the back half and make sure that game is going in DRX's favor.
Yeah, Zeka was absolutely amazing. That last fight, being able to pick up both of the carries, one after the other, absolutely ridiculous stuff. I think Zeka of the game is most likely coming out. We heard from Cubby already the fact that it's a King and honorable mention this time around. But Wolf, any closing thoughts? Anything that you want to see out of Nongshim next time around?
I mean, Nongshim, they're eliminated from playoffs now. I guess we should call that out.
Yeah.
And you know, hopefully going to game 2, we'll see a stronger mid game from them. But at the end of the day, I think I'm more concerned about this for DRX because their objective setup was fairly weak, that this game should have been more one-sided than it was. So also for DRX going into game 2, maybe tidy up some of the objective setup. Side laning was good, macro game otherwise good, but you need to be winning these objectives consistently when you're drafting Kalista.
Yeah, Cubby?
Yeah. For DRX, I think the Dragon control, I like the shout-out, Wolf, to clean up some of that play, but Nongshim as well can clean up the Baron. I think both Barons were pretty much snuck under their noses by DRX. You gotta have vision on that. I love the aggressive call from DRX, taking it immediately when it spawned at 20 minutes. They were down 3 dragons in a comp where you shouldn't be down 3 dragons, and that really helped them get things back in their favor. So Nongshim has to be on top of that in the later stages of the game. And hopefully with some better side lane setup, taking advantage of that Shyvana as well. I think that's one way they could look to do so in the future.
Yeah, it's one of these difficult things, ladies and gentlemen. Now, with Nongshim eliminated, they had a 0.002% chance of making it to playoffs. So, of course, it feels a little bit facetious to say, oh, what a surprise, they've been eliminated from playoffs now. It was going to be an inevitability, basically, because everything needed to go their way in order for them to get there anyway. So, unfortunately, now it is confirmed that it is only DRX and Kwangdong Freaks that are in the race for that final spot in playoffs. Everybody else has been confirmed. So now maybe some of that pressure's off. Maybe Nongshim can now have a bit of a fun time, draft some fun champions. I really liked kind of Shyvana. He had a really good attempt there on a fun champion as well. And they had the third item, Demonic Embraces, which what Cubby was asking for at the very beginning. But let's get into Zeka of the game, finally giving it to the man. Here it is, 13, 6, and 16. That was so many kills. Like Cubby said, I mean, it is feeling a little bit like an academy match.
It was pretty crazy what Zeka was able to do this game, and I think he really saved DRX in so many of these fights because he was so ahead, frankly. He had a lot of great ultimates to steal. Really didn't see him steal the Shyvana ultimate all that much. Was a little bit surprising for me in some of those earlier fights, but stealing the Vi ultimate, having some long-range engage, he just was so unkillable. He had so much sustain, and this is with the early Bramble Vest that Shyvana picked up. He just had so much healing. It's never going to die when he's this far ahead. Hits level 18 as fast as he did. And this was the fight where he just, with his stopwatch, is able to be like, yeah, no, that's it.
Oh, the flash was so good. And, for Zeka as a mid laner, I think that, having a champ, B1, being able to take that and carry the game. I know that Sylas is very strong currently in this patch and meta, but still for Zeka, he is someone that's really trying to emerge as that top-tier mid laner that we have in the LCK. Taking that Sylas and just destroying a game with it. And very volatile, very bloody. Zeka was sound in nearly every fight. Really important for DRX. Very well-deserved player of the game. 12 out of 13, I must say. A little bit disappointed. I feel like the King and Honorable Mention, we wanted to bring that up. We thought it'd be unanimous. But apparently, you got to vote.
Yeah, the honorable mention was heard by media. Media was like, oh, I got your back, Cubby. I've got your back, man. I'll give him that honorable mention. But, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of mentioning things, let's throw it over to some commentators and get into game number 2.
Thank you for the mention, guys. We are here on the desk, ready for game number 2. Here we go. Nice little shot. DRX are up 1-0 after that one. Hopefully we don't get any strange secret auctions in game number 2, Chronicler.
Yeah. Akshan really going rogue on that one.
Yeah.
Both teams benefiting from him. And all jokes that we made aside, still, of course, a very rough game for Nongshim, which kind of on top of an already rough split. And then that's a great, if slightly terrifying, Galio.
That's Zeka, actually.
Yeah. Oh,
human Galio,
they're
Zeka.
basically the same size. Like,
yes.
It checks out. Because Galio, like, canonically is as big as a mountain. So Zeka.
Yes.
Foolproof.
I've been studying up on my lore now that the
yeah.
MMO's coming out. Got to be ready.
You've joined me.
Nongshim has joined almost every team here in the LCK by picking blue side. And yeah, I mean, this is what you got to do, especially now that they are not making it into playoffs. There is no statistical chance. So the sign says it's okay, don't be nervous. Just play your best game. They're going to have blue side. Let's see what Nongshim can do.
And there's one thing that we can say, especially for the teams that have been going through a tough time, Nongshim Red Force, Fred Abri and Humble Life, the fans, they don't give up. They stick around, they keep supporting their team, and it is clear that, again, even just looking at the Nongshim player camps, you can see that this team, the confidence just isn't there. And I think that was something that we saw at times in the previous game as well, just missing some of the snappiness. And it's something that hopefully the players can still find, even if it's not on this roster. But at least in the future, as thus far, Silas getting taken away is completely unsurprising, considering the performance that Zeka just had in it. And also, I think reconfirms what we suspected earlier, which is that it's not a priority pickup for Nongshim, which kind of remains a weak point in their draft, especially on blue side, where Silas B1 has been the staple of many a comfy game 2 victories, or any blue side victory, really.
Yeah, having the ability to pick that one up is pretty huge. Now, this does make first pick Gnar very attractive as a potential pick. And let's see if that is something they might opt into here, as they will take away the Kalista. They don't want to have to deal with that again. And I don't even think it's just deft in that duo. As Wukong gets banned, so now Zeri and Gnar are available. Gnar kind of falling on the tier list, but a lot of counter pick Sivir for the Zeri. And they might just ignore all of that.
Yeah, and for Nongshim, we talked about this a little bit on the desk yesterday. So, okay, it will be Sivir instead. When a team is having such a rough split, where you're always going to go towards this comfort. So the Aphelios actually did make a lot of sense to me, as that is something that Ghost has played a large amount of. Gonna be the Sivir here instead, a champion which, even blind, outside of the Alistair pick specifically, we haven't really seen any specific counters to in terms of the AD carry department. Will be the Zeri picked up here, completely unsurprisingly. Lulu often combined with this, if you are looking for the strongest lane for Zeri herself. Alistair, if you want to kind of forego lane, which generally is what happens in Zeri Sivir lanes anyway, so it's not really coming at a large cost. Alternatively, locking in early jungler here, something that DRX have generally opted towards, but instead they will make sure that, oh, okay, pivoting away last second there from the R. I think picking up for Zeka would have made a ton of sense. Instead, a pick that is technically still a flex. I think Sejuani jungle is still more than viable, especially when paired with good solo lanes. But we'll see. Expectation is that one's going to go to Kingen to bolster again that front line.
Yeah, feels very likely. And yeah, I'm still not convinced on the Sivir being good into Zeri matchup. For me, it just feels like if you don't get ahead, you're just kind of hanging out until 3 items, whereas Zeri has a lot more that she can do. As moving away from the AD carry conversation that we've had many a time, Talia Renekton is going to be the selection here from Nongshim.
And obviously we've had it once, and we know who played it, and we know who won. It was Morgan, because it's Morgan. And outside of Rascal, there was no one who loves the Crocodile as much. And are we going to get locked in here? Would not be surprised if Nongshim end up going for a Viego ban, even though Pioshik individually was not a huge contributor, in my opinion, to that win coming through for DRX. The synergy with both of these two champions is exceptionally strong. But instead they're looking to secure themselves a better matchup for their bot lane and make sure that an Alistair counter pick does come through. Can of course just pan Alistair and Viego and then still flex again this Talia. I haven't seen it in the jungle. Canyon really was the only one that was heavily leaning towards it, but pick is, especially on this patch, still quite good there.
Yeah, especially when you consider that this duo in the past always used to be picked for Talia in the jungle, Renekton in mid usually, because it's just easier to gank that lane from both sides.
Yeah.
And you just walk in, stun, seismic shove. It's a great combo. Sandra's the ban to deny the RE counter pick, and Nocturne is going to be banned here as well.
Yeah, it's also confirmation that DRX is not 100% certain where this Talia is going to go. And the Nocturne, a pick that has really kind of risen in priority, as going to be the Leona instead, a pick that has been rapidly on the rise, and I assume also a pick away here from Nongshim. And this would confirm that it is indeed going to be Dread on the Talia here. Rise is a pick that has risen in prio very aggressively, and this gives you a really strong top side to play towards for Nongshim, while you have both solo lanes have a really good setup for the Taliyah jungle. Has of course been changed, so it's not like old Taliyah where level 3 you can walk in, hit a stun and someone dies. Dread is definitely going to have to divest a lot more resources, or invest rather a lot more resources into actually getting his item spikes early, but then once he does, and with the prio that mid and top should provide him in this game, going to get a ton of value down.
Yeah, it's very nice to see. Funnily enough, even the Rise could go top if they wanted to go for that angle. Not sure that they would like to, because Rise would lose a lot of his roaming power up there on the top side. Feels like only Keen was the last remnant of top Rises we had in the LCK. Lee Sin, he was hovering it in game 1. Wanted to see him play it again, but once again, he will hover and then go Viego alongside of the Ahri. This is exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Did not get denied, and so it will be played.
So again, very strong topside for DRX. The difference with the previous game is that this time around, Nongshim has a lot more going on for themselves. Taliyah Renekton, very, very strong. Rise and Taliyah, in terms of itemization, a little bit easier to deal with, but still, that topside is looking very scary. And you have an extremely survivable bot lane. Not only good wave clear, but also good survivability, especially post 6. So it really is the whole package. Because often we see like Karma lanes that are good at shoving, but then have an issue when they get dove. Or Kench lanes that just get dove regardless because they're stuck on the tower. So nice combination in that regard. But I don't know if it's going to be enough for Nongshim. I think the draft here, a lot more even. But I don't see a solution to the late game Zeri. And Nongshim's form right now makes it hard to truly believe that they can snowball a game off the top side.
Absolutely. This says Nongshim's summer is not over. Technically, it is not. They do have this match and 3 more afterwards in the regular season. This one says, let's go for the 2-0 for DRX. This one calling for BDD's Azir. Not going to see that in this game. Maybe in the next one.
Now you're an optimist.
Yes.
I like that.
If we have one.
Valdez.
Yes. This is a fan of the Korean trio of commentators that we have today.
That was also,
I am also a fan.
There was also a JoJo font, if I'm not mistaken. So you got me with that one. As overall, Nongshim Red Force strong topside should be able to match DRX a lot better. But considering DRX's form in the previous game, again, that Viego, Ahri, Sejuani, always going to be scary.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are ready. Let's hop into the Rift for game number 2. Off we go. Both bottom laners have elected to go for Cull first and Cleanse. The 2 of them, no ghosts, no teleport, and no autos in the mid lane. Only good sportsmanship.
Happy D. If anyone interrupts this, I'll be very disappointed, but fortunately no one does. Make me sad. Maybe just do a little bit of walking at each other and waving here as well. I wish you could wave in League. I know you can with emotes, but it's not the same.
Yeah.
It's not the same, Valdez.
It's not quite the same. That should just be a default emote that's
No.
put in, as Beryl is just going to level 1 gank. And he just trades his flash and ignite for BDD's entire health bar and his flash. So immediately this lane becomes a lot more difficult for him. He did go for Corrupting Pot first, and he does have Biscuits, so it shouldn't be the end of the world. But we'll see about that on the next patch, Chronicler.
Yeah. Well, 14 gonna hit hard for some of our teams, as unsurprisingly, that does mean that Prio is available here. But this is where I think some of the earlier issues do come into play. This isn't really a lane where you have a considerable threat of dive. Don't have a great setup for Taliyah. Even if you do hit the knock-up, there is still Leona, always going to be hard to lock down, and then Deft still a summoner is available. So all things considered, just going to be a laning lead here, at the very least, for the Nongshim bot lane. But as we can kind of gather from the pulse and the defensive itemization,
yeah,
not really gonna see anything happen there.
Bot lane's not really a thing. I know you might see some champions down there that are moving, and it looks like they're actually playing, but they're not.
No.
It's, no. You gotta wait until like 10 minutes or so when you unlock the bot lane.
And this is, great.
Very cute. This is going to be Dread as well nearby, so no chance at a dive here. Was a very nice opportunity, especially because Flash Charm could have been huge.
Yeah.
Or Stun Flash and all these things that they could have set up on the side of DRX onto the Flashless Rise.
Really good read from Nongshim. BDD kind of suspecting that something is off, and in addition to him not getting dove, also means that Dread doesn't get invaded. Able to pick up the top side scuttle and might even make his way into a double scuttle start here with the pride that he has on bot side. So overall, already game looking very, very different here for Nongshim Red Force. And that level 1 gank, in the end, if you get the kill, you get the dive set up, you're going to feel great. But as overall, didn't really get that much, and it is making the lives for Ghost and Snowflower a lot easier. Should be able to get in a free back here. Although you can also, as Snowflower is doing now, turn this into some vision and a guarantee for your Taliyah to get a sizable lead on the Viego, and gonna feel pretty good overall about this early on. As Taliyah, you're just looking to get to your Ludens as soon as possible, and that's when you really start bringing the pain, especially when you add the first strike. Haven't even talked about this, but Kana also going for PTA. So really looking to go in for very short, very aggressive trades. Burst potential is a lot higher, but of course does mean that if you get into the later stage of the game, you're not nearly gonna skill as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The Renekton here selected into the Sejuani in this case. Sejuani. Not sure if we have the stats actually on top Sejuani versus Renekton. I would be very curious about those. Doesn't look like we have those prepared for this one, but just because we haven't seen a lot of top Sejuani into this matchup, but with your Frost Armor and your ability to just kind of trade well in lane and just be mostly okay, especially into AD.
Apparently
should be pretty okay.
Yeah, no matchup history for that one.
No match, so never.
Yeah.
In the LCK.
Makes sense. We've seen so much Renekton, but Sejuani really has been mainly relegated to the jungle. And yeah, in theory, you'd expect it to be somewhat similar to the Ornn matchup, where obviously the early game is going to be very rough. And I think the 1-2 spike for the Renekton is still going to be quite a menace, as yeah, really nicely done by Kana, right? Really getting the most of the value out of that PDA, the short trades, continuously keeping up the pressure. And it also says a lot that Kingen has gone for Flash here, as opposed to Ignite. Ignite has so much value for Sejuani in a lot of these matchups, where he can actually win the 1v1, and the Ignite really tilts it in your favor. It's very telling that Kingen in this game is going like, no, I'm not going to be trying that. I'm just going to live and not deal with the Crocodile. Let my teammates do that for me.
Yeah. Didn't go for the steel caps in this case. Just going for the CDR boots, which, pretty interesting. Trying to get more value out of the summoners, but might not feel as comfortable in this lane. There's not a lot going on in this game, so kind of over-calculating every small decision that the players do. It's very fun. We do have Stopwatch versus Stopwatch selected through runes in the mid lane.
It's a never-ending battle of the LCK. Do we overanalyze or not talk about the game at all? Really is in the middle ground.
Yeah. There has been a very over-aggressive Crocodile in the top lane, and it has not been punished at all. As Ghost just says, absolutely not. I do not want to fight, even though you might want to. And Barrel's like, oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry about that.
Yeah, gonna feel a little bit awkward about that. Assume he didn't want to run the risk of his spell shift getting cancelled by Deft, and then he gets rooted, and then he probably dies. And also, in a level, there will be a Devour available, so the lack of defensive summoner is not going to be nearly as big a deal, as long as Snowflower still is his.
Yeah, and, you know, even if you don't get rooted, the Leona's still going to be on top of you and can then land that stun. So kind of in the way that Alistair can.
Same principle.
Yeah. First part of his combo gets canceled, but the second part will not. Same for Leona, essentially. As we might see a little roam to the top side. I said that the Croc has not been punished. Well, we might be punishing the Boar a little bit more, as here we go. Realm Warp to the top side. Kingen just says no. We'll follow Flash. I suppose he wasn't following much, but he did flash after the Rise. And he does get away. Doesn't lose too much. Nongshim don't stick around all that much, but trade of flashes in the top lane is all they'll pretty much get.
But now, everyone's making their way towards the topside fight. Beryl has actually hit 6. So has Ghost. Snowflower, Deft, neither of them having their ultimates available. Nongshim is first towards this objective. Starting out also has Dominus available. No flash available for King in here either. And
yeah,
well, this is risky DRX.
Might just want to give this one up into the Renekton. In goes the Renekton. That is going to be stolen by Pioshik as the Devour is used onto the Croc. And Kana's getting so much value in this early skirmish, as you would expect of a Renekton. As I was talking about, Beryl now is going to be the third casualty at the end of this one. Just going to be handed over to Dread. So yes, DRX get the Rift Herald, but they lose everything else.
That's not worth at all, Valdez, as... Oh, those Dominus buffs really bringing back the Crocodile. As all jokes aside, of course the champion not seen for a really long time due to continuous nerfs, but as often happens, the rest of the top lane field slowly gets whittled down by continuous changes to the game. The skirmishing power of this champion remains unchanged, and the amount of lockdown available here early on is very big, but it's Snowflower that actually keeps Kana alive for a long amount of time. And then the moment he gets spit out again, no cooldowns are available, the health bars are low enough, and overall it's a really nice fight from Nongshim. And Dread's damage might not be that high just yet, but the value of his E and his seismic shot is still very, very big. As again.
Yes, no flash onto BDD, but there is Snowflower coming on in, and he is trying his best to keep him alive. The stopwatch value, it gets so much here as BDD will eventually go down, but it buys the time for his team to come in and just collect 2 kills and pass go. That's going to be one-handed off to the Sivir as well. And you know what? They didn't have to do this. They did not have to handshake on the Rift Heralds. They could have said, okay, you want to rotate your Sivir up to the top side? We'll get a plate for our Zeri, but instead, they decided to fight the Renekton.
Get that plate.
And now look where we are.
Nice, Kana. You got that plate.
He got the plate, and it's worth.
No, King, no. He has Dominus.
Yeah. King is going in. There's the Dominus, and goodbye.
No, you don't have Ignite.
He's trying to trade it back.
Yeah.
He nearly did with the tip of his flail, but that was about it. And Kana doesn't really care about that too much.
No, with the Eye of the Herald actually going over to Kingen, I imagine, especially without teleport, that Kana doesn't want to leave his topside turret alone, as BDD, like, walking in here initially feels counterintuitive until you see that reinforcements are there. Again, Dread's value in this tight corridor that just perfectly lines up with Unraveled Earth is insane. And Ghost, just for good measure, walks over, picks himself up a kill as well. And yeah, BDD dies, but you trade extremely favorably. Wave goes to Dread, who is now sitting on his Ludens and is a very fat Talia, which into the outside the hard engage, pretty short range comp of DRX is not going to feel very good. Going to be able to pick up an early Drake here as well again. And this game looking mighty better for Nongshim here, fellas.
Yeah, a lot better for sure. I think it certainly helps that they were proactive on the objectives. They have used their early game power very well. The mobility of the Rise to get around on the map, the Talia, and her ability to affect these strong solo lanes. And then also the fact that DRX handshook the fight, you know?
Yeah.
Nongshim played it extremely well. I thought their abilities in the fight, the Devour from Snowflower was perfect. All the timings of everything was perfect. But it did kind of feel a little bit like T-ball.
Well,
it's like, okay, son, here you go. Knock it out of the park.
It's It's not the first time that DRX has done this either. Need I remind you of their third game against Liv Sandbox? The walk into Prince to Sivir incident was one that I'm sure DRX fans don't remember with great joy and pleasure. And we are seeing, I think, remnants of this as well. And we see this in a lot of our teams, and we keep coming back to it because the only team that never does this is Gen G. That's the only team that we've...
They also just fight whenever they want and win every single fight.
Well, yeah, it's not really fair, right?
Yeah,
So
regardless of the
the
champions.
Comparison doesn't really work for that reason. But it is also, I think, the biggest flaw for DRX is that even more so arguably than KT and Liv Sandbox, they have such a big shift in form between individual games, and it mainly is the top side. And, you know, Barrel at times, but that has been the case for, what, a year and a half now?
Yeah.
So that's not really anything new.
Yeah. Barrel's been having, a impactful game, let's say.
Yeah, I don't mean to single out Barrel specifically, right? But again, like, I do think that that's a known quality of Barrel.
Yeah.
As 1v2 for Kana. Good luck on this one. Oh no,
Might turn into a 3v1 as well. As the Dominus is procced. Kana doesn't really care about the 2v1, but here comes the Ahri. The flash charm just gets flashed away from by Kana. And he's like, guys, I have a gore drinker. You're not going to kill me.
Not impressed at all. Just sits there, drinks his gore, and it's completely fine. Yeah, when you
That's
phrase
pretty
it like,
gross.
When you
now
phrase
that
it like that,
I don't think we should ever say that ever again.
He is a crocodile, Velvis.
That's,
I don't
that's true.
think it's very, very on theme, mostly.
It makes a lot of sense. And he's certainly doing that in this game. He is going to drink an entire turret as well. This is after the plates go down, but he got at least 3 and maybe 4. Not 100% sure about which. Okay, looks like 3. As we do have our very nice turret plating CG for you guys.
Nice.
At least 3 that he was next to that were collected by the team. And now Nongshim say, okay, well now we can just roll this into a second Herald. This is why Renekton comps always used to work. This is why it was picked so often. And it was often met with the chagrin of many an analyst, one that's sitting next to me, for,
No. I don't want to be misconstrued.
No, I mean, I know what you were saying. In terms of you weren't a Renekton hater.
No, I don't think I was.
No, not at all. But, yeah,
Tell me, Velvis,
just,
what did you mean?
It's just a pick that, if it gets ahead like this, it can be insane, especially if the team is good enough to really push the envelope. A lot of times in the past in the LCK, you would get leads or you would draft a Renekton and then you just sit there. And we'd be like, well, why did you draft Renekton in Italy if you weren't going to dive topside? But Nongshim have done it well.
Would love to see a cleaver here for Kana as well. It means that his side lane threat remains insane and also is going to help set up Ghost for a more impactful later stage of the game. And overall, I'm just loving the Nongshim comp because you point out what is the... Like, even in the late game where the Renekton is going to lose value, which in this case is going to take a very long time because he's extraordinarily far ahead, you do get a ton of value of this stun, right? Like, you actually set up for Ghost, you set up for Dread, you set up for BDD, and make their lives infinitely easier, and especially once the cleaver is finished, like Kingan's just not going to be able to withstand them at all inside, and that adds a very sizable pressure point to a map that already has insane global pressure. Very hard to collapse on Ghost and Snowflower due to their defensive power, and between Dread and BDD you have 2 semi-global ults that you can use to either play for objectives, punish overextensions, and help out Kana as well if he doesn't end up getting collapsed upon.
Yeah, very true. Curious to see how the rest of this game is going to play out. I hope that our teams don't look at this and say, ooh, the Sivir first pick seems pretty good, We don't have to worry about Zeri. She's not actually that strong. In fact, in this early game, the bottom lane has not mattered at all. What I said before, earlier on in this game, was very true, where basically the bot laners didn't do much. Until the first Herald fight, I guess, where they didn't have much of an impact, and then they went back to farming. It's been all about the impact of the early skirmishing from the comp from Nongshim. and the lead that they have gotten from here. Now, DRX, they haven't fallen further behind. Has been a pretty constant 3,000 gold difference, 3,500. And since then, we've kind of just been farming it out with the Rift Herald second one going over to Nongshim and the Mountain Drake.
And Veldas, I know we've soured a little bit on Ocean Drake, but there's some champions where it's still not going to feel okay. And I can tell you, Renekton's still one of them. Still not going to feel very fair as you only see the 1-4 or 1-3-1, whichever they end up opting into. Pressure from Nongshim. Very hard to match. Also immediately throw down the Herald in mid lane. Well, loving this from Nongshim. Very decisive.
That was a very sad solar flare that I just witnessed, but it was used. A little bit of a shot into that turret. Didn't take it down just yet. This isn't used right at the moment of, you know, a Drake spawning or anything like that, just because of the timing, the way it worked out. They got the Mountain Drake for free, so they didn't need to use it then. So just getting a little bit of damage into that mid turret. I'm like, I hope we're not waiting for someone to respawn here.
Oh no, no, not again.
We got the, what's the name of that? The Blighting Jewel?
Yeah, Blighting Jewel.
I learned that from you. Even though I play mid all the time.
As it turns out,
playing Koreans.
Knowing the names of items is not actually important at all.
It's a nice skill that I learned from you.
Thank you, Veldas. I appreciate that. I learned a lot from you too.
Yeah.
Mostly about Ziggs.
And stopwatch.
And well, I mean, that one's obvious. Is Zeka. Yeah, he'll be fine.
He went Unsealed Spellbook in this game, so Cleanse is going to be huge value for when he doesn't have another summoner. Especially when you're going into Rise Renekton. Definitely pretty oppressive. So we are on the hunt, and we are hunting Leonas. Girl just going to flash away from that one, and it looks like now we're just going to hunt for this mid turret. The next objective, Ghost, just going to chip away at this one, and DRX say, well, we can't do much about that.
Ghost sees you, Zeri complainers, and laughs in his spell shield, feeling completely safe and happy. BDD making his way up towards the top side of the map, closer towards the Seraph's transformation, and I personally like this Rise iteration so much more than Tank Rise. Tank Rise was, unless piloted by teams that just won regardless of what they picked, kind of a menace in a bad way. And this form, much more interactive, as we do have some form of threat set up here by DRX, but not really going to lead to anything. And I want to highlight that even with the lead that Nongshim has right now, the key thing for them is that making mistakes against the DRX comp is still extremely costly, especially now that Deft has set or got a second item. Once a third item comes through, it's going to be even more so with the threat towards objectives. But even right now, a single amount of CC landing leads to you being dead, unless you're Ghost with Cleanse, and giving up a reset to Pioshik, an extra charge for Zeka, and the opportunity for the rest of the team to kind of start chaining the way that a comp like this really can do well. As Kana now finishes Death Dance, so going for a option that in terms of team fighting and in terms of all-around solo laning is definitely very strong. Means that the matchup into the Ahri also is a little bit less threatening, but will lose some of that carving, as that's going to feel very, very bad.
Zeka can't even right now.
No. And that is well, now he found the corrupting button, so that's yeah, that's costly, because he was looking to go into Banshee second.
Yeah, costs about 650 gold.
Well, it's infinite value if I've
true.
If you are to be believed.
You have learned a lot from me.
Yeah, I know, weird.
Yeah.
Keeping it.
Do you think DRX are going to fight over any of these Drakes?
Not this one. I mean, they might. I don't think they should.
Maybe the next one?
Next one seems good. It's from this position what you're looking at as a pick. But if Nongshim is playing it smart, which does what they are, there will be no opportunities for picks because everyone's just going to be grouped up, except maybe Kana, but collapsing on a Fed Renekton generally doesn't end well for the team that collapses.
He has Core Drinker. As we already mentioned, he should be on 2 items at this point in time as the fight is beginning. Deft using that just to get some vision. Dread is right here with the Weaver's Wall. Unfortunately, doesn't do too much because DRX are still very close to this one as they do try to collapse onto the Renekton. And the angle is good here from Kingin. Deft over the wall is getting some serious Zeri value, at least onto BDD, in terms of zoning him away. Piochic gonna miss that stun as the Heartbreaker also doesn't do much, but Deft is just left by himself, and BDD cannot isolate him by himself, so eventually the Zeri just gets insane value. And I think we can have a certified Zeri moment because Deft does over 5,000 damage and is now potentially going to be a huge terror in this game.
Oh, collapse.
Yeah, it's not done yet either. Ghost gets kind of zoned by the Extendo Beam, and they are forced into a fight in which Kana does eventually go down.
And that's most of your gold lead gone. Is going to be the Drake as well, and truly, Deft making sure that Veldus is cool about don't pick Silver Blind, leave Zeri open for good 80 carries. Is one that will be echoed by many because that was definitely a big mistake from Nongshim. Opting very heavily, as we're going to see in the replay, into throwing everything into Zeka, but this is an Ahri with Banshees and 2 stacks on the ultimate available.
Yeah.
So instead, Kana's already low, Kingin finds a great ulti, and then you start the fight from the back foot already. And unfortunately for Nongshim, their actual hard engage is kind of lacking. So actual lockdown to take down Deft, if he just gets a free reign in the fight, is a really big problem. And that's where I think this is where you see Nongshim, or you see some of the desperation moments, right? Like engaging that hard on the Ahri, when the only real target, yes, Zeka's strong, but he has to actually move into effective range of you to really do anything, and he has to deal with Talia. He has to deal with the Rise Point and Click. Just buys so much space for Deft. And now, IE's finished. Gold lead is basically insignificant. First Drake's picked up. All of a sudden, it's looking a lot more dire for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, Deft did that on almost 2 items. And I don't want to hold too much into the Zeri moment thing. I feel like a lot of it, as you were saying, was kind of the positioning, the way that Nongshim took the fight, where their damage actually went this time around. And yes, now Zeri is going to be insane. But perhaps in a different game against a different team, this would have never happened, and Zeri would not have had her moments. And the Renekton early game kind of skirmishing with the Rise and the Talia would have gotten insane value, and they could have just rolled with it. But not necessarily the spot we're in this game anymore. It's Kingin as well. I mean, the fact that he got that angle and then the perfect teleport as well right there to secure yet another kill. As, yeah, Deft has red buff now, and like I said, you know, he had his moments, so now with IE, he's just going to be ridiculous.
And this is where it gets very hard for Nongshim, because following that, you might want to make the call and say, we're not going to try and teamfight anymore. But DRX have already shown they're more than happy to just flip a Baron and see what happens. And with the amount of damage that is available on Deft right now, I think they can afford to. I think they don't have to be too worried, all things considered. And for the Nongshim team, if you are not able to actually leverage the strong pick potential of your champions and it's just Ghost, then you need to make sure that Ghost is actually in a position to do as much damage as Deft was in the previous one. And that's where like the front line from DRX is very hard to deal with.
Yeah.
A lot of their members are extremely slippery. You got the buffer from Piochic. Kingin is a Sejuani.
Barrel's unkillable.
Barrel's unkillable because, again, it's a Leona. So it does get only harder from here for Nongshim. They still have a good lead, but them not getting a Drake is really, really big. And I worry what it might mean for the follow-up of this game. On the flip side, once Ghost gets IE, I know we complain a lot about Zeri's Extendo Beam, which I think is completely fair. But Sivir, rather, has been known to ricochet a team into submission, and we'll see whether DRX can deal with that.
You don't ricochet, Chronicler.
I thought it was casting with Aldous today, but
No, it's me, Freak. Just trying to bring you the best kind of puns. Yeah, and it is going to be insane. I think a lot of where I feel like Zeri will shine is in this kind of mid-game state where she will get this item before the Sivir, and she will have a pop-off moment before the Sivir. But once we go to that extreme late game, I'm excited to see what Ghost can do. Kana is still a bit of a problem, but hanging now, especially picking up a lot of gold in the last fight, he has begun to get tankier and tankier. Can eventually just survive. Doesn't look like he's going to go for Warmogs or anything like that, just to be a permanent, you know, next to the turret sitter. But will still be very tanky in this one.
As DRX now taking control of the top side quadrant of the map, making sure, trying to get Prio, and then maybe turning that into a face check from someone on Nongshim. BDD realm warping in, and might have a skirmish on our hands there. Drake up in 30, but DRX can say, you take that. It's only soul point, we don't really care. As Kingen. Be fine.
Just driving by, nothing to see here, as it doesn't look like they're going to see much here as the damage is into a Tom Kent's, though, as the Crown gets some good value here for BDD. Now the turnaround is coming in. The Talia damage is there. They're able to chip away at that front line. And now the Sivir damage is coming in, but Deft is still alive, able to tank there on the backside. And now the front line of Nongshim has gone down 2 members to only the 1 of DRX so far.
And I think you had the opportunity there. I think Nongshim hesitated a little bit too much. Flash still available on Ghost. Kana going in very, very deep. Manages to lock down Ghost for a little bit, but it doesn't end up being enough. And overall, again, stifling the tempo here. Nongshim feeling obliged to try and check it out. We'll spot them now.
They're coming on in here. Ghost is trying to frontline a little bit as Piotrek is taking huge damage. So is King, and Ghost is chipping away at those health bars. He will take down Zeka. He flashes away from the Qs. He gets the one onto him, but eventually it is Piotrek who takes him down and collects 1,000 gold as well.
Now BDD making his way back onto the map, has the teleport available as well. Nongshim really fighting for this one. Now, Infinity Edge all of a sudden finished. Ghost so much stronger after this turn of events. And it starts off with a lot of cooldowns being thrown into Snowflower and BDD with Crown. So it doesn't actually end up getting that much done. And this is where the existence of Zeka kind of separates the two. Piotrek also going in very aggressively there. And the rest of Nongshim decides not to risk it, which... If you see the damage that Ghost is capable of doing, I think they could have ended the fight right there had they been more decisive. But instead, DRX with low health boss already get kind of hit by Dread mostly, and then that buys Ghost the freedom that he needs to pick up as much gold as possible. Piotrek gonna get the kill, sure, but I think you'll still take that if you're Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. At this point in time, getting that many more kills onto Ghost is going to feel very nice. Now, Deft did pick up a couple of kills himself. I think actually 3 in total in the fight. So he's going to be looking at a BT here in just a moment. Looks maybe similar for Ghost.
Yeah, they have, besides Mythic, okay, there we go. I would say they're like very similar itemization, and in terms of KDA, it looks very nice and symmetric, and then Deft had to finish his item.
Yeah, there's also a 200 gold bounty for Ghost. It's not exactly perfect.
Yeah, the more it's one of those, if you don't look close,
if you glance at it, you're like, ooh, that's cool.
That's nice.
Don't want to overanalyze it then.
No. Well, we're very bad at that. We already established that, unfortunately.
Very true. Ghost picks up red buff here again. And this has not been the cleanest series we have ever cast by any means. I think DRX have been kind of welcoming a very loose style in the series. A very aggressive one, especially after the composition that they drafted in game number 1. And they're kind of carrying that over a bit into this one. They didn't get too aggressive early on, but now they've really let off the brakes. And you see they're just threatening vision around this Baron over and over. They are controlling this top river much better at this point in time.
And you see Nongshim trying to take retake control, get Prio in mid, but it's not going to be the case. Hard engage from DRX also really good, so they need to respect. Not able to just walk up, same for these choke points. Only Kana can really approach. Has finished hysterics now. A lot of extra health available, especially when the Dominus is used. And yeah, DRX, they can just sit there, keep poking, keep waiting for Nongshim to make a mistake. There isn't really any counterplay available, so Nongshim has to keep coming back to them. Ghost now going to be able to at least get Prio, and the Baron is started up.
Yep, Def started it up. He's like, we're going in on this one. Banshee's procced here by BDD, doing a good job, as he still has his crown. This is identified. They know this has happened. The flash comes in. They're trying to get out to Ghost, but the Devour is huge! And the rocks on the ground from Talia are also fantastic for denying this engage, but Deft has ulted up Zeka on the run here. He's trying to Foxfire his way to that speed to get away. It is not going to be enough. And they do chase down the Ahri for the only kill in the fight.
And unlike the previous game where you could pile onto Ghost and there was no one to save him, Snowflower every single time says, that's my snack, thank you very much. Not letting anyone have him. And as a result now, Nongshim starting up the Baron, teleport's coming in.
We'll see if this works out. They do have a nice... Oh, God! Cover your eyes. That was just disgusting. Is it enough to stop them from doing the Baron? That might be if the first one wasn't. Dread is just going to smite it just to try to survive, and Stopwatch going to get him a lot of value, but here comes so many low health bars. There's the Solar Flare, and now the fight is turning around in favor of DRX. Deft doesn't really have the angle, though. Saku comes out from Ghost, and he's still on the chase. And he will be the one guy that stands and defends.
And no one died from Nongshim at the end of that, which is kind of baffling, all things considered. As, yeah, this fight is great. This fight we really enjoy. As DRX do exactly the same thing they did the last time around, which is pile everything onto Ghost, but then Kana gets so much value from his Dominus, tanks a lot of damage, and Snowflower with the really big Devour makes sure that Ghost lives. And then unfortunately for Zeka, as he tries to run away, doesn't have any summoners available or anything that gets him out of position. And then this is the please cover your eyes, this is not okay moment. It's giving me corky flashbacks and I'm not loving it.
And part two?
No, I don't.
Yeah, part two.
Oh, Lord. Yeah. And overall, the fact that this doesn't end with a complete wipe and a pure disaster for Nongshim is due to some very good defensive summoner usage and the fact that Deft is relatively low in mana. As hold up.
Knock up on the barrel. He is going to survive. Just barely. And he will have to back. The flash engage comes in from BDD. They really want to force it, but Devour used onto Dread now.
Running him down.
Means that Ghost and nobody else will have it here for the moment, but it's still advantage Nongshim. They're going to run down this Ocean Soul. They should be able to take it here for free.
And Nongshim, they might be locked out of playoffs, but that's not going to stop them from wanting to win this game ever so desperately. Starting to look like a trade. I don't know if Dread and Kana can actually make it here in time.
Yeah, they identify, okay, they're not waiting in a brush. BDD, no flash. Charm is on the Snowflower, but they just want to get the Baron and get out. And they absolutely will be able to. All 5 members of DRX survive. And it's Baron for Ocean Soul. Not sure about that trade at this point in the game.
You get Sivir and Talia, who cares? Just clear the waves. Which I wish it was that easy. It is not.
Forehead.
But it is definitely a trade that, as Nongshim, gives you a very clear timer. Hold on for the next 2.5 minutes. And if you don't give up that much, you'll be fine. Also, look, there's a lot of standing gold, so the gold lead is definitely going to be either completely gone or heavily in favor of DRX. But actually breaking open the base isn't really likely with how little structures have been taken by Nongshim, by DRX rather, in this game. Nongshim has been so proactive on the entirety of the map.
They just got their first turret.
Yeah, 36 minutes in.
Yeah.
And that is something that actually does provide a ton of value, as Kingen is just making sure that Kana has a bad time playing this wave. Because of that, I actually think trade is great. I think that now you're going to buy more longevity, even though, of course, it's still a Renekton, so it's never going to be amazing. And in these longer fights, that's what you're looking for anyway, as Nongshim. Everyone on the DRX is going to try and go in on Ghost. Ghost gets devoured, and then him and Dread. BDD as well, with the death cap finish at this point, he's going to try and do enough damage. Or I'm overreaching, and it's just going to be an Elder 50-50 in 4 minutes, which seems equally likely, Valdes.
Yeah, you know, I think it is a 50-50 on which scenario we get, actually. Zeka has gone to the top lane, taken one turret, recalled, gone to the bottom lane, taken another turret. He has not recalled just yet, but he is certainly chipping away at a bunch of the structures here. It is still 4 minutes until the Elder Soul, or the Elder Drake. Imagine Elder Soul. Wow. You just instantly win the game. You like don't even have to play anymore. You just get it.
If you get 4 Elder Drakes, I think you deserve it.
Yeah.
Well,
So
or you don't.
It's just like that's actually just another.
Or
win
you
con.
don't because you got 4 Elder Drakes and still didn't win the game. So it's actually the enemy team wins.
It's the Fred Brion.
It's when you get the fourth Elder Drake, the enemy team.
You're not allowed to get another one. You have to give over the other one. It's like if you didn't win with 3,
yeah, not allowed.
Tough luck, buddy. Like
if you take it like. You just see the chat box light up and you type /FF and you can't do anything about it and then your entire team is just forced to forfeit. That's the power of the Elder Dragon.
Yeah. You also have to type in FF85. We got a lot of skirmishing and a bit of posturing here as that's the crown gone now. Nicely taken out. I would love to see more aggressive kind of Everfrost into crown plays from Zeka, especially because he has Cleanse at this moment in time and he's Ahri. Hasn't really been able to have as much of an impact. Obviously, this game very different from game 1.
Look at that. If I'm not mistaken, BDD going for Cosmic Insight, so the cooldown reduction on his crown and his Banshee is going to come up in time to get taken away, and then we'll have nothing happen until the Elder fight, because we are the LCK. And that's what we do.
Yes. So we're just going to play Zeri Extendo Beam Simulator. There is a bit of split pushing that is going on. At this point in time, nobody's answering the Ahri, and everybody on Nongshim is kind of just hanging around the split pushers. So not much of a split from Nongshim, actually, and this is just allowing Deft to shell free damage into a Renekton. They do take down this turret eventually, but it's a trade at the end of the day. Again, uncontested here for Zeka.
Yeah, even trade. And the reason why we joke is because we both know that the teams are not actually going to pull the trigger until this objective comes up. We have seen in the past trades, Elder for Baron, which often end up kind of countering each other. Elder is definitely stronger, but if you play well with the Baron, then it makes it really hard to actually approach, as you just always stay near the waves. Enemy team can't really push into you, even with the amount of shoveling that is available for Nongshim. So as a result, just kind of wait out the timers. But if you do get caught and you have not don't have the Elder buff, then it is a excruciatingly rough time. As overall control here of the river, definitely for Nongshim, they are ahead of the play in that regard. DRX, due to them being mostly on the back foot with that shove. Zeka does trade favorably for gold, but Nongshim at the very least were able to get back here earlier. Didn't really keep any of the control that they had of the jungle, though. DRX have completely swept that.
Yeah.
Now we're looking for a key pick here for DRX, or just some Zeri poke.
Yeah. I love the way that Deft is playing this. He is essentially just hugging the dead turret, using that for Extendo Beam, and also he's getting aggressive with his own Qs. And he's just poking himself. He's really the only person at this moment in time that's really getting any poke damage down, so going to feel pretty nice for DRX if they can continue to get more before the fight even begins. So that was very close to a potential charm into insane Zeri damage. And Nongshim, they gotta pull a trigger. They can't just sit here and wait and get in unfortunate position. As there's more. Dread is down underneath half health as the ults are coming out, just trying to zone now. Zeft is over the wall, Deft rather, as he tries to get in there, and he's going to eventually slay them, but down goes Leona, and it comes down to the Elderfoot, but this one is going to go to Dread on the Talia. As we have teleports coming in, we've got a Zeri with some space, but not quite enough, as in goes, oh wait, he's living, he's trying to get some lifesteal in.
Oh.
And okay, it's 3 people with Elder, right? No way that Zeri wins, right? Okay, they actually do kill him, and that is going to be the death of the Zeri. Only 12,000 damage done in that fight, as Nongshim going to be looking to push now with their Elder Drake.
And Def did more damage in that fight than some champions do over the course of an entire game, Valdez, but it might still not be enough. Elder buff now available. And Nongshim gonna bring us to game number 3.
It's a smite on the cannon. It's Elder kill onto the Sejuani, but they cannot kill the last turret. Pyoshik is trying to grab this, but Ghost is actually a raid boss. And I think now with this second wave coming in, it should be enough. Nongshim will bring us to a game number 3. It will happen in this series as down goes the Nexus. And Nongshim, right after they lost all chance of making the playoffs, perhaps some of that pressure resided, and now they were able to play a much better game here in game number 2.
And what's remarkable is that after a game where he got piled on so aggressively, and yes, there was it was a mix between the composition that he was playing into as well as the very, very aggressive positioning that he had in that game. Ghost went from dying, I think, 7-8 times on the Phalios and just looking overall very disillusioned to completely taking over a game of Sivir, which is a great increase in form. And overall, I think the issues with DRX sometimes taking early game skirmishes way too hard, way too fast, kind of getting caught up in how far ahead they were in the previous game, because this isn't the first time that it happened. As, yeah, that makes complete sense. That is a damage graph that, yeah.
Yeah. 43-minute game. The 80 carries hyper-scaled as they do, and eventually did insane amounts of damage in that one. Take a look at the gold difference graph as well. Just getting close there, but one Elder flip in Nongshim were able to take down the game. Def was looking really strong in that last fight, but not stronger than the Elder Drake buff. Not in this game. So guys, we will take a quick break and have the analyst carpet space once again and be back for game number 3.
안 좋게 할게.
나 멀어, 나
걸리면 나
멀어.
W 돼.
쳐봐.
네 맞았고.
태어나, 태어나 3초.
나 CC 연계 된다 장동원.
진혁이 조심해. 나 가는 중, 나 가는 중. 죽지만 마.
해줘.
레오나 업. 야, 담라인 하자, 담라인해, 담라인해.
라인 지켜
라인 지켜, 라인 지켜. 나 궁 칠게 이번에 그냥.
아, 이 스킨 켜줘.
뚝
켜줘.
쿨이야, 쿨.
오케이.
레오나 5초. 가자. 레오나 4초. 레오나 태어났어.
레오나 잡자.
아리 태어났어, 아리. 오! 뒤에 비고. 상관없어. 내거 싸면 끝나.
아, 레붕이 너무 못했다.
beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I am joined by Wolf and Cubby here to break down game number 2 and a Nongshim victory. As soon as the pressure of playoffs were lifted, Nongshim discovered how to win the video game, and they did so. Just a little shout out to myself with the Renekton Talia.
Yeah, that's what this draft is all about, because you chose Sivir face up into the Zeri, and we're talking about Ghost, who's been one of the worst performing AD carries this season, versus Deft, who's had a bit of a resurgence. And so at the beginning of the draft, you're like, ooh, they left the Zeri open, they're picking the Sivir. This can be okay, but I don't trust this matchup, straight up in that 1v1 angle. But then when you see the Renekton and the Talia come through, you're like, okay, we can just play around top side. Naturally, Ghost should be fine in the 2v2, and then you can play around the top side of the map, which is exactly what we wanted Nongshim to do all season long. This is exactly what this team comp was built to do with these 5 players.
Yeah, and I think with that draft as well, you have the bridge on the top side, but also the flexibility of that Talia Renekton. I think that forced a support pick on 4 on the side of DRX instead of potentially going a jungler. So you also get to counter support then. That can help Sivir get out of the waning phase. And then when Sivir gets to 5, 6 items, still the same Sivir despite the changes. So we really got to see Ghost hit that stride and be really big in some of the later fights.
Yeah, we actually saw what made Sivir amazing in the past, right? Which was fighting front to back. You throw your boomerangs in and you just hit ricochet and you hit the back line whilst hitting the front line. It's 2-for-1 special. It's a beautiful deal. Absolutely love to see it from Ghost. Let's get into our first highlight though to see how Dread and Canna really owned this early game.
This is the very unlikely duo of Tahm Kench and Renekton getting an insane amount of value as Canna gets a massive shield here. And this is just illustrating once again how they played around topside. I do not think DRX should be opting into fights like this when their composition is at its weakest versus when Nongshim's comp is at its strongest.
Wolf, I agree with you. The honorable handshake around Herald, not a huge fan of. I think that DRX could look for value elsewhere. And they also went for the double down, which was turned by a really nice ult from Dread. So Nongshim got huge value early. They were up like 4k gold, and that really helped them getting into this mid game where felt like they were owning all the side lanes. Fortunately, we did see DRX though have a decent turn and at least made this game very interesting.
Yeah, so we definitely had our certified Zeri moment around the Drake. Let's bring that one up right now. Wolf, take me through it. How are you feeling?
Well, I mean, look, Deft is, again, on the backside of this fight, completely untouched until they decide to collapse in here. And while they do, it's just too much. Like, the CC that they have, Zeka's here, and Deft has cleanse, and he's happy to actually go over here and grab several kills. Like, the way this was fought out from Nongshim was very messy. They're trying to play around picking an Ahri who has Banshee's Veil, and then Deft gets triple kill here, and that is the certified Zeri moment. Right on the bottom of your screen there. It's actually a double he picks up there, not a triple. In my memory, it was a triple, because he picked up his triple item right after that, picked up an Infinity Edge, and then has so much poke throughout the mid-game after that.
Yeah, also really just love the angle that Deft took. Of course, Zeri, a champ that's very strong in the meta, have a lot of mobility, but Deft really took advantage of it, utilizing that back wall to stay protected, was on the enemy side of the map. There were no tools left in the bank for Nongshim to get to him. Deft knew that, full advantage of it. Great to see that from Deft.
It was a very nice fight for Deft. However, it was not the final fight of the game. And 6-item Zeri versus 6-item Sivir came in, and now we're going to have to certify a Sivir moment. Wolf.
Yeah, it's so interesting how Nongshim's massive lead in the early game gave them some longevity in this game, because there weren't a whole lot of structures, of course, for DRX killed early on. And now we have the Sivir moment. We're going to certify it here, as Ghost just does so much in this fight. And in the later parts of the game, Ghost will actually out-damage a Zeri unless she has the perfect setup, which they did unfortunately not have. And Sivir just pops off in these final moments. But for me, the beauty of this comp for Nongshim was their lead was enough to where even when we had the Zeri get her moment, they were able to still survive long enough for Sivir to actually get full build, which is where she gets to actually escape the trough and pop off in the late game.
Yeah, and that wasn't necessarily like the main moment for the Sivir, but it was definitely
the last one.
No, exactly right. So, Cubby, what did you think? I know it wasn't certified, but it was still good.
We'll take it. I think for Ghost and Nongshim, I gotta say, I'm still on the Zeri over Sivir train, but I really respect their ability to B1 it and have a comp that I think was a really nice idea for how to play around a B1 Sivir. They used it to get a lead, used it to get Sivir to that late game where you can kind of be a bridge and still make sure that Ryze Renekton champs that do fall off throughout the game are still useful. That point-and-click CC that each champion has, when you have a Sivir that's able to front to back against that, it becomes really useful. So I think Nongshim actually had a really nice idea of how to play around the first pick Sivir. I like seeing that creativity.
No, it was absolutely fantastic, and I think that Ghost definitely earned a few votes here. As far as POG is concerned, I'm not entirely sure where it's going to go, but I think that Dread had an absolutely amazing early game. Some final thoughts, boys? Who are your pogs going to go to?
I went for Dread because for me, I'm thinking the lead that he got Nongshim is how they were able to survive through the power trough there for Sivir and the big spike for Depth, so they had enough wiggle room to actually get to the late game. So for me, it was all about Dread on the top side.
I'm split. I think I'll side with Wolf and Dread as well, but we'll see who ends up grabbing it.
Well, we'll see who's going to earn their POG vote here on this particular desk. Let's bring it up. It'll be Ghost. The Sivir moment was indeed certified. It's been certified by the LCK, his very first POG, which is a little bit baffling, but I guess Nongshim haven't had the opportunity to pick up too many of them.
Yeah, he does 1,000 damage per minute, and it's a boom boom damage vote, as we like to call it here on the English desk, but...
That was the certified Sivir moment there.
There you go. Look, I think that if he hadn't performed as well as he did, and he didn't put off the consistent damage in this, in these really important team fights at the very last moments, then absolutely Nongshim do not take the win here. So, well-deserved vote regardless. We'll see how split it is.
Yeah, a few dreads. The Jonas Strong, just huge brain BDD vote. How are we feeling about that one, Cubby?
I gotta say, Ghost picking up that first plug feels good. I know that for Nongshim, missing out on playoffs was, of course, a very small chance, but it's been a little bit of a struggle for them this split. And, you know, Ghost, someone that has hoisted a world championship. It's got to be a bummer to miss playoffs, but really nice seeing him step up, perform that game. And again, good idea around the B1 Sivir. That's around Ghost. He was able to make sure it turned into a win for Nongshim.
He absolutely did. And ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to go back to the commentators. We have a game number 3 afoot. Let's get into it.
The game is afoot, thanks to Nongshim and Ghost picking up the POG. Nice to see that he does get it on this day. And yeah, we will have one game to decide who will win this series. DRX is desperate to try to pick this one up. They will have blue side, which should help. But as we know, every single match win, every single game win really matters for them in the challenge against Kwangdong for that last playoff spot.
And even if they do end up losing it today, DRX is still very much in control of their own fate, gets multiple different chances, but losing to a team that has been performing as poorly as Nongshim is always going to be a rough hit, so I'd imagine you want to avoid that at all costs. If you can, for DRX, and the bounce back that we've seen of them in many a match, aided by blue side as well, should be enough here on paper for this team to get themselves a win and get them closer to that locked-in playoffs.
Well, this is one way to start it off. They did this in game number 1. It was their 3rd ban on the Sivir, and Nongshim responded in kind. Sivir ban, Zeri ban. So different positioning, but similar idea, as Talia is also denied this time around.
Poppy is another one that I expect to definitely see hit the ban list from Nongshim. Callista going to get taken away here as well. Silas is another big issue, so we might get into some trading situations, as it's actually DRX that bans away the Poppy, which makes me believe that they want to again go for the B1 Silas, which I'm a big fan of. I've seen that pick is not only hard to counter, but also think that most of BDD's champion pool, barring the Zoe, doesn't really do a great job at countering it. Although the Rise has been on the rise mostly as a counter pick. You got the.
That was a really good one, Chronicler.
You got the
Thank
Ricochet one. I get to have some fun as well. I wasn't even going to pay attention to it as the Silas B1 unsurprisingly comes in, and means that the Gnar, which has continued dropping in priority, will probably not see play here either. Gwen does make it through this time around though, if Kana wants to opt into that direction. And my expectation is that we end up seeing a Aphelios lock in here at the very least to make sure that Ghost is again on a comfortable matchup. And then possibly a jungler, giving the opportunity for BDD to go for a counter pick later on. Can go for Zoe now, but it's tough into the Silas. I think Rise pickup here is another option that you're never going to feel really bad about, especially considering last game.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. You deny any huge kind of game-changing ult, or team fight breaking ult, I should say. Rise's ultimate obviously has other value, and so that will be the choice here.
Yeah.
Going to be good into the melee regardless. But it is Zeka Silas, so I do feel like DRX are still in a pretty happy spot this time around. Nobody really wants to let anyone get Wukong anymore, which is something I've really noticed. And if it does let through, it's like almost always first picked as well. So something changed over the last couple of weeks where it's like, nope, Wukong is right back up there at the top of the priority list.
After the nerfs to his clear,
yes.
As unsurprisingly, Ken's Jinx coming in here. The Kench, a really big part of why Nongshim was able to play that previous game the way that they did. Lulu seems like the obvious pick up here for Snowflower in terms of actually being able to assist the Aphelios in the later stage of the game. Alternatively, go for Nautilus, which
or
is...
Yumi.
Or Renekton, but just blind Renekton. We're back to this, aren't
we? Hey, I mean, you know.
Don't say it. I can see
it has a 100% win rate. No, I was going to say that it worked. You know, Nongshim don't have a lot of wins, to be completely...
No, you're right.
Honest. They do not have a lot of wins, and one of those wins was pretty decidedly in the early game of Game 2. Now, it took them about 7,000 years to end the game, but they did get there, and it was with the Renekton in their comp. And now, you know, I don't think the 10% bonus AD to the Dominus damage is the biggest thing. I think just people are beginning to play it again.
Renekton is a state of mind. You just gotta get there again, and then we can see the crocodile get prio in every lane. And
what state is it? Is it Florida?
Isn't that alligators?
Yeah, I think it is.
Which is still wild to me that it's just alligators. like I haven't been to many.
Yeah, they're
places
just
in
chilling,
America.
you know.
Been to the West Coast. They don't really felt like it's a country where there should be alligators, but that's you know, he's already locked in, so we're not getting rid of the crocodile this time around.
Yeah.
As Ornn taken away has of course been a very consistent pick into the Renekton, managing the early game power and being able to skill very easily into the late game.
Kingen plays Jace.
No.
We just go back to the good old days.
God, is it good?
It's not.
When Zeus isn't playing Jace, I'm calling that champions in the garbage right now. We're not playing it. We're not doing it.
Yeah.
Unless I've seen Zeus pick it up.
I don't think it's the way.
I don't believe. Support pickup here. The Renata is interesting because, of course, the laning pressure is very, very strong. And maybe you don't want to give over another ultimate, and Nautilus in terms of lane matchup is very uninteresting because Kanch doesn't really care.
I'm just really curious about what is going to be in the top lane against Renekton. Because there's no Gnar, no Ornn.
Cannon?
Jace isn't a thing.
Gragas?
Gragas is definitely a good option. Cannon I was also thinking about just for lane matchup, but Gragas, you know, the Renekton goes in and so does your belly. And then you just kind of sustain through the lane. And your cask is really good into what we're looking at right now.
Is it Lee? It is Lee. After
finally.
After a long time where we see him hovered for the earlier parts of the night. Now it's R5 Nautilus, isn't it? It's gonna happen.
Watch him play Bard. Just randomly, he's like, you know what? It's time for Bard. Hey, Yuumi, like I said, you know, it was left open through the draft. It's really strong. Yeah, this isn't, you know, Zeri versus Sivir plus Yuumi somewhere in there, but
I love it.
Still good.
No, I think it's really good because in this lane, playing for lane seems like a foregone conclusion anyway. And Yuumi actually came up as one of the picks that could punish Kanch because you do actually match his scaling in a very different way. But the amount of utility that it provides not only to Ghost and late game teamfights, but also if Kana or Dread, which again, very strong top 2v2 and 3v3, get a lead and you can slap a Yuumi on them, it's going to look even more worrisome than a Crocodile in game number 2.
Yeah, I think it's just a great way to round out the draft here for Nongshim, as that is, yes, a raccoon. Nuguri, the player, of course, Nuguri in Korean does mean raccoon. He is still on Dom 1, guys. But Nongshim, the brand, has a brand of ramen, which is called Nuguri.
Mm.
And it's good.
It is.
I'm a fan. And also Ghost Whiting.
He did have a great game. Ghost's signature on the Jin skin is one of my favorite things that exists in League. It's just so cute. It's just a little ghost. It's just a little ghost, fellas.
Yep.
Sometimes you don't have to overcomplicate things.
Just a little ghost. So this looks good on the side of DRX. Big fan of that, but also on this side, all of the power that you mentioned, the Aphelios, the Ryze, the Viego, and the Renekton, really gonna love a cat on the back, on the book. And guys, we do have game number 3. Let's jump into it right now.
And as we mentioned in the previous game, Kana again going for the PTA. Also Kingen with Grass, maybe looking to go towards the tank Gragas, which I think fits this comp very, very well. Also much better matchup into the Renekton. AP Gragas definitely has a risk of both getting itemized against and getting bursted down. But also Ghost going for the PTA here, and kind of is in line with what we've seen. This matchup has developed so much over the course of spring, mostly when it was the main AD carry handshake, just like we had Wukong Viego for the entirety of spring, which now back to Wukong just being banned, I guess.
Yeah.
we have the development of that PTA allowing you to go in for really aggressive guild force plays, also aided by the Ingenious Hunter that you can see in Ghost's rune set. This invade, of course, going to be completely known by Nongshim, and hopefully this means that Kana is going to be able to be played towards also defensive vision set up, so they will know if there is an invade coming through from Dread. And the Dread, instead of opting to go towards top, running immediately towards his own jungle, will get spotted though.
Yeah, he's got red buff against blue. They are getting a little risky there in the jungle. There's Dread going to start this one up, and he has Prio from mid. Obviously, Lee Sin can be very dangerous, but only with blue buff against red. The flash does come in. There's the follow-up stun. Pyosik is left out to dry. Dread just going to 1v1 him from 100 to 0. And now he's Lee Sin.
I should point out, really big advantage here that you get just by having access to the much stronger combat buff. And in addition to that, I wonder what happened in terms of calls, because Pyosik dies with both his summoner up and with his bot lane also having a pretty decent shove. So maybe a miscommunication expecting their bot lane to rotate earlier, because I think he knew fairly early on that 1v1 was not going to go his way. So we'd love to see a replay of that. As outside of that, maybe just the early cooldowns being a little bit high, as Dread now making his way over. Don't know if he was spotted, but not going to find anyone right now. A little bit of hesitation here.
It's going in for a little poke. He has total control of the jungle right now, so if he really wanted to, he could try to just face check, but it doesn't look like he's going to take that kind of risk. He knows that Pyosik probably could have just rushed red and maybe been there, and then, of course, DRX on their side of the jungle. On their side of the map, they would have first response, and then maybe he would get into trouble without his flash. So and he just says, you know what? Let's just double scuttle.
Yeah, and he can also take blue because he has topside prio, early power of the Renekton already coming through here. BDD doesn't have full prio, but it's still Rise, so even early on his shove is still going to be pretty hard to deal with. Has to be respected early on. Salas has received so many continuous nerfs to his early wave clear and his passive that, yeah, Dread, immense early lead here. And the reason why I think it's really important to highlight is that because Pyosik, more so than arguably any other jungler within the LCK, maybe Umti comes close, is a jungler that thrives off momentum. If he starts rolling in the early game, he picks up a kill or two, he's going legendary. You know, like you know that everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
That's not. That doesn't quite end up being the case. And yeah, I'm pretty sure. He doesn't have his Q. So with just the W and the E, the 1v1 is just not happening. And it's actually the pathing from Dread here that I think really catches him off guard. Really nicely done. Doesn't have a ward or anything to make his way over. Didn't have his bot lane nearly, or his mid lane even, nearly close enough. BDD finding the roam.
I think there was a chance if he flashed and then safeguarded to Zeka, who had somehow made his way behind BDD, then maybe he survives. Then even then, like, you're losing flash, you might also lose your life anyway. So he's just like, I got wrecked.
It's very unfortunate.
I'm
really,
accepting my fate.
Yeah, really impactful, because that also means that that map splitting that we talked about doesn't actually come to fruition. I think without that, you can set up an early dive if you can force some summoners on Ghost. This is actually a diveable lane, right? You have a lot of damage available, you have double combat summoners, but instead, it's not going to be the case, and you'll get an early Drake for your troubles. But looking at this Nongshim comp, I'm looking again at the Herald fight, I'm looking at the late game, especially with this Yuumi. It's going to make the lives of Dread and Kana so much more comfortable. And knowing that this Drake is being taken, Kana just says, yeah, I'm really happy about that. Feeling great. Not so much now, though.
Perfect cask. And yes, the Q is going to get insane value, but it does not matter, as it was It was a moment of who's flanking who, who's trapped in here with who. Is it really Kana who's zoning King and off the wave, or are you just going to get teleported behind and then cast perfectly? Now, he does die with this flash up.
Yeah.
He probably should have just flashed the cask, but perhaps thinking, oh, I could probably get out of this. I'm Renekton. Unfortunately, not this time, Kana.
No. Also, hadn't backed yet, which doesn't help.
Neither of them, actually.
No. But for King, and he felt pretty good about the whole ordeal. Was considering going for the Lucidity Boots, then opted into the Balmy Cinder instead, which I think is a great call into the early pressure that a Renekton can have. So picks up an early Mana Crystal, wondering if he's going to go for an early Glacial Shroud. Try and maintain a little bit of resistances in here. And also, Frozen Heart is just a really good item in general, so I'm always happy to see it. But as really good setup from King in here. Yeah, Kana is like, if I just slice and dice, is it enough? It's not, and even with the chains missing, it's more than enough damage here. Zek, of course,
What about the
fresh
Dominus buff? Nearly pulled him through there.
Yeah.
Anyway, Dread, level 6, because he is so far ahead in this one. They were certainly considering a dive on the bottom side, especially no Devour, but both summoners up for both bottom lanes. You have the rotation coming down. Now, BDD's going to get first roam here once again, so they could just, it's just a return here. There's no vision of this happening, but of course they know it's happening now as the Abyssal Dive is straight into the open arms of Dread and BDD, who is tanking the turret though, but he has a Yuumi nearby, so switches over to Tom Kemp's Dread. Abyssal Dives himself out of there, and that is just a double kill in the bottom side for Nongshim.
And it's the confidence that Nongshim has been lacking for a while.
Yeah.
Just really cleanly executed. Might end up giving up a Herald here, but the value that you get, getting a kill on Ghost, who, as pointed out previously, I think is as much of an on and off player as Pioshik is, because I remember Ghost, as mentioned previously, in this series he's gone, what was it, 10-2? Something of the sort?
Yeah.
9-2, and 0-7.
Yes,
and
same series.
Yeah, same series, and right now he is starting early. Dominus is available. This is something that can backfire, but Zaka can't join this fight. So maybe Nongshim want to force it, but they decide against it, which you already got all the value that you needed out of that bot side play. So trying to kind of cheat your way into fighting here as well is something that can very easily backfire and lead to you losing the lead that you got for yourself on bot side. So it feels kind of off, and the main mistake is just them rotating people over as opposed to just completely letting it go. But overall, yeah, this dive very clean. Deft and Beryl trying to get away, and then Beryl's unfortunate Abyssal Dive underneath the turret into the waiting arms of the enemy as Kana going for the early Dominus here. Trying to get his raids charged up, clears the wave. That's something.
Yeah, but the plates are still going to go down. BDD has found a Kingen in the jungle, and the charge does come in. So probably split some of that gold over to Deft here. But at the end of the day, Nongshim's still in the lead. It's really the big jungle lead and, of course, the bottom play. As you mentioned, you know, the fight. Oh, no. Not like this. Okay. Oh, no! Not like this! No! The cat is dead. That is so unfortunate. But nice little setup there for DRX. That's another kill fed over to Zeka. And maybe Nongshim will look back on the conservative play not to contest on the Rift Herald with your Renekton, and maybe feel bad if they continue to lose small little bits here and there.
Yeah, I still believe that based on the position they were in, the mistake mainly is not just immediately recognizing that we're not going to contest that, right? We got the bot side play. That's enough. We now need to try and punish any rotation over from DRX. But yeah, that Yuumi kill is definitely unfortunate, especially because Ghost is right there. So maybe try and play it with him there as well, you know, so you can actually get out. Fortunately for Yuumi, at the moment that you get CC'd, jumping towards that Aphelios is never going to be an option. And now, Nongshim looking to get themselves a Drake here. I think giving up a second Drake means that the subsequent fights become a lot harder. Even though the Drake itself not too relevant, means that you're in a much more forced position as the soul point will become a lot earlier available. And here we go again, BDD on his way.
Yeah, he is coming down. 4 members right now, no teleport here for Kana, and note that the first roam will be Kingen, who is making his way down here to the mid lane. This is just an Ocean Drake, but we want to be stacking those up. DRX already picking up the first Drake. They would love to try to contest this, especially if the Renekton is not going to be a part of it, but they don't really commit, and so King is just going to go back to the top side of the map, and we won't actually have a Drake fight just yet.
Still has a window here as well where Kingen has teleport and Kana hasn't. That one is rapidly closing, but I think it's a good call here from Kingen to the very least go back to top side. Renekton is one of those picks where if you just leave him alone with a turret, he will very rapidly dispatch of it. And whatever you might get on the opposite end of the map might not be worth it in terms of overall value. As looks like it will in the end be Nongshim that at least have river control. And Dread keeps hovering. His jungle is up, so there is a pretty high cost of opportunity for this, but the same can be said for Pioshik. And in the end, do think that it makes sense that DRX is going to give this one up. Because DRX, they don't really need to do anything. And yes, the Yuumi late game is good, and Nongshim still has a lot of power, but you're also sitting on Silas, Jinx, and tank Gragas. So, don't feel too bad about taking it slow.
I think they're just chilling. Silas is also 2-0, so that feels nice. I did get old early spring season Nongshim flashbacks when I saw Fed Dread with a Yuumi on his back. Yeah. That Talon was, or that champion was Talon. Bit of a spoiler there. But still, Diego can do insane stuff, especially with a Yuumi on the back. That's what I was talking about in this draft, you know. There are a lot of pieces of the puzzle here for DRX, and on paper, they are the better team. They might just be able to push it through, but I'm a bit worried about just how much value this Yuumi is going to get for DRX, because I'm worried for DRX in this case, because it can be kind of insane, as we are trying to set this up, but this is not going to work.
No, Zek has Sums, and also is Silas, and has Everfrost, so tough one to crack in that regard. And overall, gold lead kind of stabilizing at the 1K mark. Unsurprisingly, again, Kana getting a sizable lead on the Crocodile, as is to be expected. Don't pick the Gragas to go and really go toe-to-toe. You pick the Gragas to do your best Dove cosplay.
Yeah.
Just sit there, take the beating, and be ready for Death to carry, which we haven't mentioned.
Hey, and get great casks.
True.
And play well in the team fights.
Yeah, and get carried. And get carried by Death's Jinx.
Yes,
yeah, that's how it goes.
And also totally give up your lane. Although I saw him getting a little aggressive that one time for the grasp stack. That one time.
Stack him up, Velda.
Yeah.
As many as you can.
He's not that far behind, only 24
at
this point in time, 14 minutes into the game. As Pioshik is trying to make this happen, oh wow, he actually flashed into the end of that Everfrost. A crazy interaction there as a big rocket is also flying by. In goes Pioshik, and he will pick up the kill onto BDD. That is going to be huge benefit here to DRX, who now have the push in mid lane.
And Dread looking for a counterplay. Kana's teleport available. He's going to come through. Def trying to look for the cancel.
I guarantee you he 100% would never have expected the Jinx to stop him with the chompers, and now Deft is going to live, only thanks to both of his summoners, as he is three levels behind that very scary Croc.
That's worth. You got first turn, but who cares about your summoners as Jinx? You have a Kench. Don't need any of those. Oh, yeah, I don't know about trying to also take this this Herald DRX. I think you can let this one go.
Yeah, I think Nongshim are going to fight over this one. Like, your Renekton is at a spot now where, and everybody's going to be there this time, you know? I think it absolutely should be Nongshim's, especially because this Jinx did just lose both sums. So, yeah, it is going to be Nongshim that do pick this up. DRX will just let this one go, but note that DRX have taken the gold lead in this game.
As one would with picking up the first turret blood. Very nicely done. Also looking to get an unanswered turret here unless BTD uses teleport. And it's this map, cross-map play. Yeah, we'll get it. Where I do think that overall the performance of Nongshim is still very reminiscent of the team that we've seen the entire split. Not quite able to match their opponents as cancel does come through, of course, on top of a ward. And now a lot of aggression coming down here. Kana doesn't have dominance available just yet, but teleport is available for BDD.
Yeah, he has flash too, but he does not have any idea that this is coming in. The cask is huge, and even Tom Kent is here as the kick does come in, and that will be enough. They're even able to hand over the kill to Zeka, who is now 3-0-1. And he was a menace in game one. He didn't even get that insanely fed in the early game in game one, but now it's a very different story.
I'm loving these pickoffs and this proactive setups by DRX, because I think this is the perfect way to take a game like, or a team like Nongshim rather, really out of their comfort zone. Nongshim has already shown that they have a really tough time with actually finishing through, actually taking out these games. And then moments like this, where BDD is actually flashing inside, Dread's also not going to be able to find the ultimate to come through on Pioshik here, which might have also given him the opportunities at the very least trade kills. And then this is just a really clean setup, by which I mean you just throw enough spells at him and one of them will hit. In this case it's the cask, and then Pioshik coming in for the kick as well, even though the initial change and the Everfrost don't really find the mark. It doesn't end up mattering. And now, gold lead, 1.5k goal in favor of Nongshim, or in DRX rather, but Nongshim still have a very strong comp here overall.
Okay, so that's stolen actually by the side of DRX, so they will have this extra movement speed and, of course, the vision around this objective. Ghost.
Yeah.
He's just going to Gale Force and just skirt his way out of this one.
Gotta do something, Nongshim. Gotta pull the trigger at some point. Can't just...
Your Renekton is here. You put down a Rift Herald in the bottom lane. Let's see the fight. Well, we're not getting much. We do have a Rune Prison here onto a Gragas, and now Kana is being bullied. He is quite the tanky Croc, but Deft is kind of just free hitting, running down the river, as that might not last too long, but the Devour is very nice here from Beryl. That gives that extra space for Deft, but a huge Moonlight Vigil, as once again Ghost is making this Aphelios work for him, as yes, he will get kicked in, but can his team clean up the fight is the question, as the answer is yes, absolutely. Dread and BDD with the help of the Yuumi going to clean up a lot. The Drake goes to DRX. But a lot of kills here into the pockets of Nongshim.
Ghost truly looking to go 1v9 overall. Nongshim now evening up the gold, and you do see the value of the Yuumi already with just the Moonstone available in these extended fights, where the sustain of Kana, the sustain of Dread keeps them going for so long. King, unfortunately, with a zoning cost on himself, making sure that he doesn't get taken down, doesn't get too much value, and neither does the ultimate from the Yuumi. Not great from Snowflower, but it doesn't matter because it's all just luring DRX into a false sense of security. BDD, a lot of damage getting done here, and then when this crit comes through, Ghost is like, I'm not letting it go. Unfortunately, as he flashes in, they get vision over the wall, and Pioshik kicks him in. But even with Ghost going down, he's done his job, right? He's done enough damage, the rest of his team can easily clean up. And it is a back and forth here in terms of gold.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's very even at this point in time. It's Cloud Soul, which, you know, for game one DRX's comp, I think that was probably ideal. In this case, it's still pretty good, but it's not going to be insane value, I would say. You know, even if Nongshim want to give up one, if they want to look for a better fight, I wouldn't mind it either. As now we have some roaming up to the top side, but Pioshik is seen all the way. They also got that shutdown onto Zeka, so that's a nice chunk of gold. Not sure who exactly did pick up that shutdown. Still good overall. DRX being very proactive.
Kana has
this top
TP.
lane.
Yeah, looking to trade an outer for an inner. That's a trade you'll take any time. Double teleport available here. King and Zeka can both respond to this, and looks like it will end up being the teleport from King, who now has finished his Frozen Heart. Very strong item, obviously, to both Kana and Dread. And going to get a lot of value out of that. Although BDD, as mentioned previously, once he hits the later stages, Transform comes through, and he's going to build some AP, finish his death cap. His damage is still going to remain relevant. It's more about, is he able to do it? Because even though the KDA right now is not looking too odd, this is still Jinx on Deft with a Kench, which by itself is enough to win most games.
BDD getting some really nice crown value. He's still going to go for the flash. Remember that the both of them have a ton of damage coming in here, Zeka and Pioshik, and they just realm warp out. And once again, Kana is right back in that side lane, putting on the pressure. He has been, I think, pretty great, actually, in these side lanes with the Renekton. I feel like he's either been getting value in terms of taking down plates, or he's been drawing a lot of attention to himself and really opening up the map for his team.
Agreed. Provides a lot of control. Ghost should have the Collector finished, as it now does come through. And outside of Kingen, that's an item that's still going to get a ton of value. Although between the early stopwatch as well as Barrel with his locket,
that's Zhonya's. It says Zhonya's.
Yeah. Say stopwatch?
Yeah.
Well, I mean...
Because Zhonya's is the one that gives you the armor.
Well, there you go. Thank you, Valdez. But yeah, as mentioned, is going to, at the very least, get a lot of defensive stats of that. If he gets his crit again on his ultimate, then none of it's really going to matter. So I hope that Ghost is feeling lucky. We have seen these Infernum ults decide the pace of the early fights. As Anna and Kingen.
Kingen's like, you don't do damage to me. I have stacked up an insane amount of armor. But then the rest of the team comes over, and Kingen says that's not a very fair fight. Teleport going to be used here by Zeka, actually into the middle of the map. Just waiting for this next Drake to spawn. Death with red buff as well. Seems like DRX are in a pretty good spot to try to take this next skirmish.
Overall, Nongshim making their way over. Zeka says thank you for the dominance. Oh, Kana loving this build. Going for the early late Rune King. Very strong item. Zeka is spotted.
Not, oh, there's the crown down on BDD, actually. He was looking for the zap onto that, but the barrel is what gets it done. Feels like both teams want to fight, but nobody's really courageous enough to pull the trigger just yet. DRX get this one once again, and everybody is behind them. So they just switch sides. I'm not sure about the technical value of that play, to be honest.
It's a better position.
Yes.
You know, marginally. Yeah. You have a lot more space.
True. BDD's got, well, he's like trying to angle down towards the bottom side, but he doesn't have flash, so Dominus procs, Drake down, Cask is good onto the Renekton though. The damage not quite there, but there is the follow-up from King, gets a double body slam. BDD is right into the thick of things as he gets kicked in, and Ghost is left out to dry. Definitely have seen this before, as unfortunately he eventually will go down. He is cutting this out pretty nicely, even with the Gravitum though he is not going to survive. 3,600 damage for Deft, and it feels like now they will just go ahead and take the Baron.
And unfortunately for Nongshim, I think that might be the killing blow unless Deft can find a Miracle Stealer, but look at that. Barrel, standing watch, making sure that no one is going to come near this. Yeah, not even going to try. Not even going to try. Instead, just looking to shove in the wave, so to deny value from this Baron. As Barrel will spot him, but that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, no, like... This fight, you know, the Realm Warp was pretty interesting, but again, it just kind of feels like the old problems of Nongshim kind of plaguing themselves. Like, nobody is willing to shot call, pull the trigger, and so they kind of just waddle around until, of course, the fantastic engage comes in.
Yeah, Kingen and Zeka the heavy lifters there. Zeka the one that starts it all off. And then Kingen finding some very high value CC into the choke point. And that's the end of it, you know? And you know what the best part was? That was Zonya, so he gets it back.
Yeah.
He gets it back, Valdez.
It's true.
Thank you for pointing that out. Would have made a mistake there otherwise, but now you're going to reach a point for Nongshim where until you get your shred itemization on board, you're probably just not going to kill Kingen.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a while, if ever. Ghost is going to, based on how he's been building thus far, going to be going for the Lord Doms next. But that does mean that your IE spike is very far delayed. BDD is looking to, I hope, go for a death cap. I would not like to see a Shadow Flame in this scenario, with the state of the game as is. But
it probably is.
It might be. It's also, of course, a power spike that you hit at least a little bit earlier, so that's something. But right now, yeah, bounties are up. Base is getting pummeled.
Okay, Ghost. He's getting angry. His entire team is coming over here as well. As the Realm Warps have been creative in this game, I'll say. Not going to get too much value out of that one. Not the most insane Baron power play we've ever seen, by the way. Just about 3,000 gold. But they still have a minute left, so
yeah.
Let's see how much longer it'll go for, as Kana is just going to dice his way out of there.
And it kind of continues the trend. The Sekai again goes for this very aggressive Lich Bane build. Oh, Kana.
Okay, I mean, this is one way to get your engage off. Really nice cast, though, from King, and once again separates the two frontliners from the side of Nongshim, and now you just don't have any engage. It's kind of what happened in the last fight. They're just all running away as the Renekton is very scary and large with the Dominus, but that is just about all he is. As the slowdown comes down onto Ghost, and this one feels like a done deal, guys. Nongshim not going to find luck here in game number 3, and DRX, they will pull it together one last time as they're chasing underneath the turret's depth. He'll tank up that turret, he does not care. As Snowflower, that is just a Lee Sin kill for the picking, but Pyoshik says no.
Just wait.
Yeah, oh, deft. Get him! Ah!
That's a heal.
Nice try, nice try. And at the end of the day, yes, the turrets will go down, and in fact, the game will end at about 28 minutes in this one. They are not able to get that final kill on Snowflower just yet, as Ghost is actually putting on a show at the end. They kill him one last time, but Snowflower will live. DRX pick up the 2-1 victory in this first series tonight.
And overall, it's a win for DRX. That's what matters most. You can have discussions about the form of the players, how the team looks, but what really matters is, in the end, actually getting the win. They were able to secure that one, meaning that their grip on playoffs becomes tighter and tighter, and a lot of the tendencies that we've seen from DRX kind of ring through, right? We've seen Zeka, I think, again, the stalwart defender for this team, very consistent, had really good performances in each of the games, most notably, of course, the Silas ones. And in this final game, we again, I think, see some glimpses of Deft and Barrel, especially once they get out of the laning phase, how they're able to play out the fights. Unfortunately, on the flip side for Nongshim, it's not surprising the way it ends up. And it was a better showing, but that's still going to ring kind of hollow after the split that they've had.
Yeah, definitely pretty rough for them. They have 3 more series, so hopefully, you know, they keep their spirits up. They finish off the season relatively strong. I don't think this is a celebration moment, but Tosha kind of looks like he's got something prepared.
Oh. Aww. Of course he does.
Okay, he's putting on a Suwon jersey. All right. Don't know the context of the Suwon jersey, but a very nice dance for us. Thank you very much, Yoshik. And apparently it's a famous Suwon K-League player. I believe that is a football league, and Yoshik apparently looks like him. So there you go. And instead of his real name, he put LOL instead of his last name. Okay. Very interesting. A very complicated ceremony at the end of this very creative series.
It's a thinker, Valdes. We're gonna need some time on that one. This was the turning point, I think, where even with the value of the Yuumi coming in, Nongshim wasn't really able to find, I think, decisive leads that you're looking for with a comp like this in mid-game. And that, with a composition like this, especially with how well they were able to actually pull it together in their previous win, just made it look like a slightly lesser version of that, which in terms of drafts, I think makes a little bit of sense. Aphelios definitely in these situations where it's really easy to reach from the back line, tough to actually take down, or to take down anyone on the enemy team. And then, yeah, this is Dev just free hitting while the rest of his team is standing in front. And unsurprisingly, DRX ends up getting the win. So, quick 2-1. Some stuff to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
형, 나 먹는 거 없어요?
아, 쭉 가봐, 쭉 가봐.
Let's
발걸이
listen.
한번 볼게.
나 먹는 거 없어, 나 먹는 거 없어.
아이고, 와봐.
에, 슬로 걸렸어, 슬로 걸렸어. 나 먹는 거 있어,
Saying
이제.
how he got the
풀었어,
slow on the
풀었어.
ghost.
해봐, 이거. 자, 라인 잡아, 라인 잡아. 오케이,
Go for Rise.
나 이거 일단 바텀
상황
쓸게.
먹을게, 먹을게.
그냥 라인 밀게.
한 명 먹어줄 수 있어.
Go and we can get him.
끝낼만한가?
Can we end?
야, 유미 죽여.
Get Yumi.
죽여.
Kill her.
옥쟁이 안
형, 가게.
아, 뭐야.
힘들어.
뭐야. 힘들어. 참아.
They're like, all right, hold on. Like, don't go for it. After the especially interesting abyssal dive there from Barrel. As that was a big mountain to climb there in that goal difference graph. A lot happened in, just a couple of engages from the side of DRX. They were able to put a cap on this series.
And overall, I think DRX is going to be happy with any win that they take. And I don't even know if it says anything about the form of this team, because they've been playing like this all split, and then next time they just beat like KT 2-0. I could see it happen.
Could
Never
definitely
know.
happen. Could definitely happen. But guys, we do have the analyst carpet space waiting nearby. Let's go over to them right now.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space with a TV with a guy on it. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and this is Cubby. So, this was a classic Deft Jinx composition and draft. How do we think about it, boys?
For me, the biggest part of this, of course, is the Gragas pick that just gives so much disengage for Jinx. It already has a Tahm Kench. They get the Silas pick. There's a lot of ways to, basically counter the Rise Realm Warps, as we did see used defensively there by Zeka. DRX had a draft that's just all about Jinx is going to get to the late game. She's going to outrange the Aphelios. All we have to do is make it there.
Maybe we should save the blind Renekton's as well for when we can ban out a couple other pieces of the Ornn, the Gnar, the Gragas. Still 3 good answers. Taking an R3. It appears that Nongshim wanted to play a little bit faster this game, but it's a pleasure watching Deft's Jinx, as really you can never go wrong with that champion, and it was a great setup for him this game.
Yep, all time he's lost 6 games thus far, still sitting on a 70-something win rate. It's doing a very, very good job. Deft's Jinx is pretty damn strong. Let's get into our first highlight here that we do have, as this is where it began to go wrong.
Yeah, so Ghost doesn't get any plates bottom here. This lane swap comes through really quickly for DRX. They make this Herald play happen. They try to set up for tons of money here. And unfortunately, Yumi ends up getting caught here in the jungle trying to clear some vision, and this is just really unfortunate. He's just trying to do something while he waits for his AD carry to come up here. He wants to get the attach, but they're just pushed away by the cast. So a huge momentum swing here for DRX, because previously before this they were slightly behind, and then they end up getting value topside and a kill.
And that was the answer to the dive. I mean, the dive that Nongshim had bought on DRX was fantastic, but DRX, they sent their bot lane mid that helped them secure the Herald, then they got plates top, and meanwhile, Ghost, Nongshim, they were trying to match the bot lane of DRX. Just stay bot, take that trade, take those free plates. The fact they didn't opt in for that really got DRX back into this game.
Yeah, not opting into using Crescendo to take a turret, I also found a little bit baffling, and this was after Pyoshik got completely booted out of the jungle, died for first blood, like after taking 1 camp. Like, this should have been a huge amount of early game control for Nongshim. They weren't able to make happen. Let's jump into our second highlight though, as things start to really go DRX.
Yeah, well, in this fight, this is when DRX are really focused on BDD, who's on the edge here. This is a one fight for Nongshim because Ghost is untouched, is able to just walk up and hit a massive Moonlight Vigil here, because look at where Zeka, Pyoshik, and Kingen are. They're on the wrong side of this fight, and I wanted to grab this highlight just because, again, the framing of this series for DRX is, okay, yeah, you won against a team that's already eliminated for playoffs, but how clean was it? Against a better team, you might really struggle in fights like this, and, you know, DRX do end up taking the win just the same, but this fight definitely could have been a lot cleaner for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another shout out to Ghost. Hit a big 4-man, grabbed some, or I should say, blue ult from the Aphelios. Had a big one in game 1 too that helped them turn a fight under their bot inner turret. So even though it is a loss for Nongshim, I think that Ghost played very well today.
Yep, and I told a little bit of a lie. That was, of course, the fight that Nongshim did narrowly take the advantage in. We did want to highlight that Ghost had another pretty good game in these team fights. This next one, though, this was the classic stand in front of... Okay, here's a sneak preview of the POG. So we're going to go back to this one and watch, Zeka go in and bait out an ultimate from Snowflower, and then there's a really great body slam.
Yeah, for me, I mean, Zeka played this really well, gets into the choke point, has the Zonias as well, of course, and sets it up for the body slam, but that was definitely, for me, a Kingen highlight, as our POG seems to be a little bit spoiled there, but that was a huge turning moment, of course, for DRX to take back control of the game, taking a fight in a choke point with their really strong engage tools.
And I love how in those two highlights, we saw how Zeka utilized the stasis. It's so good, the fact that he is able to get an extra spell rotation off, and in each fight, he was able to split things with where he was taking his engages on the Silas. So again, this champion was B1'd in both of DRX's wins. I would really think about taking that away from Zeka moving forward. He proved that he was very, very sound in this champion.
Yeah, great utilization of blue side as well to make sure that this time around they were able to guarantee the Silas. But quizzical. I'm very interested in what the POG is going to be. I think Kingen might be able to pick it up. Let's have a look at who the... Oh, it's Zeka! Amazing. 7-2 and 7 back-to-back Silas POGs.
Wow. 100% kill participation. He had a fantastic game. For me, it was between him, Kingen, and actually Beryl, who I thought had a great game. You and I, Atlas, were both talking about how the Tahm Kench had some really fantastic moments, especially towards the later parts of the game. But it's the Zeka show again here for DRX, and I think that, like Valdez was pointing out earlier on the cast, he has really helped DRX turn this year around with a big turn in performance.
And, I mean, I think for LCK fans going into this split, it'd be pretty surprising to argue Zeka for being potentially the third best performing mid laner that we have in the league, but I really feel like when Zeka's on his game, that's where he falls within our league. It speaks very highly to his play. Of course, it was a very divided vote. Surprised to see Deft actually picking up so many. I guess Deft Jinx really, narrative for the media was really strong there.
You'll get used to the media Keck W's. It's going to take some weeks, but you'll get used to it eventually here, Cubby.
It's like an absolutely unanimous Keck W as well, and it's also a unanimous POG. So we're going to throw it over to Zeka and the interview. So here's Jisa.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the POG interview, joined by the solo POG of DRX, Zeka. Congratulations! DRX is one step closer to confirming a playoff spot. How was today's series? We prepared really hard for this series. We had a lot of talks and discussion. Even if we lose, we wanted to have a lot of fun, We wanted to enjoy the series. We wanted to give it our all. And your performance on Silas was unstoppable. It was the B1 from DRX in both Game 1 and 3. Tell me about that pick. I think Silas right now is so strong in the current meta in terms of the laning phase and also 2v2 in the mid-jungle area. Game number 1, we had the most kills in the summer split. How many kills do you expect? 12? So yeah, you had the highest number on kills, and the kills in total was in that game was 54 kills, and you did 13 kills in that games. How did that game turn out so great? In Game 1, I was not able to fully focus during the fights, but Silas is just too OP. And then moving on, DRX decided to play Sejuani Viego comp for 2 games in a row, which was on a 10-game winning streak prior to this series. And watching DRX perform with that duo, we were able to kind of understand why you guys prioritize that comp so much. Not only us, but also other teams are prioritizing Sejuani Viego comp on the top side of the map because they're really strong in terms of skirmishes and also playing around the Herald. However, Nongshim stepped up for game number 2 and DRX had to drop game 2. So what did you focus on heading into the last game? So we thought Sejuani Viego is the strongest, but Renekton Talia by Nongshim was so strong, so we decided to remove the Talia. We decided to ban it away. So in game 3, DRX quickly locked in Jinx Tomkin's duo for the bottom lane, and then Nongshim decided to play a Felius Yumi comp into that bottom duo. And Yumi is a very, very, scale-oriented pick. Because I didn't want the opponent to take Tomkins on their third pick. So we wanted to snowball off of the leads that Tomkins have against Yumi. And you actually told me that you were able to focus on the game better in game 3. Was that because there were so many, I'm really curious because there were not many ults that Silas could actually steal away in game 3. I mean, Deft was playing Jinx anyway, so if I get through lanes, Deft is gonna carry the late game anyway, so I was just farming there, getting prepared to get carried by Deft Jinx. Zeka, your performance and form nowadays is unstoppable and fantastic. Do you also agree? I mean, if I played really that good, we would have won all the prior matches, so I don't really think so. But still, DRX was able to pick up a victory. And did you see music ceremony in the end? Yeah, I think he got a gift by the fans because they are lookalikes, and I also think they really, really resemble each other. With this victory, DRX is very likely to make playoffs, and your next opponent is Guangdong Freaks. You guys are fighting for the last ticket to playoffs. So, just like we got eliminated by Guangdong last time, I'm looking for my revenge. I'm gonna eliminate Guangdong this time around. And this will be the end of the interview from Zeka, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation of the interview. And gentlemen, let's bring up the standings and see where everything is at. Unfortunately, this means that Nongshim are unable to make it through, of course, after they won one game in this series. And DRX still with some hope now.
Yeah, if Guangdong beats DRX on Sunday, I think there's a really good chance that DRX could fall out of playoffs. So that matchup is going to be so important. Guangdong, of course, if they beat Damwon Kia as well next week, that's the other big matchup they have. Damwon trending downwards, so not out of the woods just yet, DRX.
And also that match against KT could be a good preview of one of our earlier playoff matches. So always interesting back half of the regular season to see if teams end up going hard for those or maybe reserve some strategies. So a couple exciting matches to end our season here for DRX.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be some big question marks on whether or not Guangdong Freaks can knock them out again. But our next series is going to be Damwon Kia taking on Gen G. Of course, Gen G haven't been doing a whole lot of losing. They can still potentially get the highest game score on record, but they're going to have to keep picking up these wins, and we'll see whether they're going to do so after this shortish break.
cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
이즈랑 럭스는 사귀는 사이다. 라칸과 자야는 사귀는 사이다.
야, 헨리.
네?
너 지금 왜 갑자기 스토리 공부를 하고 있어?
스토리를 똑바로 알아야 그 챔피언을 제대로 다룰 수 있다는.
너 뭐하냐? 어차피 스토리는 다 바뀌는데. 그브랑 특패 몰라?
말도 안 되는.
뭐? 아저 뭐냐 저 매니저 책 쌓지도 못할 거야.
뭐더라고 있었나?
야 커피 사왔냐?
아이고 커피 사왔습니다요. 여기 시원하게 드십시오. 시원하게.
제대로 사온 거 맞지?
여기 있습니다. 아이 그럼요.
근데 다들 뭐 하고 있었냐는?
나는 스토리 보고 있다는. 뭐 스토리를 봐. 배워야지 배워야지. 나보다 티어 높은 너네들이 롤 좀 가르쳐주면 안 되겠냐는.
재밌어서 게임하다 보면은 알아서 올라와 있던데? 내가 쉽게 이기는 법칙 2가지를 알려줄까? 첫 번째, 절대 점수를 잃지 마라. 두 번째, 첫 번째 법칙을 준수해라.
어쩌나 동진아, 이 손을 줄 수도 없고.
티어도 얼마 야 우리가 안 나는 것들이 다른 가야 1로 올려주자.
노말을 돌려. 너는 그게 낙이야.
네, 오늘 주제는 바로 이겁니다.
일반인 티어 코칭에 따라 몇 단계까지 발전 가능할까에 대해서 해주세요.
아 그러면 오케이. 그러면 일반인 티어 그냥 7바라 칠게. 몇 단계까지 발전이
이거는
가능할까?
근데 사람에 따라 완전 다른데 정말 많이 올라갈 수도 있고 아예 못 올라갈 수도 있고
떨어질 수도 있고.
학교에서도 같은 수업을 듣는데 성적이 다 같진 않으니까.
그치.
그리고 이게 가르쳐 주는 사람도 중요하고 가르침 받는 사람도 중요한데 티어 차이가 그렇게 많이 안 나는데 가르쳐 준다. 그건 그렇게 크게 의미가 없을 수도 있어.
그래서
그게
동진아 다이아 4로 코칭하면 어때?
이걸 위해서 이 말을 꺼내려고. 나름 초대 우승자거든 또. 나름 또 초대 우승자고.
이게 좀 애매한 게 기간도 좀 중요하다고 생각해.
기간?
얼마 동안 안에. 그리고 나이도 중요하지 않나?
그치 나이도 엄청 중요하지.
또 얼마나 게임에 열정이 있나 뭐 이런 것도 뭐 다 따져봐야 돼가지고.
그러면
네.
가르친다고 일반인들이 다 프로게이머가 될 수 있는 건 아니잖아요.
그건 아니죠.
어느 정도 티어에 위치한 일반인들을 가르친다고 했을 때 프로게이머 정도로 키워낼 수 있다 이런 기준이 있을까요?
지금 당장 뭐 골드 플랫쯤이어도 나이만 어리면은 새싹 보고 결정할 수 있지 않을까요?
이미 새싹이면은
이미 새싹이면 올라가 있지 않을까? 아니 실제로 이렇게 말하는 사람들 엄청 많거든? 이미 잘한 애들은 어린 나이에 첼 찍었고 뭐했고 이런 말 하거든? 근데 아니야 진짜 잘하는데 티어 못 올리는 애들이 있어. BDD도 그랬잖아. BDD 고스트 이런 애들이.
어디서부터 시작해서 누구한테 뭐 가르침 받은 거야?
아니 걔네들은 나를 막 깨우치던데? 아니 근데 저희는 티어 낮을 때 팀에서 데려갔잖아 이미. 티어 낮을 때 데려온 게 아니야.
티어
이미 올라가 있었어.
야 어려다.
아니 나 그때 그렇게 하더라고.
놈을 봐.
아니 나 그때
왜 이렇게 화를 내고 그래?
엄청 높진 않았는데 테스트 보고 잘해가지고 키웠다로 알고 있어가지고 이렇게 화가 났어. 아니 저는 근데 솔직히 한 다이아 1 정도는 좀 와야 진짜 현실적으로 프로 레벨 좀 논할 수 있지 않을까. 일단 재능이 필요한 것도 팩트. 나이 어리면 어릴수록 확률 더 높은 것도 팩트. 그래서 기준점은 좀 내가 봤을 때 한 15살인데 다이아 4면은 너무 좋고 너무 좋지. 17살이면 다이아 1 정도?
되게 디테일하네.
실제로 17살에 다이아 1 마스터 왔다 갔다 하는 애들이 많아.
네 분은 그 시기 때 어떠셨어요? 티어나 실력이나.
그때 롤이 없었죠. 롤이 없었어. 근데 어떤 게임을 해도 게임 DNA가 있는 사람들은 못할 수가 없어요 게임을.
근데 그러면 동진이 너 15살에서 17살 때 어떤 게임 왕년에 나 킹장이었다.
게덴푸드. 나 서든어택 잘했어. 카스도 잘했어.
공감하는 게 나도 내 주위에서 그냥 내가 제일 잘했었어. 그냥 뭘 하든.
맞아. 항상 학교에서 최고.
동네에서.
그러니까 없어? 본 적 없어?
근데 원래 진짜 고수는 이런 데서 말 안 해.
아니 근데 민성 내가 오케이 만약에 네 분이 선생님이 된다면 어떤 방식으로 가르칠 것 같은지?
리플레이 좀 보면서 한 게임으로 안 돼요. 한 5게임 좀 보면서 어떤 식으로 플레이 하는지 좀 알아보고 단계별로 짜줘야 돼요. 커리큘럼 같은 거.
예를 들어서 뭐 진리언이나 소라카 이런 거 해가지고 CS 먹는 거 막 100개 빨리 채우기 뭐 그런 식으로 해서 하는 것도 있고 길게 보면은 그게 기초 체력? 그치 그냥 숨 쉬는 거 가르쳐주는 느낌이야 숨 쉬는 거 그리고 챔피언도 좀 꿀챔을 잘 찾아줘야 돼요 정글인데 교전을 잘해 그럼 막 비에고 같은 거 좀 추천해주고
정글 야수
좋은 거 가르치네. 롤도 좋은데 그런 건 필요하다고 봐. 식당 아르바이트를 하면은 주방 보조를 한다 쳤을 때 설거지만 시키잖아. 그런 것처럼 지금은 그냥 당장에 미니언만 좀 드셔야 될 것 같은데요. 이제
미니언만 먹어.
나도 샤이 형 말에 공감을 하는 게 미니언도 제대로 못 먹는 사람이 상대 것 견제하세요. 이게 되겠어? 그러니까 이게 완벽하게 습득이 되면은 이제 그 다음 단계 이게 되는 거지.
방금 각자 스타일을 말씀해 주셨는데 오늘 한 고인물 유저의 코칭을 한번 해볼 건데요. 코칭을 가장 잘한 분에게는 어마어마한 선물을
어마어마하다
오늘 코칭을 받을 분은 흑바닥터스의 메인 PD입니다.
일단 10만원 내세요
저희도 금전적인 게 있어야.
저희 한가닥 했던 사람들의 그건데 근데 내가 저번에 피디님이랑 같이 게임 했을 때 피디님은 좀 많이 배워야 돼 진짜 한두 개 가르쳐서는 안돼
간단하지 현티어랑 롤을 하신 지 얼마나 됐는지.
저 롤 한 지는 출시되자마자 시작했어요.
출시되자마자요?
현재 티어는 아이언.
오늘 좀 아쉬우시겠네요. 원래 아이언 티어 넣었을 때는 불러주셨는데. 주 포지션은 어디신데요?
주 포지션은 정글.
주 챔피언은?
주 챔피언 녹턴을 많이 해요.
챔피언은 좋은데?
선택을 잘했어 피지컬이 따로 크게 필요하지 않은
지금은. 그래도 아이언 1위시네요.
승률이 29%야
저번 주에 되게 잔뼈가 굵으시네요. 부부부부부 여기서 근데 시즌 9때 실버 그리고 20년도에 또 실버요.
정글인데 왜 다른 챔피언들이 맞죠? 다른 라인 챔피언.
그건 이제 뱅을 가기 위해서 타 라인에 대한 이해도가 필요하다고 생각해서 타 라인도 해본 겁니다.
나름 근거가 있는
사용자 설정 내전하셨네.
근데 아모무가 좀 스코어가 좋은데
아무모를 한번 볼까?
왜 착취죠?
저는
왜
대체 어느 라인에 가서 체력을 뜯으려고 착취를 들으세요?
왜 착취를 드셨어요?
저거는 픽할 때 시간이 부족해가지고 결이 거석상인가? 그 기본 세팅으로 갔어요.
피지컬 이슈
이거 봐봐. 정글러로 들 수 있는 정말 최악의 돈을 다 들었어. 개세계 바람, 과잉 성장.
동선이 그리고 말이 안 되는데?
아니 뭐야?
아니 근데 이건 좀 아니죠
근데 저는 궁금한 게 정글 동선. 처음에 무슨 생각?
아니 나는 왜 레드부터 난 이해가 안 가. 아무건데 왜 레드를 시작한 거야?
먼저 레드 일단 먹어요.
네.
왜냐면 리시를 받아야 하기 때문에.
네.
그 다음에 파라브리를 먹고 그때 선택해요.
네.
이름갱을 미드로 갈 거냐, 바텀으로 갈 거냐.
근데 왜 이래를 왜 칼라브리까지 먹고 가?
근데 레드 먹고 바로 달리면 상대 미드 1렙이고 나만 2렙일 텐데.
그렇게까지 생각을.
여기 왜 W 안
Q 찍은 거 아니야? Q
설마 Q 찍었어? 와 2렙 가기 위해서
근데 이거
거야.
피디님 이건 보통 Q를 여기서 찍는 게 아니고 라인을 한번 봐요. 내가 갱킹할 수 있는 라인이 되나? 이거 갱킹할 수 있는 라인 아니에요. 그럼 이제 W 찍어요.
피디님 플레이가 가만히 정글링 하는 것보다 나은 플레이가 없다고 생각해. 그냥 플레이 자체가 좀 도박수가 없었으면 한다? 칼날구리 먹고 미드 2렉킹을 성공해요. 뭐 좋긴 하겠죠. 근데 도박수가 성공하잖아. 되게 낮은, 어찌 보면.
확률적으로 따지면 낮은 확률이지.
정글만 돌았어도 훨씬 좋았을 것 같았다.
저 자크는 체크하셨어요? 와드에 보이는 자크? 우리 아버님 보여준 거. 저런 거 엄청 중요하네.
지금 벌써 손을 보셨네요 동선상. 자크는 캠프 4개째고 아무무는 3개째.
이제 3개째.
다른 모습도 좀 봐주시면 안 돼요?
알겠습니다. 저는 좀 쭉 돌려볼게요 그러면.
보자고 이 아무무가 어떤 사고로 치는지.
오 탑게임 좋아.
좋은 거 나옵니다 여기서.
눈 깜짝하네.
근데 맞추고.
이렇게 살리고.
네.
오.
착시 터뜨리고.
이러면은 미드 2렙 게임 약간 인정할 수 있을 것 같은데 이게 잘 풀릴 때 잘 풀리겠다.
왜 따라가요?
여기서 또 멋있는 장면이.
왜? 여기 따라가서 멋있는 장면이 나온다고요?
좀 도는 게 낫지 않을까요? 이게 통한다.
통해서 문제야. 이게
할 때 이게 통했어도 저는 그렇게 말해요. 결과는 좋았지만 과정이 쓰레기다. 그리고 과정이 잘못됐다라고 얘기를 해야 돼요. 킬은 딴 건 맞지만 동선 다 버리고 지금 이거 하는 것보다 그냥 정글을 도는 게 오히려 이득이다.
저런 식으로 할 거면 자기가 진짜 킬을 다 먹고 캐리한다는 생각으로 저렇게 기다리는 거예요. 내 거고 포기하면서.
여기서도 또
여기서도 슈퍼플레이를 한다고요?
저 웨이브를 보고 여기 다이브를 가야 된다. 웨이브를 보고.
안에 풀피, 풀마나, 풀스펠인데
도체 6, 미포 6인데
이거 동진님한테 배운 거예요. 코멘트 할 때 웨이브와 함께 다이브를 해야 된다.
근데 좀 많이 기다리시네요. 연계 잘했다. 이거는 연계 깔끔했네.
레오나 통통하고 버틀러스까지는 좀 힘들 수도 있겠지만 근데 결국에는 좀 되게 상황이 위험해진 것 같은데요?
옹기종기
킬이 계속 오르고 있어서 양 정글러가
놀랍게도 가는 곳마다 킬 따고 있는 프로게이머급 갱킹 성공률을 보이는 거야.
근데 4킬 반영했어.
그쵸, 우리 아래에 있는 저 브레이크 필요 없네요. 칼레브리만 먹으니까.
좋겠다, 피디님은. 갑자기 밸런스 패치로 골렘 삭제해도 똑같잖아.
여기서부터 이제는 한타라서 다른 거 봐도 될 것 같은데.
사실 이게 15분 전까지만 보면 되긴 하거든요, 피드백이.
제 주챔 녹턴 한번.
녹턴은 정글링 깔끔하겠죠?
이랩갱 또 가시는 거 아니죠?
근데 이런 걸 잘 도시는데요?
녹턴은 또 주캐릭이셔가지고
어우, 시원하다, 시원해.
네.
완전 만족스러운데 나는?
훨씬 낫네요.
훨씬 낫네.
이제 탑갱 한번 가지고, 갱킹
가지고
갱킹을 잘하네.
라인 한번 싹 밀어주고 이제
이런 게 안 좋은 거예요. 라인 밀어줘야 돼요.
이런 게 좀 아쉽네요. 이런 거 라인 같이 밀어주면서 성장 좀 보호해야 돼요. 뺏어 먹으면서.
그리고 마오카이가 순간이동이 아니잖아요. 그래서 무조건 밀어줬어야 됐어요.
근데 보통 그거 뺏어먹는다고 라이너들이 화내죠.
그냥 그러면 차단하고 뭐.
아니, 뭔 소리예요. 그냥 뭐 드셔야 돼요.
그리고 저기서 경험치 뺏어먹고 6레벨 빨리 되잖아요. 다음번에 킬내면은 탑라인은 조용해져요, 그냥.
노림수입니다, 노림수.
저희도 실패했어요.
저러고 또 바텀 웨이브 먹으러 가야 되거든요. 타고 있어서.
일단 어쨌든 웨이브 드셨네.
이것도 뭐 정배 행동은 그냥 돌아가가지고 웨이브 먹는 거긴 한데
이러면 다시 풀정글 돌면 되죠.
6레벨 빨리 온다.
동선 좋다.
이거 한 캠프 다 돌고 집 갔다가 아이템 하나 뽑아서
칼보 먹고 짱골까지 먹으면 6인데. 근데 이것도 나름 근거 있어. 탑라인 갱킹 가는 거.
아까
선 넘었고.
전멸 빼놨고.
그리고 이거는 마오카이가 뒤틀린 전진을 쓸 수 있잖아요. 그래서 저쪽에 가 있으면 안 돼요. 지금 퇴로를 만들어줬잖아요.
여기서 그냥 바로 이쪽으로 붙던지.
네, 퇴로를 지금 만들어준 거예요. 나 타고 도망쳐 한 거예요.
나 타고 도망쳐.
그렇구나.
원영나?
원영나?
저 템플이 좀 본연만의 스타일이신가요? 아니면은
원래 드락사를 가려고 했는데 신발 사느라고 돈이 안 됐던 거예요.
그러니까 원래 발걸음 분쇄기를 가는 게 훨씬 좋아 원래는.
동진아, 너 지금 아이언 감수성을 이해하지 못하고 있어. 액티브 아이템이 하나 늘어나면 컨트롤이 어려워진다고.
그것도 맞지.
그만 보이시죠?
근데 이게
원포인트 레슨으로 한마디씩만
피디님한테요?
네.
습관이 많이 보이는 게 용이나 이런 거 나올 때 원래 미리 1분 전이나 30초 전에 시야를 지우러 움직여야 되거든요. 근데 그럴 때마다 항상 탑이나 다른 데 가서 본인의 주력기를 써요. 거기서 1킬을 딴다고 해서 이득이 아니거든요, 절대. 오히려 나 이거 궁 뺐어. 이거 우리 다음 용한타 때 녹통 궁 없다. 그렇게 되는 거예요. 그래서 피디님이 리소스를 써서 걔를 잡는 게 이득인지 아닌지도 판단을 해야 되고요. 고칠 게 너무 많아요. 솔직히 여기가 제가 진짜 학원이었으면 진짜 피드백 잘해드릴 수 있는데 나중에 한번 오시죠.
일단은 근거는 있는데 근거가 다 부실하고 게임에 목적이 없어요. 게임 하기 전에 막 목적 같은 거를 내가 세우고 그 계획대로 이제 움직여야 되는데 계획 자체가 없으니까 상황에 따라서 되는 대로만 움직이고 자기가 플레이하는 챔피언에 대한 이해도가 너무 낮다.
너무 좀 그냥 되게 비싼데 그냥 정확도를 올리는 좀 커버만 하고 끝냈으면 되는 라인을 괜히 얼굴까지 들이밀어가지고 갱도 실패하고 상대편한테 정보까지 주고 손해를 되게 많이 보는 그림이 많았었거든요. 그런 거를 미리미리 판단해서 정확도를 좀 올리는 쪽으로.
풀정글 집 가고 6렙, 풀정글 궁 쓰고 풀정글 집 가고 요거 하시면은 이거보다 훨씬 더 스코어가 좋아져요.
피디님은 정글러가 아니에요. 정글 가는 사람인 거예요. 그러니까 이게 정글이 왜 편한지 알아요? 왜 좋은지 아세요? 챌린저 동선을 따라할 수 있어요. 그때는 똑같이 나도 챌린저가 될 수 있는 거야, 동선은.
그거 아니지.
아니,
그렇다는 거지, 이 녀석아. 그렇다는 거지.
너 어디서 약을 팔아? 너 챌린저! 어? 아무나 될수 있는 줄 알아?
누굴 골라야 할지
누구 이제
1등은 헬로스님한테 이 선물을 드리겠습니다.
이거 나 느낌 안 좋아. 이거 들어가도 돼요 지금?
네. 근데 확실히 동진이가 그게 있네요. 가르치는 그 상대방 입장도 생각을 하니까.
아니 이거 뭐야 씨. 안 가면 이거 들고 지하철 타야 돼? 이거 들고 지하철이랑 버스.
자, 오늘은 롤티어 배우면 어디까지 갈 수 있나에 대해서 이야기를 해봤는데 또 궁금한 주제가 있으면 댓글 달아주세요. 협박 나커스!
수고하셨습니다.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We have our second match of the night. This one, a big matchup. Damwon Kia up against Gen G, who is on an insane roll. Just looking like the most confident and dominant team here that we have at the LCK. Damwon Kia definitely on the top side of the LCK, but can anyone match Gen G is really a big question right now.
And based on the recent performances, where in the top Damwon ranks is really not clear at all. They've been overtaken by Liv Sandbox, but I think KT is another team that people are looking towards, like they might have surpassed them. Damwon right now just not looking too hot, and if T1, which previously was in the category T1 and Gen G, which has now become just Gen G, can't beat him, then good luck with that one, Damwon.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, I think, for Damwon. They have a huge challenge ahead of them, as anyone does in this matchup. Let's take a look at the standings here. As you can notice that Gen G, the only team to secure round 2, 100% so far. They are 14-1, and that is actually the 6th season that they have done that in a row. So really huge achievement so far for them. And yeah, they're going to be up against Damwon Kia, which, as you mentioned, they are below Liv Sandbox after their recent match.
And what's important to note here is that even if Damwon don't actually end up winning, just game score is important to keep them close to Liv Sandbox if they do want to lock in that third place spot. So defeating Gen G right now seems impossible for anyone in the LCK, but even getting a single game win would be huge, and thus far, they've been able to. Need I remind you that that third series was the one that cost Atlas his hair. They had a 10k gold lead, and frankly, I don't know if they've been the same since.
Yeah, I mean, the hair came off, and Damwon Kia kind of got off the train. I'm not really sure what happened. It's a good point you make there. And devastating 0-4 in the last 2 series against not only Liv Sandbox, but also KT. So they weren't able to defeat those 2 teams, and they lost pretty heavily 0-2. Now they have to go against the best team. So Damwon Kia really needs to turn things around. Obviously, a lot of eyes on them because I think they are a big variable in this match, where one thing that has not varied at all has been Gen G and their match win streak.
16 game win streak. That's the real stat to notice here. And that includes T1. Like, they're just 2-0ing everyone. It's frankly, we're coming off of the back of we're coming off of the back of T1 having one of the most one-sided splits and one of the sickest streaks that we've ever seen in the LCK. And now Gen G is like, hold my energy drink. Actually, no, hold my iced Americano. I'm going in. And it's, as I say that, Ruler sipping the coffee.
Jeez, look at this.
Yeah.
I did not know this was this one-sided. Now, obviously, Duck Dom did just recently join Damwon Kia as of 2022, but that 11-match loss-lose streak, you get it, for Duck Dom, includes his time on Damwon Kia. So, yeah, Ruler, absolutely. He's challenging right now for the best player in the LCK right now, him and Zeus, I would say. And yeah, they're just first in all goal differences because they just stomp so hard.
It's not even like Damwon Kia's. Like, we've been hard on Damwon Kia, I think partially because of their last 2 series being very underwhelming, and because of the fact that the expectations for this team will always be high. But like, the stats aren't even that bad. Like, they've had a decent round 2. Hasn't been amazing, but hasn't been bad by any means.
I forgot about this.
He's still here.
Yes. Cutout Showmaker still here, unfortunately, of course, because he cannot be here in person. He has contracted COVID-19, and for now he will be playing from home. And also Bible is once again joining us on the roster alongside of Duck Dom.
And for Bible, he first got to play against Prince and Kael, who have been exceptional this split, but you know, Prince and Kael's not really what your mind goes to immediately when we talk about best bot lanes in the LCK. Ruler and Lahens is. So, good luck with that one. Not really an ideal situation, and hopefully for him, he can kind of disregard whatever happens here today and take it as a lesson, because it will be a great learning experience playing against players playing as well as the bot lane of Gen G is right now. And for Damwon Kia, it is Players individually not really performing. Canyon, most notably, I think has taken the deepest dive from his form in the previous years. But we don't even see the real Showmaker summer resurgence. We've seen his team struggle with finding a playstyle, and everything just doesn't seem to come together.
As we cut to Ruler and Lahens having a slap fight. Not sure what that was. These guys, Chovy having a little yawn as well. They are the epitome of confidence and dominance right now, at this moment, in the LCK, as they will walk out once again onto stage and look to get the 2-0. Now, Gen.G have only lost 3 games in the split, not matches, games. 2 of them were, of course, their only match loss to T1. That was in round 1, and the other loss was Damwon Kia, and that was on Wednesday, match 11 in round 1. That was a very long time ago. But if there was a little sliver of hope,
wow,
Damwon Kia, maybe that's it.
That's a long time ago, Valdez.
Yes. Actually, over a month ago.
Yeah. Very different time. Very, very different altogether. And unsurprisingly, we got to hit this one. And I want to, again, reiterate that Docdom and Callan previously, Bible now, have not been regarded super well, which I think is fair, again, considering the level of play that we've seen from the Nongshim and the level of play that we come to expect from Damwon Kia in general. But when you look at it, stats overall are still pretty decent. Damwon is still in an all-right spot. It's just that compared to the Titan that is Ruler, does it really matter? No, it doesn't matter. It's double the duo kills.
Yes.
That's between 2 and 1. Double the kills.
Yeah. And double a large amount of kills as well. So 14 extra double kills. Duo kills, I should say. Not double kills in this case, although many of them probably were double kills for Ruler or Lahens. Or Peanut, who oftentimes does go down to the bottom lane. So don't be too surprised by that. Now, Damwon Kia will start on blue side. I mean, they have pick. I would assume that they go for blue side unless they have a very carefully crafted strategy. By the way, Nuggery's mom is down here to watch.
Aww.
So hoping that Nuggery himself and his team can get off the losing streak and begin their train towards the playoffs.
And it's a hopeful one. And it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen a team, specifically Damwon, make a resurgence. They've looked shaky before. But that was with a different roster in a different time. And most importantly, the core of the team, Canyon and or Showmaker, was still feeling like they were in great shape. Neither of those really is the case now. Showmaker, of course, unfortunately suffering from COVID, but even outside of that, has been okay this split. Hasn't really had the fall from grace that we've seen from some of our other mid laners, most notably BDD. But still, playing up to the level that we've seen of Damwon in the last year and a half just hasn't really been the case. Whereas for Chovy, it's the opposite, because he farms a lot as he gets a good yawn in. He's just saving up his energy. He's just charging up, and then when he hits the 300 CS, then he comes for you. And he'll get you.
He just knows that there's not going to be action for him early on. He's like, I'll just be farming this.
Bot lane gets a few doubles. I don't need to do anything.
I'll just relax, let Ruler carry this one. It's fine. Damwon Kia have selected blue side. That is going to be where they go for. And I think even if you do have a strong strategy right now, you're probably going to want to be on blue side anyway. Let's see if, maybe Showmaker picks up a Sylas or something like that. Nice takeaway from Chovy if Gen.G do decide to leave that up.
Early Sylas, always a win. Always something that I think has kind of dropped in priority a little bit. And a notable exception for it for me was the T1 series, where it was very much about the bot lane draft.
It's Mata. Just a random Mata. Hello.
No biggie.
Legend Mata. Yes.
I'm just loving that his 2 friends are like, they'll know you're here. They're gonna know.
Him. It's him. It's the real guy. It's not the fake lookalike Mata. It's not Moto. It's Mata.
Who's Moto?
It's his.
It's fake Mata.
It's his lookalike. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I didn't know that.
Yes, indeed.
Alrighty.
Mata is here. There's also another special guest in the audience that has not been revealed yet, and I know who it is, but I'm gonna wait and see if maybe production will find him and put him on camera a little bit later.
You might think that I know what Veldas is hinting towards, but I actually have no idea. So
I
I'm
haven't
very-
told him. You know who
I'm-
actually told me was Kenzie.
I'm very excited now, Veldas.
Yes.
Everyone, I'm experiencing the surprise with you. It's gonna be amazing. Can't wait.
It's going to be very nice.
As Talia bend away here, unsurprisingly, as it has been an extremely powerful flex pick for Dom Kia, and Canyon has looked the best on this champion as the pruning of 80 carries, so we can first pick Aphelios for Docdom train continues here. As do you just ban out Zeri here if it stays open? Maybe. I could see it happen. I wouldn't be surprised, as it's really only been the Aphelios where the bot lane from Damonkia truly has looked to lead.
So Nar gets banned away, which is very interesting to do on red side because, I mean, you can give up the Silas and say, well, now you don't get both, I guess. The Yuumi is going to be banned here by the side of Damwon Kia, kind of setting up for this first pick Silas. Because you would assume the Zeri does get banned away here, although it is Ruler, and I feel like he would just say, we really don't care what they're playing. Like, if they...
Yeah.
If they want to play Zeri Yuumi, if they got that, it's like, yeah, whatever, that's fine. Like, we'll just play Yasuo, Sejuani. So Lissandra is banned, which is opening up an Ahri.
Sure, it was like, I want to play Ahri. Let me play Ahri, as it will, in fact, be the Silas ban, or the Silas pick away here, rather, for Showmaker. Which I agree with. I think it's an incredibly strong pick that has had so much success in a variety of situations. Doesn't mean that the bot lane is now open for GNG. Although I also wouldn't be surprised if they wait a little bit longer. He's looking Zeri, and then you know we'll get something else. But no, GNG jumping on the Sivir hype train here, also weakening a possible Sivir pick or Zeri pick here rather from Damwon Kia on their own B2 B3, while still securing Ruler, a carry that right now is looking extremely strong, as well as getting Peanut the Wukong, which he has loved the creative pathing possibilities with Wukong a lot.
Yeah.
Because it means you don't actually have to flash over the Dragon Wall to gank bot lane. You can just W.
He's the guy that makes the best use of it as well. Out of everybody right now in the LCK, he is just providing us with some really unique picks. He's not just going and full clearing or doing a basic path. Now, the Poppy is available. It was hovered in the past. This was kind of part of the reason why you wouldn't pick Wukong, but Wukong, a lot of the teams are just saying, no, Wukong's strong enough. We are going to pick it anyway. We don't care about Poppy anymore. Zeri seemed very obvious.
Yeah.
So that one gets locked in here.
And the Alistair lock-in now will guarantee that you have a pick that's quite strong against, I think, both the picks from Gen G. Alternatively, you pick up the Trundle here, which is good into the Wukong, but at times can feel a little lackluster.
You know what Trundle's real job is?
Is press E so Zeri can
Yes.
extendo beam. I know where you're going.
What is your what is my purpose? It is to extend the extendo beams.
Yeah.
As Canyon looks down at his hands in shame. Yeah, I mean, Canyon hasn't really been in full form nowadays, and his Trundle has been better than most, so I don't mind it. And Azir is the choice, so no Ahri this time around.
Going to mean that the most successful counter pick that we've seen for the Sivir not going to be available here. Now for Lahens, this is just a challenge because he loves diving deep into the pool of supports that he's allowed to play. And wondering if we'll see a Lulu ban here. I personally haven't been the biggest fan of the Lulu, but it has been combined with the Zeri many a time because of the innate synergies between the two. Zeri, of course, making great use of the shielding that Lulu provides. Additional speed ups, but it will be the Leona instead. So we're really really hamstringing Bible's champion pool here. He has been the most notable on engage reports, and obviously we've seen that the popularity of Nautilus has sharply dropped over the last couple of patches. And Gen G can just lock that themselves in here on R4.
Whereas Leona has gone through the roof, right? And is currently like 7-1 in the last week. And those are the only games that it was played, really. So,
well, especially with a Renata ban for Gen G, feels like a no-brainer. But maybe Dom was like, "No, we know you're gonna just pick Rakan, hence you're not afraid." And that seems like a Nautilus Rakan handshake is kind of inevitable here, which we've seen that matchup go both ways. I feel like it tilts slightly toward the Nautilus if the Nautilus is very, very decisive. I think Carryout gave us some really good examples of how that matchup can feel very sad for the Rakan. But overall, Gen G, it's a Gen G comp, right? Like, there's so much team fighting power here, and they don't really need additional power to win fights, but they'll take it anyway. Don't know where the top laner is going to be just yet for them, as Noguri goes back to one of his comfort picks in the Sejuani.
For a second, I thought you were saying maybe the Trundle would get flexed to the top side with Sejuani bot, but then I realized that you were talking about no top lane selected for Gen G just yet.
Yeah.
So yes, blind Sejuani, no choice here. The Lulu is the option, so no engaged support for Bible. He'll just be there to press polymorph and make Zeri wild growth.
Yeah, and into the Sejuani, the Gwen will be picked. I like the Lulu a lot more than the Sejuani is there. We've seen compositions that only run a Lulu and like a Trundle, just not really ever find the enemy when they need to. Not into the Gen G comp, they'll engage on you for sure. Don't know when, don't know how, but it's definitely happening. And it's something that can really backfire if, again, it's not Gen G piloting. This Gwen pick is a pick that has slightly dropped in prior. I think in an R5 situation, you're still going to be happy to take it. Taking it into a tank is always going to feel very strong. And overall, I think we have two great team comps here. I think you have a Sejuani with a lot of melee power on the top half of the map. Again, both Silas Trundle utilizing the permafrost very well for the 2v2s, the 3v3s. But when it comes to the 5v5, until you hit that critical mass of Zeri, Gen G are looking mighty strong.
Yeah, could absolutely be the case here.
Wow.
That is a very nice Stom on PSI.
Gorgeous. Great contrast.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Just appreciating.
No, again. Yeah, with different lighting this time.
Whoa. Cool. We're hoping that Skitty picks up the Pog here. Of course, that is Gen G's Chovy. She says, please, Gen G, let's go home early.
Well, you might be in for a little bit of luck on that one, because recently, that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, has been a bit of a steamboater here from the side of Gen G as you see their comp. We'll see if they can do it here from early to late once again. Or will Dalmakia put on a show and actually challenge them this time around? Let's hop onto the Rift for game number 1. And off we go onto the Rift once again.
And you knew something was wrong as Lahan's grand entrance is over the wall, but will get spotted out, so not going to be too worried there. And it was actually you who pointed this out to me, Velis, is again, Doctum has gone for the Ghost. I've been loving this Summoner onto the in the Zeri Sivir matchup. As it helps you, both these champions, honestly, so much in terms of team fighting prowess, but also every single lane is cold start because neither team is really expecting to ever do anything in a 2v2. So might as well go for a summoner that in team fights provides insane value and isn't even bad in lane, just, you know, not as high impact as heal. But if you don't get all in, then
yeah,
who cares?
Or if you don't even expect to take heavy trades as well. You know?
Yeah, just not gonna have anything happen. is the expectation here. And looking at the top side of the map where I expect most of the action to take place, unless we will see some really early focus towards the bot side, which of course is possible. Peanut in particular has been extremely active and has been very, very creative with his jungle pathing throughout the entirety of the split.
Yeah.
So many swap-ups, invades, flashes over dragon walls to make sure that he's not spotted by wards or spotted too late. All been super exciting. As, yeah, unsurprisingly, Doctom on Zeri, good. Showmaker on Silas, also good.
Yeah.
No real shockers there, I'd say.
Also, Bible's first pick on Lulu.
Yep.
It's also, I believe, his third game.
It is.
In the LCK.
It is, yeah.
Yeah. First pick for Doran on Gwen. That's actually surprising.
It is, yeah. Hasn't played it in summer. And the power of Genji's composition in terms of damage is also off. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. We'll talk about the mid. Yeah, talk about the mid matchup in a little bit because overall, if you look at the 2v2s and the 3v3s, the initial burst from Damwon in any given situation on top side is insane. It's really when you get post 6 and the CC chains become available where Peanut can go for a big cyclone and Chovy can assist him with the Emperor's Divide, where I think that the edge for Genji starts to be a little bit more prevalent and they can actually match. Early on, though, I expect them to just play very defensively and wait until they hit at the very least 6, because after that, I think that they'll be more than happy to take fights. And I base that on them taking every fight all the time in any game state and win.
They do that a lot. And Peanut, speaking of which, he has been pretty big on going for early plays. Mentioned in the bottom side, but nowadays, in the span of a week, it seems like we've shifted focus to the top lane. It just hasn't really been about the bottom side, especially with a lot of Zeri handshakes that we've seen. And besides that, it's Aphelios Jinx. So,
yeah.
Just a lot of matchups where you're not going to find too much action. There has been some Kalista Amumu. We even saw that earlier in Kalista other stuff. And when that happens, of course, it's a little bit different. But Peanut still here on the top side. No mana for Nuggery. Might have enough for one charge, but
should be fine here. Minions are all focused, so Wave's going to shove into him. So doesn't need to walk up here. Can definitely play it safe. Doran is trying to present himself. Tasty trade, but no, he's not going to take the bait. And Peanut did get double scuttled here. Is going to be a little bit behind in terms of the overall clear. Coming back with a Sheen, but we'll have a window on the map where Canyon is still and currently doing his scrubs. Gonna back and then continue his clear on the top side of the map. But should hit 6 earlier as a result of this early XP that he is able to get. Might help out with a possible Drake take or a Herald setup down the line.
Yeah. So this mid matchup, Azir has not won yet, but Chovy has, I don't believe, played into Silas as far as I can remember him playing Azir. He's had his fair share of extremely dominant Silas and Ahri games, but he has played a bunch of Azir on the side, and I feel like he is actually one of the players that is finding success with the Azir. He is currently 7-0
so
on the Azir in this season.
Cool. Yeah, it's also, as you pointed out, there are so many champions where it's like 6-game loss streak, and the one win is Chovy or Peanut or Ruler, and you're like, well, that hardly seems fair, does it? I want to highlight some of the records that Genji has able to set here, because we have a paper and it's full of them. Because as it turns out, with how dominant Genji has been, they have the chance of crushing a bunch of records. So going from top to bottom, first and foremost, currently there is a 16-game win streak. So this is not matches, but this is just them being
games.
Yeah, they got 8 2-0s in a row.
Yes.
And the current record holder is, of course, 2015 Summer SKT with a 70-game win streak. So if they 2-0 here, they break the longest standing game streak.
Yeah.
Right? They'll hit 18. So that's record broken 1. Then secondly, there is the possibility for the highest differential in a single round. So that's just a round robin, which that's cool, but that one is it's nice. I think it's the 1+1. It's the bonus deal. Like, you're happy you're getting it.
Yeah.
But then the biggie is, of course, the highest differential, which has been stuck
in a season
on plus in a single split, which has been stuck on plus 29. And the teams that hit that were T1 in spring, obviously, and then 2020 summer Damwon, and 2015 summer SKT.
Yes.
And there is a chance for Gen G to top this, as long as they don't drop more than 2 games in their remaining couple of series.
Yeah, they already have plus 26, right?
Yeah.
So they they just need to have a plus 3 game differential to tie it, and then of course plus 4 to win it, which is where you find the 4-2 record for their potential. Actually, that would only be 2 series. So.
And here we see Kenyon actually using his early XP lead, as well as the fact that his bot lane was able to get prio for a very nice early break.
Action! Crazy!
Wild!
I do think that Gen G with Sivir and Gwen and Azir are kind of like, well, we don't have to dive anyone.
It's a fun scaling talk, because you present me that and I'm like, oh, that's... And then I look at the other end, I'm like, that's also kind of insane, because you have
Zeri.
Well, and Silas.
Yes.
And it's not like Sejuani is...
Zeri.
Yeah.
Zeri counts as like 4 scaling champions.
It's really cool.
I'm a little
all over
salty.
again.
Yeah.
For you, isn't it? Oh, watch here. Very strong 3v3 available here for Damwon Kia if they can utilize the lockdown that they have.
Gen G are kind of playing with the minds of Damwon. They're like, are we going to do it or are we not? And they're not actually. Just going to pull it out of the pit here. Don't have to overcommit to that one.
Yeah.
Things are going well in top and mid, and Peanuts keeping up in jungle. And actually, they have denied all vision in the pit, so they just walk away and then they return.
Yeah, with Lahens showing up and Damwon Kia choosing not to rotate, it now becomes a question of what can they get on bot side. They're clearly not opting into this, which I think is defendable, because if there is a champion that loves the early plates and is really good at getting him, is definitely Zeri. That is one already, and Eye of the Herald now picked up for Peanut. I expect with Lahens rotating down early that it's still going to be a favorable gold trade for Damwon Kia, as only a single, or for Gen G rather, because only a single plate was taken, and as a result, Gen G didn't really lose anything on the map. Giving up a plate is, you know, yeah, they got Drake.
Yeah. We're just using needles now to clear waves to get a good back in. That's where we're at in this one. I did, however, I did see Chovy miss 1 CS.
Riveting.
Yeah, so get your -1s out there in the chat. That's going to be some good action for us at this moment in time, because, well, not much else is happening.
It's a rare occasion as well. Look at it. He doesn't even hit 100 pre-10.
Peanut finds a boar. Actually a piggy in this case, as Peanut is on the chase now. Second Cyclone comes in. And guess what? No flash for Nuggery. So this is just going to be Nuggery face-checking a brush that had a very secret monkey in it. And Peanut says thank you for first blood.
Very unfortunate there for Nuggery. Not able to get out alive, even unassisted. And as a result, Chovy just scaring Showmaker a little bit. Not really getting anything else done. And the counterplay on bot side, not really leading to anything. And this is, I think, one of the powers that the Sivir really does have over champions like the Zeri in situations like this, is that cross-mapping into a Sivir due to her innate wave clear and the safety with Spell Shield is just really, really rough. And it really frees up the rest of the map and allows Gen G to panic and show, go for that play, take a solo kill, and no cross-map available. And this has been such a consistent feat for Gen G that they've always been able to find cross maps while denying their opponents. And as we say that, here we go again. You're always shoved in.
We do have a bit of a trade in the top side. You'll note no needles just yet. So Doran's just going to safely ghost away. That is the ghost down, but at the end of the day, his team is getting a huge win in the mid lane because of that Rift Herald play. A lot of plates going there into Peanut and Chovy.
Oh,
Peanut's still going on, but of course, as you mentioned, Peanut is making his way to the top side. Nuggery is trying to burst him down, and he will get him within the mist, and then go down. He does deny a bunch of CS, but Peanut will be here to pick these up.
And Meanwhile, on bot side, Ruler forced to use his heal, but yeah, it's a summoner. Meanwhile, in mid lane,
First turret blood at 12 minutes is going to go over to Chovy and Lahens. And Ruler's just here clearing waves and saying, well, let me get some health back as well and throw out an emote because that's the fun that he's going to be having at this point in time. We'll get the potential Ruler versus Duck Dom moments later on in team fights, but for now, we're clearing waves. And as you mentioned, you know, just trading a big objective elsewhere on the map.
탑에 최고라면 볼게.
For Gen G.
아니, 나 그냥 먼저 들어가 볼게.
He's already setting up for this potential play.
나 ER 돼.
ice cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Nogri, I was initially wondering whether he didn't have the mana available to ult, but with the flash available for Wukong as well, Shumi knew that he was dead regardless. As here, dying to the turret is better, I guess, than giving Peen assists. It's still a favorable trade, even though it's one that looks rather silly. As while all of that was happening, of course, Gen G takes themselves a turret Hextech. Rift going to hit the map. I love Hextech Rift, one of my faves.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Sivir versus Zeri, if either of them get the soul, it's going to be pretty insane. Not to mention the Azir. Just having the range to be able to proc that soul is always going to be really fantastic. So, going to be looking towards those. Obviously, the Hextech Drake buffs are going to be pretty nice as well, as Duck Dom has been getting to work down here on this bottom turret. Looks like he is nearing getting a 4th turret plate, very close there at the end, but has not quite picked up that 4th plate.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to now, unfortunately, as the wave clear and Lahens being here should be enough of a threat for them to keep it safe, as there we see more than enough clear, and that final plate is going to be denied to Duck Dom, not even able to pick that one up. Still, of course, in a great spot itemization-wise, but it really just highlights the issue that any team has playing against Gen G, which is that any slight mistake that you make in where you position your players on the map gets punished, as I'm pretty sure nobody's...
Oh, no. Well, he's in a bit of trouble here, and again, the flashless Sejuani just can't get away from this, does not have vision. And this is the power of Wukong as well. This is why we see it here. It can find unique paths through vision. In this case, there was none. But he's just able to CC you forever, and Gwen has the damage to chomp through a Frozen Fist Sejuani, of course.
Yeah, there's more than enough defensive item or defensive vision set up as well from Gen G, so I would also expect them not to really overextend into that one. Still a defensive summoners available as well. Flash and Ghost both up, so even if there is a counterplay available, Chovy could teleport in. Of course, the unsealed teleport available, and wait, it's unleashed teleport, isn't it? Unsealed is the book. As doesn't really matter for the overall game state, as we do see Gen G being able to pick up
any free turrets.
Well, that was the gold lead for Damwon, and it's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they ever had it, actually.
Oh, sorry. I mean specifically on Duck Dom.
Oh, okay.
That was
I
the
see,
only.
I see
It was a 30 gold lead.
Ah, yes.
They were really clinging.
30
to that
gold
one.
lead. Forgot about that one, as now they're going to try to trade up on the top side here. The pillar will be annoying, but the stolen needle is actually going to be more annoying here for Doran as the slow just come in with the Silas Q, and they will trade a kill up on the top side. Gen G did pick up an entire turret on the bottom side, but we still have Rift Herald here for Damwon Kia, and they will put it into this top turret.
And it'll make the trade a little bit more even, at the very least.
Oh no.
Not again.
Not the 1-4 power spike. I didn't know about this one. As yeah, he's not getting out of here. Really feeling the pain just every single time he moves into a lane just to farm, even relatively safely. Not in this case, but in the top lane, he's just getting punished over and over again.
Yeah. It's a roughy Valdez, as this dive definitely taking a fair amount of time. But overall, as you pointed out, it's the slow combined with the wild growth that actually sets this one up. Even the Ghost not going to be enough to save Doran, doesn't have his needles either, otherwise we might have had some Gwen gaming there. And yeah, without the turret available, it's understandable that you want to walk up to the wave, but with how Gen G have been playing thus far, and Noguri really being on the receiving end of a ton of focus and pain, really need to just let that wave go and wait for the rest of your team to arrive, at the very least have some backup, because thus far we continue the trend of the cross-mapping from Gen G being favorable, but crucially, Damwon Kia is keeping this lead still relatively close, now 3K at 17 minutes. It's not great, but it's against Gen G.
It's better than average.
So you'll take it.
Against
Yeah.
Gen G. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about as positive as we're gonna get, because then you look at the scaling and you get worried.
Yeah.
Because even though Damwon definitely doesn't have a problem by any means, it does really. I think they hit a power trough right now until the point where Zeri actually hits 3 items. Showmaker is level 16. That's when they start spiking really hard.
No, Duck Dom just gonna face check here. His team just ran through there, so you can understand, but just that moment for Gen G to move in and to catch him unawares. Free kill for Gen G, and now the Drake is live. As in goes Gen G. Canyon is coming forward here, looking for the engage onto Ruler, as the wild growth is huge onto this Trundle. He's actually gonna take out Ruler. As the TP is coming in, the polymorph is about to end, as Chovy is going in here trying to extend this trade into their favor, but no AD carries anymore. We do have Duck Dom just spawning, as will they just go ahead and take down the streak? Looks like they will.
And overall, still a favorable trade for Gen G, and I'm loving that you highlighted. I hope we get a replay from the vision of Damwon, because that really was a very sneaky situation that Gen G was able to find for themselves here, where the entire team walks past.
Yeah. Just barely out of vision. And can you blame him? I mean...
Yeah, you see Chovy, and at that point... But I agree, it feels so safe. Your entire team is already walking up to Dragon, so of course you're like, yeah, I gotta get to them. I'm Zeri also, I have a lot of built innate safety. And then here, the value of the Trundle, as well as Bible finding nice wild growth really coming into fruition. But even in this point, like it's okay. You end up getting a 1-for-1 trade, or sorry, a 1-for-2 trade even, because of course Duck Dom died at the beginning of that play. But you still lose Drake.
Yeah, and it's every Drake is going to be a big chunk in favor of Gen G here.
Oh, it's Gwen. It's Gwen, Azir, and Sivir with Hextech. Not even Soul.
Yeah.
Hextech Drakes.
Just the buffs.
It's tough, Valdez, and it keeps happening.
Yeah.
Every Gen G game.
It's important you mention that, because I think there are probably some fans out there that are like, well, I mean, it's still kind of a close game. Like, isn't there a chance here for Damwon?
There is.
And yes, there absolutely is, but it's just, from our perspective, we've cast and, desked all of these games, especially the ones where Gen G just end a series in under an hour. And we're like, yeah, but we've seen this so many times, and they just always seem to win anyway. And it's still a really advantageous position for Gen G in this game as well, and they do so well with the leads that sometimes it just feels hopeless. But let's see.
It's gotten to the point where I'm like, Damwon looks so much better. Man, they're only 4K gold behind against Gen G.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, 4.5, but still, that's
about perspective
great.
and expectations,
Oh, that's a sad realization, but it's one that, especially like has been the case with us, we watch every single game, right? Like at some point, your expectations for these teams just
they begin to skyrocket.
Yeah, and you see, well, not only that, but also you see what you'd expect to happen come true so often, especially in the LCK, where leads like this, you can get rid of them as Damwon Kia, but you need to be so snappy. And who is a good target on Gen G, I ask of you?
Lehens.
Maybe.
Shirelius, Stopwatch, Cleanse, Rakan.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
and that's the core issue, right? It is tough, and seen enough games won by Zerich, you know that's never over. You can get the poke, you can get the late game setup. Showmaker now also hitting a second item in the Banshee's Veil, going to be huge. 2 levels away from 16, which is when the Silas and teamfight really kicks into high gear. But that still requires you to win teamfights against Gen G, and I think it's important to note that even though Gen G has relied very heavily on early snowballing this split, they also got to finals last split by just being really good at team fighting.
Yeah.
So it's not like that has gone anywhere.
They've only gotten better at it exponentially. Nuggery's like, let me check the jungle first before I farm the top lane.
I need my free control wards before I walk up to the wave, Elders.
Yeah.
And he does, actually. He actually needs to. He needs to fight.
He does. There's an insane amount of damage with this fed Wukong with Black Cleaver, by the way, and his own stopwatch. And Gwen is going for the Omega Boom Boom build, which is just straight death cap right after Riftmaker.
It's just R. Yeah, it's all about the Abyssal Mask Canyon. I love it. Great. Anathema's next. Slap those cost-efficient items on. You're not getting any resources.
Yeah.
You're Trundle.
And Gen G have been putting a lot of focus on this top river. You know, not much has happened for about the last 5 minutes since the last Drake fight, so it's just been about controlling vision on the top side, but also the bottom side. They don't have, well, actually, now that these wards are going to be cleared, they do have supreme control of vision around this area.
Oh.
Dalmakir are trying to do the thing where you push through mid, and you use that to try to, you know, pressure through there into the Drake side, but not going too well for them as their red is getting stolen.
The Lahen's TP as well. Spellbook getting a ton of value there, getting him into the enemy jungle. And yeah, with this vision setup, it's tough.
Uh-oh, on the hunt we go. They're trying to get onto the Trundle, who, yes, did get a subjugate off, by the way. Did not matter at all, as 2 kills go into Ruler's hands on the Sivir with 300 CS at 23 minutes into the game. So Gen G, they get a couple of picks, and they say, well, Baron's better than just one Hextech Drake, so we'll just take that.
Ruler has IE at 20, I guess when he finished it 23 minutes into the game, Veldas.
Jovi's being outdone in the PvE. Lahens?
He's fine. He's Lahens. This is what
Yeah.
he does. As Baron unceremoniously gets picked up, and that might have just been the game.
Yeah, now Gen G are 8,000 gold ahead. Almost. It's like 7.5. And yeah, they're just going to take down this Drake as well. So they get the Baron, they get 2 picks, they get a Soul Point Hextech Drake. And now what is Ruler going to buy?
Well, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. This is way better than I expected from Damwon. I thought it was going to be like
It's not a 20-minute stomp.
No, that's huge. As we see them just get absolutely decimated.
And that's huge.
Through Subjugate.
They're not getting absolutely blasted.
They're just getting normal demolished.
Yeah.
세조
great.
노플이야.
It really does.
가보자. 자,
throw off our
얘들아,
expectations.
바로 가자. 용 신경 쓰지 말고.
Peanut's like, let's go to Baron. And then he's like, oh, Dragon. Let's not worry about Dragon. Let's take Baron.
We got Dragon anyway.
And they cut him off there. Not getting too deep into the strategical mind of the mastermind that is Peanut. Who is now, what is he, like 6? No, he's still 4-0. Picked up 2 assists on the last time, so. Just handing the kills into the pockets of the Sivir, where the gold will be used more efficiently as the game does come along. And it really does feel like unceremoniously, this game is slowly just turning into a steamroll game. Like we're slowly getting there.
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, sorry, Steamboat.
Thank you.
Yes, I forgot.
Did you watch Jungle Cruise yet? You really should.
Jungle Cruise?
Yeah, Jungle Cruise.
That sounds like
it's not a great
one of those like for fun movies.
It's definitely not a great movie, but it's got The Rock, it's got Emily Blunt, it's got a steamboat. What more?
I like steamboats.
Actually, I don't know if I think there's a steam. There's definitely boats
probably
in it.
a steamboat.
I mean,
The name is Jungle Cruise, okay?
Yeah, but I don't know the exact type of engine the boat uses.
Is it yeah, I was about to ask, is a cruise boat?
Well, cruise boats do, but the Jungle Cruise is not actually on a cruise boat.
Oh.
It's more of a facetious title.
I see.
Yeah.
So yeah, the boomerang, I don't know, the ricochet, that's the word. Damage was doing a lot, and Jonah Strong really wanted to zoom in on that because that's the majority of the action we're getting in this one. As 2 inhibitors will go down. And now it feels like Damwon are wishing they had the Sivir, as a really nice ultimate does come in from Showmaker, stolen from the Azir, but they're just playing front to back. Peanut gets the spin into stopwatch, but Duckdom fights front to back. He's still alive, just barely. Ruler trying to get on in there with the heal as well. And they're just zoning them away as the health bars are getting lower and lower. Duckdom nearly, just barely is going to survive, and he is doing the zap damage. In goes Toby, doesn't hit much, but the game is going to end anyway with only 1 more kill into the pockets of Gen G as they casually stroll down victory lane and take game 1.
It's easy to forget when a team gets this many kills that Gen G truly is cold, ruthless efficiency. We don't need to pad our stats. We don't need to get those kills. I don't get. Get me the Nexus. Get me out of this game. That's what Gen G is saying, and it doesn't get less impressive. Every single. Oh, also doesn't get less impressive, unfortunately, for their opponents, because every single time we see this team play, it starts off okay. Teams are able to at least find some...
for some teams.
Yeah. For the teams that you would expect to stand up to a first-place LCK team. There's some good moments. There's some trades. You're actually able to get something on the map. And then you make the one mistake. And you never know what the one mistake is. But that's kind of... That one scares me a little bit.
That is...
That's Lollipoppy territory.
That's what she said. That's the name. Peanut and Poppy together, of course, with the Korean accent. Bonut. Yes.
I was going
Spitting
over the whole
image.
thing. I was like...
Yes, please continue now that
I don't want to do it
Bonut.
anymore, Feldes. Gen G is truly an exceptional team in exceptional form right now. And it is remarkable to see the development that this team has made throughout the course of spring and the summer split.
Yeah, it's really rough as a Damwon fan to watch, first pick Sylas, that is fantastic in this meta, only get 5,000 damage. But to be honest, I mean, there weren't a lot of opportunities for Showmaker to actually get damage. He was in the lane against the Azir, who just pushed him in, and then the team didn't really do anything or have an opportunity to find angles to fight Gen G, just because it was so controlled, which is really what made it feel so oppressive. But either way, guys, that was game number 1. I'm curious what the guys on the carpet space have to say about that one. We will be back after the break.
크로스 조심하고. 공킨다. 드론을 먼저 그냥 때려. 야, 사일러스 먼저. 앞라인 먼저. 앞라인부터. 앞에. 나 살 수 있어. 끝날만해. 아우, 야, 타워 치긴 해야 될 것 같아.
끝나 무조건 끝나. 이게 평타가 안 닿네. 타워.
대리 W.
끝났어.
오.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So while you restless, each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. We cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Cup Space. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf and Cubby here from North America on the television. It is extraordinarily early in the morning. Thank you so much for all of your hard work, Cubby. Let's get into the draft, though, for this first one. Wolf first, what did you think?
I thought the draft here from Damwon Keel was pretty strong. Like, it's a solid Zeri composition. You got the Trundle for early gank defense down there on the bottom side. Strong matchup into the Wukong early. But you put the nameplates on, and yeah, it's Azir into Sylas, but it's Chovy into a, unfortunately low-performing Showmaker here at the round end of the season. And Sivir looking stronger and stronger with each and every passing week that goes by. But I just have to talk about the jungle gap because this is something that we have been kind of, unfortunately for Kennen, he's not having his best seasons. We've been kind of leaning towards, okay, Peanut's doing better and better. And in this game, he just absolutely gapped him.
I'm 100% with you, Wolf. I think that the draft for Damwon, it's fine, but I look at this top side, you have Silas plus Trundle and a Sejuani. You're playing into a Gwen. I really wanted to see Damwon try and attack this Gwen a little bit more, and it felt like Peanut was able to break some of the timers. The DK weren't able to find a play until post 6, and also the one time that Nuggery was able to get something done, the Gwen traded out and Nuggery went down. So I think that some of the elements were there for DK, but Gen G just beat them to the punch, and they're too good right now. It really feels that way in the LCK.
Yeah, the form is absolutely absurd from this team right now, and I had the exact same reservations when it came to the draft. I thought this was a pretty well constructed Zeri composition. Might have looked cooler with an Ornn, perhaps, you know, create all of that ruckus, but otherwise I think it was fashioned quite nicely, picking Azir into Silas. This is the first time the Azir has... let's go into the first highlight though, and this really does illustrate how much Peanut gapped Canyon. Remember what Canyon did in Game 5 against Peanut in the spring finals.
Yeah, a lot has changed since then, and if you watch these highlights as well, what you'll notice is Peanut is always where the action is happening topside, is always there to support the Gwen, but also where Canyon is cross-map on the mini-map, because he's usually not able to make anything happen there, and even when they are able to get that topside pick, like you said, it was a trade back, and unfortunately, Peanut is just always ahead of the curve. He's always one step ahead of where Canyon is on the map non-stop through this early game. He gets so fed, he picks up a Black Cleaver. It was insane.
And Peanut's form has just been so solid this summer. But I think with Gen G, the thing that really impresses me, it's not just how consistently they're able to execute, it's also some of the creative solutions they're able to find in the game. Something that is not pictured, that first Herald. I mean, this is a full scaling comp. You have Gwen, you have Azir, you have Sivir. It is a spellbook teleport from Lehens, and Canyon pulled the Rift Herald early. That enabled his lanes to actually get pushed because it drew Damwon in. His laners returned. Then they were able to take the Herald with the Hens. These are the types of things that I expect out of top teams across the world, and it really feels like Gen G are just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, it almost feels like they stole that Herald away, and Damwon, they see the fact that Lehens turns up and they're like, well, I guess we can't do anything about that. And speaking of not being able to do anything about anything, we couldn't find any highlights really that lasted more than 2.5 seconds. This is the best we could do.
We didn't really have any true team fights this game. Gen G just had such a macro lead. This is the first time they actually look for a hard engage in a straight up fight, but it becomes so not straight up after 2 kills go down because you just press on the hunt, you run at this team, you have so much hard engage, and you have the damage to back it up with the lead that they had. Wukong running in fast with Cyclone. Seems like Sivir Wukong, one of the reasons why Wukong is so highly prioritized right now.
And something I really like from Gen G, that was the second time they got a pick in that bot side jungle. I think it's one of the strong points of Sivir. I really like Sivir when she's in the side lane because she clears waves so quickly. So you have Chovy handshaking the mid wave, but Ruler always had priority on the bot side. That enabled Gen G to get some very strong vision in the bot side jungle with DK. That was the second time they were able to get a pick on them. That time around it led the Baron. So again, really solid play from Gen G, using their champions to the fullest.
Yeah, and that's I think underselling it. Ruler also was 80 CS ahead of the clock, I believe, at about 23 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
The guy was like, he has Chovy on his team, and he's finding farm that shouldn't actually exist. Chovy invented doing that. Like, Chovy actually looked like he was being starved out of farm. Like, oh, you're only 40 CS ahead of the clock? Absolutely woeful effort. I'm pretty sure that Ruler ended the game 150 or 170 CS ahead of Nuggery, and the game ended like pre-30 minutes.
It's just insane, and it goes back to what Cuppy was saying about the wave clear Sivir gives you so much map control. It's so easy to take a wave, go another lane, take that wave. With the lead you have, there's no cross-map opportunities for Damwon Kia in a game like this. The macro lead is just so immense.
And I'll let you talk, Cubby, but we do have POG, and I'm not entirely sure who's going to get it. Let's see who collects it here, as it is going to be Peanut, the man who absolutely gapped Canyon in the jungle. Well-deserved. I thought that maybe the incredibly agricultural Sivir might pick up a vote or three, but we'll see whether he does as we get the numbers afterwards. But just an absolute masterclass here from Peanut.
I think it's the right call. And again, as you know, Wolf pointed out as we were talking as this game was going on, it really felt like Peanut punishing Nuggery on this Sejuani. Any time that he was pushed, overextended, that's where Gen G was really able to find their lead. And I think the very impressive part is that this is all while DK was showing elsewhere. So these are guaranteed plays that Peanut's able to find with his team. And again, just more ways that Gen G are able to find these leads so consistently across our season.
Yeah, it's completely nuts. And now 800 points for Peanut. He can move up to the 900 club if he picks up back-to-back. There is one random KEKW Siva vote there, as I really do like. We just got a support vote. Just Lehens with his teleport picks up a vote, and I hope it's because they were listening to Cubby. Anyway, we are going to go back to the commentators because we have a best of 3 and Game 2 is about to start.
Thank you, Carpet Astronauts, for your wonderful job that time. And yeah, I mean, a lot of it does just kind of sound like we are praising every single thing Gen G does, and it is because they are doing a lot of things very well. Peanut picks up the POG here. He looked absolutely stellar here on the first game. As a Peanut fan right here, there are dozens of them. DaMonkey will select blue side again.
Dozens? Like
Yeah,
in Lowell Park right now, you mean? No, I know the meme.
Yeah.
Generally, that's when they don't have fans.
Yeah.
It's been
okay.
It's been a toughie, Valdez. As I'm very positively surprised the Carpus Space and Person in TV were able to say as much as they did, because they really feel like one of those Gen G games that you see and you immediately forget because it's like every other Gen G game that you've seen before.
Oh, and by the way,
there we go.
This is the other secret person that I mentioned. It is Nemesis. He is here. Any primers?
Yeah, they're ready.
Yeah, you guys can make a decision on what you want to do with that information. LEC 2023? Interesting.
We'll see.
Game number 2 begins now as we go into the draft. Is there anything that you would say in this game, compared to game 1, you would like to see them change up? Because, you know, on the Carpet Space, from us here, we kind of were fine with DaMonkey's draft. Is there anything you could try to pull out that you think might mix things up at least?
Yeah. Lock in fiddlesticks and watch them cower in fear.
I mean, I'm down.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Ban Silas.
It's tough, Veldas. It's tough. We have been treated to a masterclass in terms of closing out a game from Gen G. Just exceptional, punishing the mistakes from DaMonkey, but it doesn't necessarily make for the most narratively entertaining cast between you and me. But fortunately, the amount of records that are about to be broken, if Gen G is able to pick up this next win, make the game interesting by itself. So you're legally now obliged to keep watching. You can't swap away.
You signed a contract.
Because right now, Gen G is sitting on a 17-game win streak. The only team in the LCK that has been able to 17 games, not matches, consecutive games. They're 17-0. This is not undefeated, shenanigans that we saw of T1. That incredible streak stands on its own in spring. But right now, in terms of individual matches, 17-0. And if they beat DaMonkey here and they get their 9th 2-0 in a row, they will have broken the record that has stood for 7 years.
Yes.
And I'm seeing Lucian Nami. I'm feeling pretty good about it. As Azir going to get locked in here. Nami not really ever at the threat of being taken away, so generally that will get picked up on R3 as the available counterplay to DaMonkey will be not really able to do anything about that, as Nami Kalista doesn't sound like a great and entertaining ball.
No, we probably shouldn't see that. Let's see what they do go for for the support pick, or even if they even pick it here, because obviously a lot of the bans that we did see, some of them are not so standard to come out here in round 1, in phase 1 of the bans. So Amumu is going to be prioritized alongside of Ahri.
Amumu does make a lot of sense, puts Bible in the Harding Age support. It's one of the stronger combinations that we have seen with the Kalista. And the Ahri is a pick which in any matchup really can provide a lot. Chovy has been the main showcase of this. What I think is exceptional is that Gen G, with how dominant they're already playing in lane, is looking nigh unstoppable, as Nami, of course, gets locked in within the context of the LCK. I'd like to draw your attention to the patch we're going to start playing on next week, where laning power gets buffed and sustain gets nerfed. So any lead that you're able to accrue through laning is going to be even more impactful. Individual Drakes get buffed immensely as well. It'll make for an exciting player, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, very true. As now we are going to be hitting the jungle pool of Canyon. Maybe they'll take away a Trundle, although... I mean, with what we're seeing right now, I don't really enjoy it too much in this circumstance, but it has been a big pick for Canyon.
No, Viego seems to be the obvious pickup here for Gen G. Can ban away, if you want, can ban away the Trundle still. Alternatively, maybe the Skarner if you really don't want to deal with that, but the pick has been very hit or miss. Because I think Damwon Kia wants to pick a pick that actually synergizes very well with the Ahri. So the Vi and the Lee are kind of the no-brainers here. But Viego is another one that we've seen be very, very good at getting to continuous resets. And with the form of Canyon right now, as Gen G, if you get Viego, and I'm not even going to let that be an opportunity, just going to ban it away, and then I assume R4 Viego here. Allow Doran to just get a counter pick and be completely comfortable in whichever matchup Nuguri is going to play, which, spoiler alert, it's probably going to be Sejuani again.
Ooh, Akali, so they're threatening the Gwen.
Which would be good if they hadn't banned it themselves.
Oh, wait.
Because, I mean, I think that Dora... Yeah, that's why I was confused as well. As this is also a jungle champion, as is that. He's giving the throwback to the champions that at one point were relevant, and now they're not really. Although, I guess we've seen a little bit of Shyvana, and is going to be the Skarner instead. So instead of the Viego, pretty notable here. Yes!
It is happening!
Finally!
It's happening! Now,
Okay, Valdez. I'm going to take a moment to calm down, curb my enthusiasm, and then we'll launch into a spiel about why this is a...
Singed?
Wait.
Top?
No, it's just Lahans. It's just Lahans having a giggle. Because, you know, he loves Singed. Always wants to play it. Oh,
okay.
Oh, God.
Renekton.
Okay, so, let's highlight what we're looking at here. From Damwon Kia, you have the dream scenario for a Karthus in terms of your mid and your bot lane. You always want lanes that are able to either assist you in case that you do get invaded, and of course Ahri's going to have a tough time with Prio, but is very strong in duels. And then you have a bot lane which, when executed well, should be able to match the shove on bot side of the map, which means Canyon just gets to farm till 6. And so does Peanut. So the matchup into Skarner are actually very, very strong, as it will allow you to just hit the Requiem very early. And then you look at the amount of burst that's available from Damwon Kia and how easy it is for them to snowball the moment that they get some of these skirmishes, and you're feeling great. Now on the flip side, it's Gen G, and I'm seeing some early game picks. I'm seeing Lucian Nami, I'm seeing Renekton. So we might not see any of that, and maybe Peanut goes like Conqueror Skarner and just invades with Q-Max on like level 4. And just kills him while Canyon is trying to double camp.
That sounds fun.
It could happen. But the Karthus is a pick that has been pretty strong for a while. Got buffed very hard on this patch with extra resistances. As I
feel like they had a plan and it didn't.
You love it when a plan doesn't come together.
Didn't quite work out, but it's okay. It was a good try anyway. as Damakia, they pull out the trap card of Karthus. Will it work in this game? Definitely a big question. Certainly pulling in the Karthus, I'm not sure he's going to mind all that much. As over on the side here of Gen G, will they bring the action early? I could definitely see it. Let's jump onto the rift for game 2. All right, let's jump into this one as already a level 1 play is going to be spotted, but Bible comes in and gets the nice angle with the scanner.
Get that one. And overall, let's talk about Karthus, shall we? Because I don't know if I'll ever get the opportunity again.
Please.
And this pick has an incredible amount of power. For a multitude of reasons. Most notably, as you pointed out, the amount of damage that he can output in fights, even if he gets killed early, is very, very high. But biggest strength of the champion is outside of the Requiem, his clear speed. He is one of, if not the fastest clearer in the game, especially once he gets his first item done. And it is very, very tough for champions like Skarner because, as mentioned, especially with the Predator variety, which I think pro play does make a lot of sense, you're generally not going to be able to punish the lack of activity that you'd see from a Karthus early, because his ganking prowess obviously is fairly underwhelming. His early damage still needs to definitely be respected, especially if you hit all your Skittles, which is Canyon. Hopefully he'll be able to do that and actually get the early value out of the pick. But
yeah,
you're basically just looking to get to 6 as soon as humanly possible. As oh boy,
Ignite goes in, Lahan splashes away as we're going under turret for this one. First blood goes to Duck Dom on the Callista. And that is huge. Already going to start off with a nice lead in the bottom lane.
As he's looking. No, okay. Unsurprisingly, if you look at the overall win rates for champions, they are absurdly high for the Gen G laners because, again, they've done very little losing. But getting an early kill, even though it's not on the Lucian, so Ruda will be able to, at the very least, get himself the wave, able to freeze it here as well. So not going to leave him in a terrible position. Early game pressure from a Callista lane, good in of itself. When you back it up with a Karthus that is just looking to get to 6 as soon as possible, it is exceptional as well. As Trap, not really going to amount to anything. Ruler and the gang very patient here. As I haven't really talked about this matchup yet. This is not a fun one. As I say that though, that is very one-sided. And not a fun one refers to the early game, as we see Nuguri have a really tough time. As Doran, you get to cancel the physical shield from the Camille. You get to bully early, but especially with the Ignite that we've seen more and more, wasn't as much of a thing when you look back a year or two ago. Is Canyon going to say hello?
Yeah, literally just saying hello.
Yeah, that is the Karthus way.
He's pushing the lane. Maybe get a good back here for Showmaker. Maybe soak some of that XP. It has been 524 days since Karthus has been played. Not just jungle Karthus, but Karthus in general. That was Hama Life Esports Johan against Pyoshi.
That's a throwback. And yeah, has been a while. One really cool addition has been the First Strike rune as opposed to the Dark Harvest, which we have had in the past. First Strike is extremely strong because, especially in low impact, low action games, every single once as you get going of your ultimates will get you about a kill gold. Regardless of whether you get a kill, you can end up getting easily upwards of a 1k gold leads with this pick, as Nuguri going to threaten, but Doran not getting baited in, wave score pushing into him. And for Canyon, you have so much clear speed on the Karthus that taking a little bit of time left and right for a place like this, not really going to slow you down considerably as you mow your way through the jungle.
Also picks up an early Dark Seal just in case. Oh yeah. You can stacking that up early. There's a big wave going into Doran, and the Ignite is here! This is just going to be Doran going down. Unless he can somehow survive and outplay this and Peanut gets here, Doran will live as the damage is just barely not going to be enough.
Yeah, very nicely done. Really good call from Peanut there. Shows up, able to keep his top laner alive. Doran just barely lives, and that means that Nuguri now going to be a lot weaker with the lack of the Ignite. Of course, cooldown going to be shorter, so might still find himself an all-in window later on as Goon Squad on its way.
And Ruler's going to get caught here, but the teleport is coming in. He flashes. The damage is there, though. Lahens will trade back onto Bible. Bible's the one that got the kill as well, so after all is said and done, teleport also used by Chovy.
Yeah, favorable trade here for Damwon Kia. At the very least, this wave is going to get picked up by someone that really enjoys it, so Chovy's still going to be happy, as he will not have to sacrifice his CS. And meanwhile, we do see that Showmaker now on his way back to mid. That's the only place where we're going to see some minions kind of go into the ether.
Okay, let's just swap lanes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you just want to get the shove in, and then you can rotate afterwards, maybe make a play towards the dragon as well. Yeah. Make an efficient use of the resources on the map. As unsurprisingly, Canyon has been able to build himself up a lead in terms of CS, and is crucially hitting. Looking to hit 6.
Yeah. Ruler as well eats a Skittle to the face. Peanut here. He's like, I would also like to soak some XP.
Yes, please.
Good, sir. I would not like to get behind here the Karthus, although that's already happened. As, by the way, that wall gives total vision.
Oh, yeah. So do your Skittles. It's very fun.
You just see everything. it's very nice. Although it does have a long cooldown on the wall. And now it might just be a kill. I mean, Peanut's going to get caught here, and down he will go. Doesn't even have an opportunity to flash that one. And look at this, Damwon Kia. Nice lead in the early game. Already 1,000 gold ahead of Gen G.
Looking really good. And now you're in a prime position, right? You get the extra buff. As they're not stopping.
No flash. Predict from Bible will not work out. But it is still priority for Ocean Drake here for Damwon Kia. They allow Canyon to pick that up. He is now level 6.
Oh, Nuguri. You can sense that he's looking for the all-in. Has the Ignite almost available. But still, scary proposition here. Trying to fight against Doran.
He wants it.
Yeah.
He wants it.
Rock to PTA.
Ah, there it is.
Even a little lower. Extend the trades against a Renekton with the sustainance Q always going to feel very, very scary. So yeah, this is actually a not just for 5.
Okay, we're just diving. Level 5, and guess what? We've got a Karthus who picks up the kill. Fate's Call comes in, and that should be Lahenzet as well, as Darkdown picks up the aggro. Very importantly, Bible will live. And Damwon Kia, they're the ones that are dominating this early game.
I can't wait for Karthus to pick up a win and then never be picked again, Veldas. So excited, as getting a little ahead of myself there, obviously, but what we do see is one of the really strong parts of the Kalista Amumu, and the reason why it's been utilized by most notably DRX, but seeing it now here, in addition to the early pressure that comes out in general from this bot lane, when you combine it with an Ahri as well that's looking for very aggressive roams, and a Karthus who, as we can see there, just sets up the play from across the map. It feels a little unfair, and I gotta give my hats off to Bible. This is a play that I think very easily backfires if it's not executed well, and even knowing that the sums are down and whatnot. This is a player who's playing his 3rd game, or I guess now it's 4th, in the LCK, and he's playing against, by far, the best bot lane.
Yeah.
And look at this, right? Sizable gold lead for the Kalista.
Setting up plays, he's making those bandage tosses all hit. Now Peanut wants to get something going. He's got level 7. He wants this Kalista. Bible does a good job of the peel, but it's not good enough. As you see, he is trying to trade it back, but that's just going to be straight up Peanut running bot and getting this one. Now Canyon is here, and it looks like Peanut is dead as well. Teleport used by Nuguri to the bottom side. They will feed that to the Camille. This does leave Doran alone in the top lane, though.
Yeah, gonna give up at least one plate for that. If Showmaker doesn't rotate over, it's gonna be possibly even more. It's Dogdom actually that instead is gonna catch it, but that is going to be possibly 3 plates going over to the Renekton, so very costly teleport. However, if you pick up a first turbot for your efforts, then I think you're gonna take the trade regardless. And
he's level 8 here.
Yeah.
He is the same level as all of the solo laners.
I don't want to say I feel vindicated, but I feel
we need fiddlesticks for
a
that.
little bit. No, Karf is good as well.
Yeah, well.
I'll take it. I'll take it,
sure.
Valdez.
And yeah, if you can hit your Qs, it can be very aggressive and annoying, especially with a lead like this. Let's see how it feels once he picks up some items, as now Dogdom is just solo against Doran. And yeah, Doran's like, this isn't allowed? This isn't a thing? Like, what? And he was wrong, because Dogdom is just going to hop around. The Dominus doesn't do anything. Dogdom doesn't have to use any summoners.
He didn't even have his shield bow.
Yep.
He just murdered him.
Yeah, you got to be careful about doing that against a Callista, as the flash now coming out of Ruler, but you're not getting away from the Camille and the Karthus, as you will select a target and you will decide who you want. And by the way, let's give 2 more stacks on the Dark Seal here to Canyon, as not even Nuggery on Camille would take the kill.
No, Valdez.
Leandries.
We have had games where Domon has gotten big gold leads and it's not been able to actually get the
familiar.
close out against Genji. Atlas's hair still remembers that one. But it's looking like Domon Kia is going to continue that trend of, at the very least, taking a game. Very unfortunate here, as Peanut flashes over Bible, trying to make sure that he doesn't get to his carry. Nicely executed by Peanut as well, but then unfortunately, the collapse comes through. Nice zone off for Bible. Kenyon just making sure that the vision is there and that the kill gets picked up. And this is the one that I'd rather not revisit, because between bone plating and the fact that there is a turret here, you just can't do this, obviously, even with the cooldown being there. And then
look at live.
Bible again. Like, just flash ulting in, getting the kill, and at this point, when you're playing into Karthus and you can actually put him down early, the pick can be completely useless. But now, you are monstrously fed. You're going to benefit from the burn on your Leandries for every single first strike proc that you get with your ultimate as well, which is an insane amount of value. And side laning for Genji isn't really an option anymore, because if you're not 5v5ing and it's a close skirmish, you're not winning.
Yeah, and as we saw in live, at least in the picture-in-picture, Doran had to teleport away from Nuggery. So Nuggery uses the hook shot, and Doran's like, okay, I'm just out of here. So the Renekton is not really getting much value at all, because Domon Kia got ahead. As you mentioned, you're just kind of getting boomed from everywhere on the map. And it's not a fun time. Lahens is waiting back here, trying to bait this one out, but he did just get seen, so of course Dogdom and them not going to go in on this one, as Chovy gets chunked a bit. Peanut still looking for some value, and to be honest, Nuggery has been a juicy target so far this series, but not this time. Has not sustained a death so far.
Oh boy, here we go again.
Yeah. Well, Kenyon's going to eat some sushi for dinner tonight, as Doran, or will he? Actually, I don't know. Maybe he'll get that with the Requiem. Either way, it is still going to be a 2v1 up on the top side. Bible nearly goes down, and Showmaker says, thank you, I'll take it myself. As down will go Lahan, Showmaker picks up a kill, and Genji, this time, they're the ones that are getting stomped.
And you know what's insane, Valdez, is there's a Karthus, and I'm not even going to get to vote for the Karthus. I'm going to have to vote for Bible, because he's just playing out of his mind.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy. Looking like he's even going stopwatch first to solidify himself, the Valdez vote that isn't around anymore. Overall, what we're seeing here from Domon Kia is, as you point out, a complete repeat of what Genji has done to so many teams in the LCK. And I think it's important to note that even with how strongly Domon Kia comp scales in terms of the top side of the map, there is still Callista, which late game runs into range issues. We've seen Genji come back from insane deficits before, so it's not the end, but This is a Damwon Kia that I don't remember the last time we've seen. I don't know if we have seen them playing like this in round 2 of Summer, to be frank. As they are just running over like Gen G in every single lane, all of the time.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy that we can have a matchup between two highly rated teams and have one game be extremely one-sided, and then the next one is just as, if not more, extremely one-sided for the other team. It's not very common, but it is happening here. Damwon Kia pull out the trap card. They waited for this moment.
You're also sitting on 4 Ultimate Hunter stacks as Canyon here as well. So like I said, if there's no objective on the map, press that R button.
Yeah.
Get that gold. Get those stacks. Because right now, I don't think there is a lot of opportunity for contest in general here for Gen G. And we're seeing them realize that as well. There are itemization breakpoints for particularly Chovy in the later stage of the game. But in a lot of the games where we have seen Ruler skill well on the Lucian, which he's done better than I'd say any other AD carry within the LCK, he's always been at least on item parity. He is very far behind the curve right now.
Yeah, not sure why they're here. Bible hits a delicious ultimate onto 3 of them, Bahid. The turret, and that is going to be a tremendous dive coming out from Damwon Kia, almost too deep, as in comes Chovy. Still, though, the wallet's pretty heavy here for the side of Damwon Kia, and Chovy is not going to find any stragglers, so the dive will come in. That's just 2 more kills on the board for Damwon.
And overall, seeing the power of this comp from Damwon Kia and mostly the snowball. We have not really seen this look from Gen G for quite a while, as gets the cancel. Got him.
Got him.
Doran. But it's also the first time that we've really seen Gen G receive pushback in
다이브
a
받고 찍게
long
카메
time.
미드 쪽 무빙 쳐줘.
As
천천히 전령 깔면서 다이브 박을 생각할게.
4th game
스카너 타고
in the
들어가서
LCK, by the way.
나 지금 들어갈게.
He's also calling all of
나
this.
스카너 포탑 쳐줘. 10가지 역가 가도 돼. 그만.
He's calling
미드 포탑
everything.
밀고 2차까지. 미드 포탑 밀고 2차까지. 이거 봐줘야 돼. 나 조식에 있어. 괜찮아.
This is like more commands than Peanut. Like, or Umpty or any other leader of a team. Like, Bible comes up from challengers, he's like, all right, look at me, I'm the captain now. Listen up, kiddos. And that was pretty insane.
He's done his military service.
Yeah, there you go. Maybe he's a rung ahead. As, yeah, Peanut gonna be caught out here, has to flash out of this one. And, yeah. Look at his item as well. Oh, man, so glorious. It's perfect.
Please, Canyon, upgrade that Dark Seal. I can't watch you sit on those stacks for longer.
We have a little teleport here, as now Gen G are kind of just committing to the side lane. As teleport comes in from this side, and now the Camille is coming in, and Nuggery will get here on time. And guess what? Ultimate is in position, but it's not going to do much, actually, as the 2 of them, Doran and Chovy, are able to take the 2v2. Plus the extra damage from the Karthus is now. This isn't going to amount to much, but Peanut going to pull him in a perfectly timed Curse of the Sad Mummy does come in from Bible once again. Just give this guy his POG already. This is kind of insane. And yeah, I mean, Gen Z did get a small win on the top side of the map, but that's about it.
I do think that moments... Oh, come on. I think moments like this are actually big, because most importantly, it keeps Damwon from completely decimating you, right? Like, especially if you can hold on to this turret, you're actually still making cross-map trades. Chovy again going into his Nashor's Tooth build just to try and output as much as you can.
Carry build.
Yeah, really the 1v9 build, although he also went for Crown. And yeah, Nuggery just getting completely caught off guard here. Has, I think this is a visual block, I'm pretty sure he had his ultimate available when he made that play, so could have tried and dodged some of the damage.
Says he has it here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but also checked after he died. And then here, again, it's Bible. And then really clean flash from Doctum as well. Just very nicely done. And at this point, trading like this, 1-for-1 for Damwon, doesn't actually get you that much further ahead, so it's technically not the worst for Gen G, which normally is how we talk about teams facing Gen G. So it's it's a fun and exciting change up in dynamic here. Valdez says, I just wanted to point out, I was gonna highlight this. Docdom buying this early QSS, perfect. Try to get rid of any possible win conditions that are available for Gen G, and you are gonna break the streak.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll win the match.
You can also stopwatch it as well. You can also Zonia's it. So Bible's got an option, Canyon's got an option. Showmaker has a Banshee's Veil. I mean, it counts for something. Nuggery, not so much. And that is one angle, you know, this very squishy kind of split-pushing menace that is the Camille. It can get dominated if it's out of position or if it tries to dive into a backline too quickly. Nuggery has not exactly been Mr. Reliable. So let's see how he can do, especially if he's just going to group up as 5.
Yeah, the Camille is one of those picks where it can look either amazing or silly depending on the outcome of the play as you go in. Because once you commit with hookshot, there's not really a way out, unlike her trading pattern in lane where you do have a lot more freedom.
Just goes on, yes.
On Camille.
Yeah.
There's limits, Valdez.
I'll just play support. It's fine. As Imigo, that is going to be a Bible thrown in a little bit haphazardly. I could have sworn I heard a bandage toss happen, and then he got pulled in. So Duckdom was like, no, you will not go forward.
A little bit of a Bible thump moment as he's all there alone, has to dodge the calling, but gets out alive, no problem. And yeah, Namokia just says, what about second round of Baron? No, not a great one. Yeah, they're a little low. Canyon has been sitting on this itemization for, I don't know, like a couple of minutes as well.
Okay, so they're just going to try to get Peanut here, who is going to get a very nice blast, but straight into the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but immediately Amumu goes down. Doran goes forward, and he's frontlining for his team. What a huge play, and Toby gets a massive sweep into 4 of them. And Gen G, yes, they will lose 2 members, but who cares? Because they win the fight, they ace everybody, and they can do Baron now.
I've seen this one before, Valdez! I've seen them do it! I was there when Atlas lost his hair! And it's happening again! That's the gold lead gone!
I can't believe they pulled that off.
Wait, are they going to get Baron or are they going to die to it?
I think they can. Yeah, Toby's got enough of a health bar and Doran's Renekton, so they should get this, but you gotta be kidding me. You could kind of tell like Domlin were kind of happy feeding a little bit around that Baron, and then they got what looked to be a great engage, but it was actually their doom.
Yeah, the health bars are already relatively low here.
Yeah.
And then in addition to that, a lot of the cooldowns here go into Peanut and Doran, the tankiest members, and then Doran's bait here is just beautiful, and then Chovy.
And he
that
lives.
Is... Yeah, fortunately, Carthus exists for Dumb.
We got action in live, like we saw this fight. I want to see what's happening here. Thank you. Okay, let's push mid now. It is Infernal Soul, but Gen G are like, we have Baron. We're just gonna push your base and try to zone you away. Let's see how this works.
Yeah, let's not forget, still a lot of extremely fat members here for Damon Kia, but the overall gold now swung back towards Gen G. Canyon is...
They're getting so much standing gold on the map.
Yeah,
this
Canyon
is insane.
Was clearing the enemy blue buff. I get it. I love the CS numbers on Carthus, but you got to defend your in it.
And this is against Baron, and it is against a Fed Azir. I mean, look at the numbers here from Chovy as in goes Bible again. Another massive Curse of the Sad Mummy. But will the damage be there? This time Doran not going to get that bait off as much, and Chovy gets charmed in. Stomp Kia looks like they have found a fight for themselves. They stop the Baron push with the 2 of them. Nuggery's looking for a bit more. There's also an Ahri chasing down Nami, and poor Lahens. He is actually going to flash. And I think he's going to get away.
Yeah.
Actually, he's going to be fine.
He's Nami. No biggie. Gets out alive as... Oh. Yeah, Kenyon doesn't trust it. He knows. As not going to find one another. And overall, this game... Look at that! Look at that. That's amazing.
You got to be kidding me.
Oh, boy.
That's not teleport ward.
I think you just spear over the wall and...
Yeah. There is that one at the Raptor pit if they really wanted to force it, because Chovy also has teleport, but Doesn't look like they'll find the angle.
I don't think they need to. I think Gen G, with that fight, is like, no, we got this. We've seen them fight their way out of more discouraging deficits as, again, Bible,
What's gotten into this
you
guy?
You gotta, well, that's the power of challengers, baby. You just gotta scoop them.
The best league in the world.
Best league in the world.
LCK challengers.
When the hands work, don't talk about what happens in terms of decision making. I don't want to talk about it, but overall, yeah, I'm incredibly impressed. Didn't see this coming at all. The amount of pressure that he's able to get here is really, really big, but still got to win the actual team fights as...
Oh, good read from Chovy, but that is the crown down, and Showmaker's looking for more. He catches Ruler, who has actually Mikhail's in this case.
Yeah.
He does have Cleanse, but not up at the moment.
And Canyon still sitting on that 10-stack Dark Seal. Will be Oh, wait
Oh,
up.
Chovy again! He's going to catch them, but it is a Karthus and then a Mumu. The damage should be big from them. Chovy also going to be picked off here, but double Zhonya's comes in. Not going to amount to too much, though, as look at the health bars from everybody else. They did not have stasis against the Karthus.
He died and he still has 8 stacks. Yeah, that's that Karthus for you. As this game is devolving into...
We have 30 kills.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm having a great time. I thought it was going to be just a stomp and then another stomp, which cool for Dom 1, but not the most engaging. Yeah, Chovy here, it's a big play, but who actually ends up getting is a Mumu and Karthus, neither of which particularly mind being in the enemy backline, as unfortunately Peanut is able to get rid of the ultimate with the Zhonya's, or stopwatch rather, but not able to get rid of the Skittles and the fact that he is standing on Karthus, his Defiled. So he goes down. Now, Deathcap also done. And looking at the defensive itemization, Ruler's like, I gotta get X-Drink, or this is, I'm not having a good time. I need something to get me through this. And Nuguri and Dogdom are gonna see that and they're like, that is value for us. A lot more power relatively, and also delaying some of the Surreal Dust spikes that we've seen Ruler in particular use so well, utilizing the power of the calling to just 100 to 0 targets in a split second. Also, just want to highlight that he is actually still relatively even in terms of items, and also has been able to pick up kills regardless. So like, this guy's solution is still, it's still unreasonable, but now.
Oh, they want Bible. This is one way to get him, as down he will go. He's caught all alone right before the Infernal Drake will spawn up. Not to mention just that, we have Baron coming up in 50 seconds as well. They're 20 seconds apart, and now Gen G with one pick are going to get a lot.
Baron you should be able to hold off on as Damwon Kia, but you are going to give up this Drake. There is no way for you to fight it, and that is where we see some of the hesitation, maybe the indecision come in. Bible having both Zhonya's and Flash, not wanting to utilize either. And it's not for Soul, but still a moment where maybe he could have lived, maybe they could have turned, but not going to be the case. Soul going to be denied for now to Damwon Kia. And next fight probably going to take place towards the Baron pit, and that is actually open and free now for Damwon Kia.
They're going to take control of it for now. And Bible will respawn, and as you mentioned, he's got everything up. You know, he still has his flash. He was saving it for this next one, and the Zhonya's as well. But yeah, jokes aside, he will actually have that, and Damwon Kia could try to stand their ground. Every single Infernal Drake, even outside of the Infernal Soul, is massive for either team that does pick it up. We all know that Karthus is going to love it, but also on the side of Gen G, they have a lot of ways to utilize that extra damage. As a Ruler, playing a very fun part in this kind of late stage Lucian, as once again you can see he's got some damage.
Yeah, just finished his Mao of Mauritius.
Yes,
thank you. Yeah, I had to do it for you, Veldas. I didn't want to, but here we are.
Maurits.
Yeah. And overall, this game is now going to be decided in a single team fight. The mid lane highway open for Gen G. They have the opportunity to just run in, especially with having effectively two characters that shred through turrets, with both Chovy and Ruler having a ton of damage in that regard. Same, honestly, for Damwon Kia. They can get a decisive fight and blow up the enemy within their immense amount of initial upfront burst. They should be good to go, but it's all going to come down to the execution. Most notably, how big of a scoop can Chovy get? How much damage can Ruler do? Versus Canyon, who is looking to go towards a Shadow Flame here. Still hasn't upgraded his Darksteel to a Magi's, which still makes me very sad. I keep waiting for it. It just isn't happening.
I think from this point on, he's
point
like,
he won't.
yeah. He's like, yeah, I'm going in, I'm dying.
Yeah.
I'll just get as many regular stats as
Oh
possible.
yeah. No Zonias for this this Carthus.
They missed that ward. They missed that ward in the Pixel Brush. Lahens was just barely out of range of that, and Dalmakia pushed their way in to deny any sweep of that. So that's really critical vision, just that one ward there. As let's do Baron. Say Dam1? Question mark? I don't. I mean, you've got a ton of damage, as you can see here. The Kalista and the Karthus getting it done, and the smite comes in. Baron available now, but Ruler is just chunking this front line. Showmaker on the bottom side. Doran is getting pretty low as well, but immediately Bible is going to be the first one to go down here. Doran goes into the stasis as here we go. They try to get onto Showmaker, but a huge Requiem hits the entire backline. Chovy does not much at all, as he will get taken down. Ruler is still alive. He's still kiting it out. He's trying to do the damage, but he cannot. At the end of it, kill everybody as Showmaker flashes in and takes out the Nami.
No matter what the form of these two teams is, Genji, Dalmakia never fails to deliver. Double teleport coming in towards the bot side of the map, and Dalmakia are going to try and end the game. I don't know if they really have the time, but they're going to try.
They're going to give it their best shot. I don't think they can end this just because 15 seconds right now on Renekton and Skarner. They could potentially delay this, but insane amounts of chunks onto these structures. It looks like, nope, they're already backing away. So as you can see, they say, nope, we're not gonna take this chance. We're in this game somehow, so let's make it happen in a less risky fashion.
Oh, can't believe Genji is still making this game as close as it is. Incredible. As the amount of damage available here is ludicrous. They take the Baron way faster than I think many of us were expecting then. Bible's actually forced to flash because the Fate School doesn't actually get him over the wall. Will get taken down afterwards, but that's completely fine. Note Canyon here. Make sure that he's completely out of reach of this fight to guarantee a Requiem actually landing. As that's fun and interactive skill. As Chovy then going in, forcing multiple summoners, and then still. If Ruler gets that kill on Doctor...
Duggery.
Hold up!
Free Camille?
Yes,
question?
GA.
Yep, that's going to be the end of him. GA comes in, Bible is coming out as into the Hextech Ultimatum, but it's not quite enough. Requiem again is going to do a huge chunk. Peanut nearly goes down, but Chovy and Ruler are still alive. And the amount of damage that they can output and the range advantage they have with Culling and Azir with Nashor's Tooth is going to be insane.
You're level 16 now, though. As Carthus, like the amount of cooldown reduction that you get from Ultimate Hunter on your ult, on level 3, it's going to be up so soon. He's just taking a gander. Just making sure that they're there.
Just checking out.
And they are.
Oh, there's Fed Azir and Lucian.
No biggie. As Elixir of Iron here for Doran. The pots are starting to come through. And Genji know they need to win this fight. Can't give up. Infernal Soul. Infernal Soul to Carthus.
Oh, Canyon. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's Chovy.
Yeah, Chovy right now is... I think he might be the biggest threat in the game. I mean, the
He is.
Karthus obviously...
Canyon can't woke up.
Gigantic. Yeah, Canyon just... He's going to have to try, though. Nope, it's going to be Infernal. Over to Peanut. Teleport is committed to. As into the mid lane comes Dalmakia. 2 Infernal Drakes apiece. As teleport back from Chovy. Just to stop this push.
6 Drakes. 6 Drakes, Valdez.
6 Drakes.
Yeah, if you want Infernal Soul, you gotta earn it.
Hey, someone built Magi's. It was actually Showmaker.
Yeah.
And that's because he can live.
Great choice.
He went for the very much utility survivable RE builds here, so that makes a lot of sense. He will shore up a lot of that AP there.
As the GA getting so much value here, but you do see that as long as Requiem is up, winning a fight for Genji is so hard because Lance, Ruler, and Peanut just they're gonna lose so much of their health.
The crown value is
actually,
massive.
yeah, no,
Chovy.
that's the only reason why Chovy barely takes any damage from this.
Yeah,
because he doesn't actually, he doesn't have
With the
any.
crown.
He doesn't have Banshees. He only has Merc threats, which in terms of actual MR are very lackluster. Oh, Bible.
He's going for a little walk here.
He's not afraid at all. I mean, Dokdom went Silvermere Dawn.
Yeah.
That's where we're at, Valdez.
That's where we're at. What a game so far. This isn't even over. I mean, either team could win from here. 35 minutes in.
Shadowflame done now for Canyon. Gonna take a look out. Love to see how much gold he's gotten, because his uptime on his ult obviously hasn't been the highest due to, I think if you just throw an ult and Genji then immediately jumps into you, just kind of lose. So it's understandable, but I'm wondering how much gold he's gotten from First Strike. I'm also wondering how much AP a 2 Infernal Drake Karthus has with
Death Cap.
And 8 stacks on Dark. Yep, yeah.
Gotta be.
I'm saying like no. I think it'll be like 600-700. Is my
I
expectation.
think I played too much Veigar.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, it sticks with you. It's
Veigar is showing. I'm just waiting for them to target Karthus. Yeah.
Well, Kimura's like ruler is just sitting on an ice cold like 400 AD.
Bible's got 111.
That's a lot.
Nice.
He does have Zonias.
There you go. And Peanut, you know, we have seen some of these really huge impales. I think if I were like, if this were a movie and I'm like, I think I know how this ends, I think it's going to be Peanut's just going to catch someone again. And this time they're not going to have GA, and this time they're not going to be able to engage. That's my prediction. Now, Canyon is about as large. Okay, might just be Showmaker looking for the angle here, but Mikhail's is an item that has been getting a lot of value here in this game.
Very, very big. Chovy. Oh, Death
Full
Cap's
build.
there.
Yep.
Death Cap's there. Who's going to do more?
They can
Canyon? Is it Chovy?
I mean, Genji got to get in this pit if they want to deny this. Ruler, that's not that much value. Hits Duckdom a bit, but Fate's Call used. And now the wall comes in. They're just going to try to burst it down, but everybody gets hit by the tidal wave. Bible gets another big one as the Requiem is going to slam down, but it's not quite the damage that they were looking for. Chovy gets 2 again. He does it again. And that's going to be Showmaker, the last one left. Look at Karthus. Look at Canyon trying desperately to get the damage done from the grave. The charm comes in, and there are the damage numbers. Karthus will top it,
there's
but
no wave.
Yeah, it's only Showmaker, and he has Baron.
I don't think they can end.
It's not over yet. It ain't over. Chovy's in the bottom lane. Okay. Why don't you break this one down for us, Chronicler?
So, unfortunately for Damwon Kia, at this point, their only real damage threats are Nuguri, who gets taken out immediately because he is, unfortunately, going into multiple people, and Canyon, right? And look at the amount of damage that Canyon did. He did 7k damage in this fight.
That's
right,
so
like
much done from the grave. He killed Renekton with Leandries.
Yep.
Killed the other guy while he was dead. Like, it's insane.
Yeah. And most importantly, they got the Baron. And even though it's only alive on Showmaker, maybe they can turn it into Prio, maybe they can turn it into Infernal Soul, and maybe that'll be enough. Because I think that what we have seen is that if the fight goes on for longer, it's Chovy and Ruler have the range. Ruler only is calling, but that's enough. And then all Doran, all Peanut, and all Lance need to do is stand in front of your backline.
Yep. Wall cooldown is down. I think Peanut's waiting, maybe, as the culling comes out here once again.
There it is.
I think they know where Nuguri is. Not sure.
Oh,
no, they do. They are pinging it a bunch. Infernal Soul on the line. And both teams just going to be scattered around this one as in goes Duckdom. He's going to take it. No, it's Ruler who gets the Infernal Soul. And Canyon goes down extremely early, but let's see this Requiem. Showmaker still getting in. Duckdom is jumping forward. Duckdom might just be able to do it. In comes Nuguri as he still has Head Sig Ultimatum. And I think that's going to do it. It's only Renekton. We got TP coming in, trying to stop the wave from ending the game. As there's only the one minion! The one ranged minion, I'm sorry, is not enough. Ah.
Is he going to get out?
I don't think he's going to get out. There's still that one minion. Yep, it's still charging forward. Nuggery's going to try to tank this one up.
It's Steve! Get him, Steve! Get him!
Oh, they just need him to take down the resistances of the turrets. But I don't know. This is relatively slow. Is it enough? It should be enough. Yeah, 10 seconds on Jovi.
Unbelievable!
Steve does it, and Nuggery can go down. It doesn't matter. He won't even. Game 2 goes to Damwon Kia. Oh, my God. What a game.
Oh! The 2015 Summer SKT streak will not get broken as we continue in this best of 3 Valdez. Gen.G Damwon Kia after game 1. I thought it was going to be a blowout. I thought it was going to be a quick 2-0. Wow.
Okay.
Take a moment. And then take another moment as you grab a drink and you just have to just appreciate what just happened.
Gen.G this time are going to spend some time in there. There's so much to go over in a 40-minute game. Oh, actually, they're just leaving. They're like, yeah, okay, well.
Yeah, we lost.
We kind of know what happens.
Yeah, early game, a little rough.
Crazy.
Let's go to the bathroom and ban Carfus next time around.
Ruler in between double tap. The smite comes in,
Watch
and
this.
his second auto hits him. Yep.
Oh, I'm hoping that we all see this collectively as the LCK and remember that the champion exists.
Well, you know, it's exactly what's going to happen is blue side for Gen.G, and they ban Karthus, like, immediately.
No, they will.
I don't think there's any reason
that
available.
It's not happening again.
Not in
but
the series.
as much as I love touting Karfus, and I'm sure with late game, that of course, it's Karfus. That's what happens, especially with Leandris. To me, the highlight of this game is the bot lane. Dokdam and Bible stood up to Ruler and Lehans in a way that no other bot lane has been able to in a very long time.
Yep. Dokdam and Bible.
Dokdam and
Challengers.
Bible. It's
making his way.
I got Karfus. I got a challenger player performing well. It's a great night, Valdez.
That's all you could ask for.
Oh, game 3.
Canyon Minions. They combined the two words together. There you go. And we are going to have a game number 3, guys. It will happen because Damwon Kia can actually stand up to Gen.G for the second time here in this match. We'll take a break and be back for game 3.
아즈라.
반면 앞으로 그냥 뒤집어.
왼쪽이. 질러. 여기. 이거 봐줄래?
나 타면 루시안 봐줘.
미드라인 끌고 가볼게. 미드라인
내려와.
남이. 에이스 뭐야? 야, 미드 봐줘, 얘들아.
미드 봐줘.
야, 빨리.
미드 봐줘야 돼.
남이 받아볼게.
하나만 살려야 돼. 하나 살려봐.
야, 악어 죽여.
아, 이거 잡아야 돼.
이거 나랑 카밀 갈게. 둘이 할 수 있잖아.
카밀 가. 한 마리 살려. 나 P3이야 이거.
네? 빨리 와줘.
가야 돼?
P3 지켜봐.
야, 근데 이게 미안해 가고 있긴 한데 괜찮아?
멋있다. P3이야 이거. 조용히.
형생.
끝나긴 할 때. 웨이브 지켜줄 수 있나?
내가 생각해 이번에.
15초기네 15초.
푸시.
끝낼만해? 오른쪽 거?
푸시부터.
오른쪽 거.
무조건.
자판 그냥 죽어요. 그냥 끝내봐.
야, 맛있다.
나이스. 아, 나이스.
어지럽다, 야.
재밌다.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So while you're restless, each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. My God, what an extraordinary game! An incredible barn burner in game number 2 after Damwon Kia looked like they basically checked out of the series. They come back and they slaughter Gen G in the early game.
And the early game was so good for them that you have to remember this is also a composition that has the Karthus late game aspect in it. So even though Gen G were able to claw their way back through a few times there in the mid to the beginnings of the late game, which was a very long section of this second game of League of Legends, we're going nuts over here. But anyway, the fact of the matter is Damwon Kia with this lead should never have been able to lose control of this game. But Gen G, despite the amount of vision control they had, Bible's amazing performances on the Amumu, were able to claw their way back through Chovy having nice flank angles, amazing engages, Doran going in. And this was just a beautiful game of League of Legends. I don't know what else to say to start things off.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. And Cubby, I want to hear from you. What did you think about the draft here? Because we see Karthus for the first time.
I love the pick. I think Karthus is something that's just disgustingly broken. And one of the reasons we don't see more of it is that 80 solo laners aren't exactly in their strongest state right now. But you see the Skarner and Lucian, Nami, Azir, such a squishy trio drafted in the first stage for Gen G. And then you know that you can outclear a Skarner. And, you know, Canyon, we were a little bit harsh on him after game 1, saying that, you know, he struggled. We didn't feel like he was pathing well, not playing towards the win cons of DK. Well, Karthus for me is a champ that Canyon should excel at. You are a power clear, you can be a carry later on in the game, and something you do with Karthus, because you clear so fast, you have extra time to hover. The way that Canyon used that time to help his lanes as well, I thought was fantastic. It was a great performance from him.
Absolutely amazing stuff. Let's jump into the first highlight here, Wolf, because we're going to need to get through these because there's a lot to talk about.
There's a lot to cover. Now, Bible, I talked about this in the previous series that Damwon Kia played this week against Live Sandbox. It was picked up because of his brain. He's the brain of the Damwon Challengers team. Is very similar to what Beryl was for Damwon Kia in the past. A strong, engaged player who shot calls a lot. We saw this so much throughout the scenes where he took over the bottom side of the map, won so many of those mid-game team fights, had amazing ults and bandage tosses. This was a huge mistake from Doran in the early parts of the game. The pressure was on for Gen G, and only Chovy and Ruler were really able to find their way back. But this is the Bible show in the early parts of this. The Karthus, yeah, it's a lot of extra damage. Like Cubby mentioned, hovered the lanes. But this was really just about Bible taking over the game, had Fate's call to make it sure he could go as deep as possible. And Damwon Kia took this game by the horns, had massive control.
And incredible. I mean, this is Bible's 4th game of LCK. You were going up against Ruler and the Hens, and you gave them the best lane that they've played so far this split. A lane that only they've been able to win on in this pack. And they crushed them in the early game. Level 1 on. Someone from Challengers, again, I think, you know, we had questions at the start of the week. Is this something, you know, due to COVID, as Kellen might have caught it, along with some of the other DK players? It really feels like Bible is earning his place on this team. We heard him as well, the comms when he was making that last play mid. Just a fantastic game from him.
Yep, he did extraordinarily well. Let's jump into our next highlight here, which is Gen G almost costing me my hair again.
Yeah, I mean, this is the last time we saw a big comeback like this from Gen G was when you lost your hair. Peanut with an amazing flash play here, despite the awesome ult from Bible as he comes through. This is the first fight where Gen G tried to claw their way back. You can see the damage here from Ruler. Makes it tough to actually front to back. And Emperor's Divide here from Chovy around the edge. He made so many of these happen. There's only so many highlights we can show. And I think part of the reason why Gen G don't take full control of the game right there is because the Karthus ult does take a few members down.
And, you know, for Gen G, we were starting to talk about, like, how this game was reminding us of some of the ridiculous wins that T1 were pulling out of their hat through their run. And, you know, this game had a little bit of everything to it. There was an LCK record on the line with a win streak. Bible, a rookie, just being subbed up, crushing. We had, you know, the first Karthus that we've seen, I think, in a Major 4 region so far on Canyon. And almost Gen G overcoming a 7k gold deficit early off the back at Chovy's Azir that he has yet to drop a game on so far. I mean, what else can we ask for in this one besides a game 3?
Well, we're going to get a game 3, absolutely, and we have to skip our last highlight, which was, of course, Damwon Kia coming back in this game because we need to give our POG to the Amumu. Bible picks it up, 2-7-23. The guy was just amazing, and now we get understanding as to why Kellen's out.
I mean, I really thought this was going to be a long-term plan when he was announced to be moving up to the roster, and after watching this game, I'm pretty sure it will be, as Damwon Kia needed stronger shot calling. They needed more decisive plays in the bot lane. We did not see Kellen and Duckdom playing like this throughout the season, where Kalista has been so popular, and it's the type of almost barrel-esque replacement that Damwon Kia was missing so much. I gave it to Showmaker. I thought he had so many critical moments through those late game fights, was able to save the minion with his teleport as well. That was what ended the game. Otherwise, we go to another team fight and who knows what happens.
Yeah, my vote's going to go over to Steve as well. But ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it back to Valdez and Chronicler for the fantastic game number 3 that we have in store.
Thank you, Carpet Spacemen, and also the guy in the TV named Cubby. That was definitely just an insane game. It was just so much fun. Bible does pick it up. I'm glad that somebody gave the shout out to Showmaker and Steve because they did deserve it. But Bible, definitely a huge story as we have gone over time and again. This guy coming up in his 4th game and picking up POG for a good reason. Now, as I said before, Gen G select blue side, and this means that Karthus is getting banned, right?
That's okay. Fiddlesticks is also available. Yeah, I don't think we're seeing that. But maybe we will, because if there is a lesson that I think we learn, especially at the highest level, and we see this in tournaments all of the time as well, is that sometimes when you're good enough...
Mata's watching the support god himself.
Being comfortable with the style you're playing is more important than it being the best in the meta. And if Damwon Kia see Canyon on a farming jungler where he has an where he actually gets resources to carry, and then put him on Trundle again, only for him to have 2 items 40 minutes in, I won't be shocked, but I will be sad, because after that performance, you can make negative comments towards Canyon for not being able to adapt to the meta. This is a problem we've seen with many a jungler, as the jungle meta is very known to shift heavily. And right now, it's not a meta where the junglers get a lot of resources, but Damwon just tried regardless, because if you look at that game, you get an R5, save it for that man in the jungle, and maybe that will be enough to carry over. And then, as you pointed out, alternatively, I don't think Damwon Kia is getting a Kalista Moon lane again either. That one is not going to be given over anymore.
Yeah, just ban Karthus Kalista. Seems good to me. Oh, okay, we're going to ban Ahri. Kind of making it interesting right from the get-go.
Yeah, the Karthus, I think you can save it to ban till the 2nd rotation. I do think it's a pick that requires appropriate draft to work with, and there's a lot of junglers that you can't really do it into. Expect Damwon Kia to ban away the Wukong here as a 3rd ban, I guess, because Zerguts has
you
to be
can also
off.
just pick Kalista yourself because you have Ruler on your team. So
yeah.
On the blue side, you have a lot more freedom. You don't necessarily have to ban the Kalista.
And this is the crazy thing about the meta right now. It's like we're talking about Kalista and we're talking about Karthus, but what about Yuumi and Zeri? Well, Kalista's getting banned. So is it another Zeri and then a Sivir handshake? As unfortunately, yeah, that's. I feel you there. Of course, both.
Chronicler's been there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was.
Mine wasn't that bad.
No, mine was. It was a rough time. But he was still able to play an incredible Ahri game.
Yeah.
So. All things considered,
that's Showmaker.
Hopefully he'll be feeling fine outside of that.
He was able to get the ban in at least.
Yeah, and the Yuumi is a no-brainer because we have seen the Sivir can work into the Zeri specifically if it does end up being a Zeri first pick, which I don't think is a given at all in the current state of the meta. But you can't give Zeri Yuumi. That combination, especially into Lehens, is just way too deadly. And you also can't pick it because he has Singed available, so it just feels like all around a very rough situation as Peanut gets the champion that he is by far the most comfortable. And this is kind of what I'm talking about. I don't think you need to ban the Karthus as Gen G, because if a Karthus gets picked up into a Poppy, then Peanut's probably dove bot lane twice by the time that you've gone to your 2nd clear, and the game state will be completely different. So Damwon Kia, if they draft really strong lanes, might still revisit and farm-intensive jungler, but expect him to instead prioritize picking up a bot lane here. And despite it not working out for them previously, the high priority on the Lucian and the Nami is going to continue here. Expect again a Lucian with a pickup of the jungle here for Canyon. This way you give way less information to your opponents. Maybe get yourself an R3 counter pick. Alternatively, you can just lock in a jungler. Does mean, of course, that Zeri and Lulu probably are going to get picked up here by Gen G.
There you go. And yeah, not too much of a surprise. Renata Glass going to be ignored this time around. Was banned in game 2.
Yeah.
Also ignored in game 1. But
yeah, makes a ton of sense.
Watch him just pick Trundle here into the Poppy. Once again, Canyon, he goes from Trundle to that game of Karthus back to Trundle.
No, I'm so on board with this. This is okay, not as exciting, because as I mentioned, I for Damwon, maybe returning to Comfort, even though it's not the top of the meta, is what actually gets you in a good position. We've seen LCK teams are so reluctant to stray away, but some of the best results that we have seen, both domestically, Liv Sandbox comes to mind as well, and even internationally, when we do stray away from what is known. Not going to be the case here, though. A lot of power in this lane with the Viego. With so many of the high-priority mid laners already banned away, I wonder if either team wants to pinch that further and then try and get a very non-interactive matchup. Fortunately, Corki has been removed from the game, so we won't be suffering from that, which is nice.
I mean, Zeri is in the game now.
Yeah. But she needs
large beam.
3 items, not 2, Valdez.
True.
It's something.
No Ornn, no Sejuani. Going to be the pick here.
And with this, Damwon Kia has the opportunity to just... It's not exciting, and I would love for Gen G to ban it out. Just go R4 Gnar here.
Yeah.
You probably
That's what
get...
it feels like.
Yeah, you probably get Gwen, which is not amazing, but not the end of the world. And it's going to be the Camille ban. Yeah, Gnar seems like a no-brainer, even though the pick has dropped in priority. I think this is a perfect opportunity for the pick where there's not a lot of the counters available. If Doran does end up picking up the Akali, you might be in trouble. And it's something that is definitely available. Of course, Akali we've mostly seen as a counter pick into the Gwen, but in Challengers, some teams have actually been picking it into the Gnar as well for the same reason, which is when you get Shuriken as mini Gnar, you just die. Gwen seems like the no-brainer here though for Gen G, and then all comes down to what Choke wants to pick. Rise, yeah, makes a ton of sense. A lot of pressure, able to rotate the side lanes, and helps really, really well with the setup for both Peanut on his Poppy and later in the game also protect the ruler comp with that Zeri.
What is the pick here? Why is Doran smiling?
Like, what's happening here? It's not auction.
What's happening?
It's not auction.
Please, no. Okay. GP.
GP's good.
GP's fine. And so it's going to be Doran 6-1 on Gangplank versus Nuggery's 8-1 Gnar. Someone's getting 2 losses tonight.
As Showmaker now, what is going to be the pick into the Rise? Rise into TF. We have seen many a time. It's a pick which into the Azir we are not a fan of, not even remotely, and a pick that, while in terms of matching the pressure in lane will be decent when it comes to the 2v2 and the early team fights, is very underwhelming. Really feels like an insurance policy for Damwon, where if nothing else really works out, then you at least have a Victor who can do big damage in team fights. But I'm liking the insurance policy of Crit Gangplank and Zeri a lot more. So overall, for Damwon Kia, it feels like you need to find big leads in the early game. Be able to snowball either around Canyon or most likely Doc Dom and Bible, who after last game's performance, I'm sure are going to be feeling great.
One thing I will say about Damwon's comp is that they have an insane amount of mid to late game chip damage with the Victor and the Lucian culling, which we've seen. I mean, Ruler on the Lucian Nami himself in the last game was almost able to just single-handedly poke the enemy team out with this culling and the Nami, of course. And that actually looks a lot like Doran. Nicely done. But add the Victor on top of that, you're getting long-range lasers, you're getting a Chaos Storm thrown in there, and all of a sudden, you know, it's not like there's a Yuumi on the other team. It's not going to be a whole lot of sustain, maybe for the GP, but we'll have to wait and see, as that is probably like $45 US. She said she prepared the taxi fee.
Nice. Oh, well, yeah, if it's the second series and it's going to free games, gonna need that taxi, Velda. As you point out, I'm always going to be a fan of Zeri comps, but I do think a Gen G comp can feel a little disjointed in the early stages of the game. Whereas for Damwon, that pressure point in the bot side is something that they can leverage to great extents if Canyon's able to get his pressure known in bot.
Well, guys, we are ready for game number 3. Just about ready to jump onto the Rift. Let's see if it's as epic as the last one. Let's do it.
I saw that. I don't know if it was Lahenzer. It was a Yordle flexing an EDG logo. I don't know who it was. Oh, knowing that the observers always zoom in early on. Love it.
Oh! GG.
GG.
It's over.
It's done. Pack it up.
Congratulations to Gen G for winning and going on to 15-1.
Oh, I was waiting for the joke to land.
It's over.
That's
That's
we
it.
go home now?
Yeah.
Why are you all still watching? Guys,
Well, we do have this other game here.
well, do we?
We do.
Look at this XP lead.
We're going to play it out, you know. See what happens.
This is not how my solo queue game goes,
Double
Valdez.
first strike.
If someone has a lead, the game's done.
Yeah. Oh. Trying to fight this early. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, level 1 still, of course, quite strong here for the Zeri and the Nami, or Zeri and the Lulu, rather. We've seen that...
Zalulu.
Wow, that will be... I don't like that nickname for the bot lane. No, that's okay. We...
Zeralu.
Do you think that's better?
See, I'm trying, and you're just over here criticizing me.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. I'm not being very nice. As unsurprisingly, the only win here is Ruler. I'm not being constructive, and I'm sorry, Valdez.
It's okay.
I will try to be better. I have a lot of pent-up stress from watching the previous game.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't lash out at you. I apologize.
No problem. It's all good.
I also don't have a better suggestion. I think the combination of nicknames is just not, it's not the way we need to go. We need to think of a different thematic.
Yeah, like Bullet Hell lane, right, with Lucian.
Yeah, I don't know.
Lelouchen.
Yeah?
Wait, no.
No.
Lucian Yuumi. That's what I was thinking of.
That's the bullet. Yeah, that's the bullet
Yeah.
lane. As Nuggery, this is the Peanut special.
Yeah, this time it's in the top lane because the top lane is where it's at now for the early game. Let's see what Nuggery can do here. Buckler thrown in, nice flash.
Oh.
And look at this, Canyon's here. They're going to follow up for this one. Not stunned into the wall. They don't quite have the damage. Peanut just going to flash away, but Doran takes a second hit, and this is a long lane. As the flash comes in, and he's burning, but he's also ticking up. One more Q could do it, but Peanut's here, as he will be the savior, and the steadfast presence is going to save his life, as the gank does not work, but at least they live for now.
You'll take it as Damonkia, but that was very close to disaster for Gen G, as Dokdam going in, aggressive trade, and yeah, once you get a couple of levels, this matchup becomes a whole lot less enjoyable, for the Lulu in particular, but that was so close. Nuggery not getting slammed into the wall. Canyon, even with the red buff burn, not enough. If only he had red smite, but he's still 3 smites away, so not getting that one anytime soon. And as a result, it will in fact be I think, slightly favorable trade, but both top laners clearly are like, yeah, none of this matters. We just both bought calls. And
that's the way it goes.
Yeah, it's going to kind of ignore it.
Jovi is going for a bit of a walk. Although it was spotted with a back ping on top of Chovy. And so Nuggery's going to back away, but Ruler, if he has the Lulu with him, the Lahens, they can actually trade it back, but you can see that he was being a little bit more passive when he was alone. But I love that they are actually trying to fight this one with fire and not just get kind of pushed in and not actually be able to do much.
As taking a look at that topside play, just really nicely done. If Canyon is a split second earlier, it's even better. And crucially, this doesn't stun. Yeah, if that hits, I think you just trade favorably here as Gen G and.
I got him, he said. I got him.
copy.
It's like, oh, that.
copy다.
It's like, oh man, that sucks. Not quite able to extend into the kills.
It's Peanut doing a little bit of early invade. Look at this vision control on top side. Kia not really going to be able to get anything in return. And oh, it's level 6 for Rise.
Yep.
Textbook play coming through here. Maori does have level 6 available, crucially, and the wave is actually not in a good position at all. So I guess it was just a little bit of threat. But Doran is a freeze, so he doesn't really care about getting ganked. He just wants Nuggery to not get CS. That part going very well.
Yeah, just Nuggery throwing max range boomerangs to farm. It is a nice amount of respect. It's kind of what you have to do when Rise is missing, but also you don't have any vision control. He does have the one Tri-Brush ward, but Rise can avoid that, and so can the Poppy with Hex Flash. Or a blast plant. Lots of ways to get up into that top side.
Okay, now going for a lane gank here. Jungle not up at the moment. Might just be wanting to cover as, oh, here we go.
Landed straight into the arms of the Viego, but he just eats some oranges and walks it off. Not really too bothered by that one.
Everyone at home, reminder to eat your fruit as Doc Dom.
Exhaust, pretty huge there. Will deny it. Bubble misses, and now Cannon Barrage is in as Duck Dom looking to trade it back. Merely able to take a chunk out of Ruler, who does keep his heal. Very important in this lane.
Yeah, definitely a favorable trade here overall for Gen G, as they're able to hold onto their heal. Duck Dump, nice cleanse in the exhaust there, but because of the Cannon Barrage, Bible forced to use his heal. And now it's going to be some free plates, and you got to start finding some pressure in this lane as Lucian Nami. As, again, we have seen in the past that some AD carries have been able to win this matchup, and by some, I mean one, and the one is Ruler. So the stats are not great, and the laning thus far has not been going great, and not the end of the world with how Lucian has kind of evolved as a champion overall, especially with this first strike build that we have seen. Because there's a couple of moments there where if you have PTA, then the lane might look completely different, but not going to be the case here. Gonna take the extra scaling into the mid to late stages of the game over the immediate laning pressure, and Hextech Drake at least picked up for Kia.
Yeah. Nice little bounce on the pressure. They're able to get on down there and take it, and this game feels a lot like game number 1, except even. Well, a little bit more even, I should say. Because Gen G do have the lead, but at least Kia picked up the Drake, and the Rift Herald's still on the map, although the entire top side of the map has been all Gen G the entire game. So let's see how Kia respond to this, though, as everybody seems to be rotating up, but a little bit hesitating, as maybe looking for some kills.
Sneaky.
As everybody in the entire audience goes quiet.
Hold the breath. Well, this has been a long day. You can't be funny like that.
We're going in! And the culling does some huge damage, but Canyon's not quite able to get on in there. Fast response from the bot lane of Gen G.
Lance doesn't have his wild growth, doesn't need it. Holds on to it, and overall, that is a Herald for Drake, a trade that generally is not super favorable to the Drake taker, especially with the playstyle that Gen.G have shown over recent times, where they take a small gold lead and do some aggressive investing, turning that into a big lead very, very soon. Peanut on his way now towards the bot side. Hasn't really found as much action as... yeah, 5th game in the LCK, and he is already...
just styling on Ruler and
obnoxious.
Lehens.
Yeah, being obnoxious
Love
as
it.
Nami. That's the dream. Peanut on his way.
Watch him die immediately. I don't think it's going to happen, though, because we do have Flash. Although that is a fantastic engage coming in from Lehens, as there's the knock-up, and I cursed him. First blood goes over to Peanut, and now Duck Dom under the turret as well. As Ruler will pick up a kill for himself, not to mention some more plates.
UPM, and immediately what happens is Lehens flash Wild Groves, who says Lulu can't engage, and they spam this Silas downward thumb as you just get dove and boomed.
Oh, Gen.G fans are going to eat that one up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
They're going to think about that one for years to come.
As, unsurprisingly, this leads to a immense gold lead. As that dive being successful is a huge win for Gen.G, who get the double, then also get the first turret bot, and are now almost 3k gold up. It's game 1. All over again, Valdez.
Yes. This time, Gen.G, they got blue side as well, so
yeah.
The wrath of Peanut Poppy comes out again. Not to mention the Lulu engage, which is very unexpected, so we can see this happen once again.
Very funny. As, yeah, Dogdom and Kellen don't seem to be too clued in on this one. They do take defensive positioning here, but again, Flash, Wild Grove, double knockup.
Yeah, also double Glitter Lance onto both of them.
Truly Lehens showing that even with Lulu, can get it done.
남이 높여.
Nami no flash.
보자 이거 보자.
Let's go.
보자.
Go, go, go.
와 전멸 커져라 개지렸다.
My Flash Wild Growth was insane, and it was. He's patting himself on the back immediately.
Lehens was also spamming Griffin emote. I didn't even catch. There was too much emoting going on, Valdez.
Everybody's emoting when you get that double kill in bot. Now, Doran has been left to the Wolves, but this just means that Ruler gets more plates, while your Lucian and Nami are splitting them.
Well, that part's fine, but why are Nuggery and Showmaker in the same lane? Yeah. Missed how that one took place, because now that's more plates to Ruler, which is generally a bad sign for any team facing them.
Yeah, he's going to be a very full Zeri, very fed in this one.
Eaten well. As Lehens truly showing that you can be a playmaker on any champion if you just believe enough. No matter what people might think of your choices for support champions.
Yeah, Lulu can do it.
Lulu is very.
Used to see it in the mid lane a lot, you know, where you had like damaged junglers and you would just engage on the other mid laner and try to set up ganks and stuff.
And this Victor is definitely a Victor again, as has been the case in the past. And there is a reason why we have not been the biggest fan of this champion. Feels like a lot of our games are not decided, but definitely set up for in the early to mid stages of the game. The durability patch has made us have a lot more team fights. I think that part has been a rousing success, as we saw in even this series a lot. But when it comes to truly scaling mages, they really don't seem to be that great. Azir is kind of an exception because of the utility that it still provides, but I don't want to know what the Victor win rate is, but I know it's not feeling too hot. On the flip side, Damwon just got another Drake. On the downside, Gen.G is probably going to stack at the very least 3 Infernals, unless they make big mistakes.
It's also 10 plates to the side of Gen.G. Some of them picked up by Chovy, some of them, of course, the majority picked up by Ruler. From the bot side to the top side. Showmaker's not concerned. He's just farming as many of the jungle camps away from Canyon as he can. So, he's trying to farm it up As maybe we'll see that plate graphic here just to get a confirmation. Some trading in the bottom side, but Peanut is not baited by it. He's just backing away. And there it is. 10 plates fully taken by Gen G. Damwon did get, they did get 5 of them, although it looks like only 4 of them were actually taken. You know, the gold was actually
of course.
Secured for the player.
And overall, this early game for Damwon has been somewhat of a disaster. There is still some mid-game team fighting power that normally you'd look for. The Victor doesn't really open that, but the rest of the comp definitely does. Nuguri on one item spike can be really big early on. Same for Viego if he can get a couple of resets going. And even though Dogdom is not in the greatest of spots, just by the virtue of having his Guild Force and being Lucian in a Lucian Nami lane, he can burst you down very quickly. Unfortunately, while that is happening, or while rather Damwon is getting something done on the bot side, the cross-map trades are still very much in favor of Gen G, and this feels very much akin to what we've had happen with T1 in spring, where they stomp game 1, then they're like, let's have some fun game 2, and then get put behind, and then can't claw their way back, and then game 3, all business again.
Yeah.
No fun allowed. No shenanigans, no taking of fights that we don't need to take. Just focus on fundamentals, focus on cross-map, focus on getting the objectives and the shove.
Yeah.
And they're at a 4K gold lead at 15 minutes ago.
And they didn't even have to ban Karthus.
No?
It's fine. They're like, no, you're not going to do it again. I dare you. And they certainly had some more options for this game if that were to come about. Even though Damwon did have red side and potential counter pick, we did see that be selected for the Victor. So I hope that the Victor gets some good value in this one. As you see, Bible is desperately trying to stop this from happening, but it's happening. The mid turret will also go down. That is 3 turrets now for the side of Gen G. So the one of Damwon that Nuguri was able to pick up in the bottom lane.
It's not a good time, Veldas. Fortunately, Damwon has 2 first strikes, so just keep dragging the game out, and eventually that'll get you gold.
Toby didn't go crown in this game.
No.
I've seen so many rises. It's kind of like you basically just go crown and then you go full damage, or Seraphs and stuff like this. But instead, he's actually just going full damage.
Which is Ludens and Sorpam boots as well. Which, looking at Damwon's comp, going for crown here is not it at all. So
I mean,
not too
you
surprising.
can deny a culling in the late game.
Yeah, but there's a laser.
Yes. Just dodge it for it.
It's guys, it's everyone at home. It's like it's 11:15.
No, it's actually a good suggestion.
Veldas and I are both. Veldas, that's not your best material. I'm not on my best item. We gotta see it through.
What do you think about the crown for Showmaker?
I didn't want to hurt your feelings. I hate for you to feel like I'm not appreciative of your jokes.
I think the crown for Showmaker is good.
I'm trying to connect with you, Veldas.
Because he has to deal with extendo beams, and that denies 1.
No, I actually really like the crown for Showmaker, as I've completely given up again closer with my co-caster. I think the amount of reliable poke is relatively low, and if you do actually catch extendo beam or a late game gangplank barrel, you're feeling great. A little bit of threat there, but not actually going to commit his Dogdom. Only real downside is that if you do end up getting a proc as the Victor, the trade-off obviously is not going to be amazing. He is going Shadow Flame though, so at least we're not getting treated to crown Morello's Lichbane Victor, which I've seen.
Yeah, unfortunately. I think I erased that one from my mind.
It's not a good time.
I don't remember that one.
No, that's good.
Weird.
That's good. As overall, if you can keep Doran in the side lane and you can 4v4 as Damwon, you actually do have a lot of power here. Looks like instead they don't want to take the risk.
Cannon's like, wait, I was the one waiting for you. That's weird, as we do have a gank on the top side, but Lahens is here. Engage extraordinaire. Lulu is looking for some support for Doran, of course, as the tidal wave does come in. There's the shield and the wild growth, but the laser is what gets it done, and now Lahens is up here as well. Double kill for Showmaker, who's really stacking up the gold. And yes, the rest of the map is all in shambles. As you can see, Gen.G are getting some big value elsewhere. But that is a Fed Victor now.
Yeah, and that is going to accelerate. I think one of the best win conditions. Itemizing MR against Kia feels horrible right now because of how AD heavy their composition is. So getting these kills on Victor and getting him a topside turret as well, getting a couple more waves into him is actually super impactful. And the gold lead still very much in favor of Gen.G. They pick up Drake, they get a ton of damage down on that mid lane turret. But this collapse actually works out very well, and Lahens thinks 2v2, we can make this work. We can find a way to keep him alive. And then the moment that Bible shows up, Lahens, admirable of him to try and keep his carry safe. But not going to be the case. Canyon just making sure that this play is completely doomed for Gen.G. And as a result, kills going over the Showmaker. Now Shadow Flame done as well. This early on, once you hit the free item spike as Victor, you're still going to have an incredible amount of damage. And as mentioned, it's still tough. I think the amount of damage that Zeri is going to output is still something that's going to be very hard for Kia to deal with. But at least in neutral, you'll have a counter answer to possible Gangplank barrels.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty cool to see if Showmaker can actually make this work. We all saw that he's not necessarily feeling too great playing from home, but he is playing fantastically, which is very nice to see. And if he could carry it with the Victor, a huge win condition for them, it would be kind of an insane story. But we'll have to wait and see. You know, put the brakes on that for now because, you know, still Gen.G 4,000 gold in the lead with the Fed Zeri. And Peanut, who's farming like a madman.
Yeah, you're still going to feel pretty good about it all. And as you pointed out in mid-game already, Canyon has been sacking CS over the Showmaker. So it truly is a return to the normal playstyle that we've seen the last while. And regardless, because I do think that Gen.G, like in a position like this, very rarely lose games. You got Chovy, who is monstrously fat as per usual. Gonna get this inner as well, even further ballooning your gold lead. But Kia here today look a lot better than expected because they have been truly pretty lackluster over the last couple of matches. 0-4 against KT and Sandbox, which are their direct competitors. So the fact that this series has been competitive in the slightest, to me, is a huge win. And I'll take it, Valdez, as a free item.
Absolutely. I don't even think that Gen.G were playing poorly. I mean, they slipped up in the early game of Game 2, but the fact that Damwon came in like a shark on the hunt, just ready to chomp up that gold lead and do a lot with it, says a lot about where this team is and how they have prepared for this series.
Yeah.
I think it's really brave of them as well, by the way, to go back to Lucian Nami when they have got absolutely destroyed on this multiple times. They're 1-3 as a duo with Lucian Nami for a 4th place team in the LCK. Our Duck Dom and Kellen / Bible. So the fact that they go for it in Game 3 against Gen.G, that takes some guts. I mean, I can imagine that maybe they don't have the most confidence in this at this moment.
Yeah, it's it might also tie into what we mentioned earlier. Where even though we're not seeing the results in the actual games played, which even was the case with the Kalista at the start of the split, right? It really took us a couple of weeks to start really seeing what this champion was capable of. Maybe for Damwon and Scrims, they're blasting everyone with the Lucian Nami lanes and just hasn't really transitioned to stage, and they're holding on to it. A lot of background information that, of course, we don't have in this situation, as Chovy going to probably just get a free turret here, and what Kia is getting is possible position on a maybe Drake, which is not the best of trades, because the guaranteed value is something that Gen.G I think is going to be particularly happy with. This is Soul Point though, so I would still expect to see Gen.G actually rotate over, and we do see Nuguri matching Chovy inside, both having the teleport available. Oh, Ruru is on free items at 23 minutes.
Yeah,
okay.
He already has IE.
Yeah.
271 CS, most in the game, again, more than Chovy. Same as Game 1, Canyon is going to miss on the engage, but Peanut takes a huge chunk from Showmaker. Again, this guy's fed. He's kind of just got to do the majority of the damage carrying here. Duck Dom has some ability, but not quite like Showmaker.
That's the crown gone. Nicely done by Ruler.
Yep. It's definitely what you got to do before you start putting in that damage, as the shields as well from the Lulu going to be putting in a lot of work, as it might just come down to a smite fight here as Canyon, he's able to get it, and they disengage. So that is soul points for Infernal Soul here for DK. They're still kind of waiting around. They have a Mega Gnar, so they're considering it. They're not going to give up full control of this mid lane at least.
And unfortunately for Gen G, even with the Poppy, really nicely done by Canyon, staying in the fog there, making sure that he wasn't spotted. The rest of the team acts as a zoning tool, so Peanut can't actually knock him away with the Keeper's Verdict. Gets the smite, and even though they're up 5k gold, we saw that Gen G in the previous game got back from a deficit that was way bigger. So I'm sure Damwon is just clinging on to this one, because if Showmaker gets a Infernal Soul on this Victor, and the same for Dokdam, I think a lot of the issues that I see with their composition and how it feels a little awkward at the later stage of the game is definitely going to go away, as again, Canyon not being spotted here means that he will actually be able to get himself, oh actually at the end there, gets it on the last second, Miss just keeping him safe for just long enough. Oh.
Oh.
And it's not been a good
foreshadowing.
Yeah, it's not been a good summer of smites for Canyon. Think back to both the series against Cuz and against Croco.
Yeah.
Who largely got the better of him.
Just getting them here.
Yeah.
And
oh, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, here comes the train. Gen G getting aggressive, but I do like how Damwon are sticking in it, especially with this Victor power as the game comes along.
Yeah, the downside, of course, is that when we talk about scaling, we have Zeri. Yeah. No, no. Jokes aside, we also have the crit Gangplank. Doran has just finished his Collector, is I think already sitting on a Lost Whisper, if I remember correctly, so it's going to be
going full damage.
Yeah, of course. No bruiser builds here, fortunately, and that is something that with the relative lack of hold up Canyon moving forward.
I feel like Canyon is a laser setup champion. Yeah. He's like, I'm gonna land the stun, and then you guys like culling and laser him. And that's my job.
That's what I do.
And maybe I can clean up because I have Diego, but somebody's got to frontline, especially when it's Mini Gnar. As goodbye, Ruler. Went a very long distance. Just taking a little vacation, perhaps. Damwon at this moment kind of just electing to go into the poke war. There is more sustain with the Nami, I suppose, as Doran takes a massive chunk, and where did his health bar go? Jeez. Chaos Storm nearly takes him out. He's lucky to be alive.
Really nice answer there as well. And yeah, Showmaker is definitely chunking people. Also the DPS, of course, Mini Gnar actually quite high. Nicely done there by Damwon. But they're not actually getting anything, and they're still 6k gold behind. So all of this has been mainly to make sure that Gen G didn't get the free setup, as Showmaker going to be able to pick up most of this wave. And wondering, with the Void Slot now finished, if he's going to go into Death Cap next, because when that item's finished, truly we're going to see who's going to have the most fun. Is it Rulo, who at that point I assume will have 4 items, or is it going to be the Victor? As Gen G, yeah, I'm loving this. Force the response.
Yep.
Make Damwon do something, because you have a massive gold lead. Want to turn that into a 1-5.
You can see the pokes coming out, even the Extendo Beam as well, but Damwon are trying to get in here, but Canyon is nowhere near. They just want to take the fight. On the backside of this, Tidal Wave not going to do too much. Only catches Lehen's culling coming in. Gen G trying to back into a better spot.
Round value.
Oh, and they're just being chased down here. As you see, Peanut's just going to send Dokdam flying. Canyon now on the run. And that's one way to disengage.
Yeah, that's going to be it.
Eat your opponent into the enemy jungle.
And most importantly, Gen G get it at the perfect timing, because they get the Baron recalls. And it's going to be very hard for Damwon to like rush a Drake here, because Drake up in 40 seconds. More than enough time available here, especially with Chovy teleporting to mid, for them to still take control of the Drake pit. So they're not even trading a Baron for a possible soul or even a setup. Damwon is just going to have to be like, okay, well, that's unfortunate. And now we sit in our base and wait. And as I say that, they move out, so they definitely are going to look. But getting Prio in mid when the enemy's Baron buff is an exercise in futility.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so they need a completely bonkers fight Nuggery getting multiple people into the wall with Showmaker immediately laying his damage on top of it. Otherwise, it's not happening.
You're not getting frisky, but to be honest, I mean, this Mega Nard's coming a bit early. Nuggery is going to find not much value. You can see he's actually getting a lot of position, at least for the team. He's going to find Doran, but not able to land the wallop as him and Showmaker are just on a 2v1 cruise against the Gangplank, but they give up the Drake. So is it worth it? They want to try to take the fight on the backside. Big tidal wave value this time around as the Roam Warp, they get 3 of them out at least. Lahens, poor Lahens, is going to go down. But at the end of the day, Gen G, they pick up another Drake.
Oh, tough one to see who that favors. Because the Drake picked up for Gen G does provide him with a lot of value, but I think the longer this game goes on, the more Damwon is going to feel pretty decent about it, because the gold lead for Gen G is going to mean less and less and becomes more about the execution in fights, and Doran thus far on the Gangplank has barely been able to do anything. As
this is getting pretty tricky. I feel like Damwon are almost being baited into this, although Chovy, as we can see, is not very tanky. Doesn't look like the rest of Gen G actually expected them to stay, so not going to amount to much. Chovy has to flash, which is not great for him.
At least has the spellbook available to get somewhat of a trade, but it's again the mini Nard that is actually the real problem, as Doran gets flashed on, but able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but that combined with one immense laser from Showmaker is enough. And this was still a flip. If Canyon is a split second earlier on a Heartbreaker and steals that Drake, that is disaster. Yeah, they barely are unable. If they get Peanut here as well, like they're turning that into multiple turrets, possibly even an inhib. As Canyon walks in, sees Peanut, and runs out immediately.
Goodbye.
No.
Yeah, no, thank you. No. And now,
stabilizing.
Yeah, the Baron is not available. You see that Peanut is trying to get stuff down. Torellia's in to try to secure this turret, and it will. Poppycopter comes out, but not going to hit anyone this time, although we have had our fair share of entertaining Keeper's verdicts in this one. And so now I think we're just going to wait for the next Baron.
Hey, there's also next Infernal Drake.
Yeah, but Baron comes first.
No, I know, but maybe we can do both. Yeah.
I'm down.
At the same time.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
As one needlessly large rod not done for Showmaker, Doctom gonna get closer and closer to his Infinity Edge as well, and it's actually going to become a really interesting one, Valdez. I still feel like the overall scaling favors Gen G, and they're, again, 6k gold up, but it doesn't feel that way. It feels like a very close game, and I think Gen G are making a great call by actually respecting their opponents the way they're doing here. Because Damwon Kia has shown that they can at the very least match them at their level. It's still Ruler on the Feds area. As we can see there, Extendo Beam not feeling very fun and interactive for Damwon Kia.
Yeah. Note the builds here from Ruler did not have to go into the Lord Dominic's based on what he's going into. A lot of squishies, just has GA and QSS. So good luck killing Ruler with double summoners and double defensive items plus a Lulu.
Yeah.
See how that goes for you.
I don't think it does.
It doesn't go?
No. I think you stay home. And you're like, not today, World.
You see the Zeri outside, you're like, actually, no, I think I'll stay home tonight.
Yeah, calling sick, you know.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is one way to try to get it done. That's actually a huge amount of calling damage, so somebody brought their guns outside. I guess that's one way to handle it.
And the rain?
Yeah, that was just Duckdom, and he's only level 14, so not bad. That is nothing. But it was close to being something. The barrels nearly able to chain in there.
Yep, and we seeing the true bullet hell game being played here by Damwon Kia. Dodged all the barrels. Yeah, and the extendo beams, which that part's not going great. And don't let them get the Drake. Damwon Kia, though, currently they should know that the Genji's over there.
bit of a flankaroonie as we do have Bible getting chunked, and nobody's going to get hit by the Keeper's Verdict, though, and the wave was pulled, importantly. As Genji say, yeah, let's just take Baron. That's not the right spot.
And Damwon know that they're not actually doing it yet.
Okay.
Well, if Damwon can keep hold of mid-air, if they can keep control.
Yeah, it's all about this mid-skirmish now as Ruler takes a big chunk. Talking about his survivability, it's not looking so great, actually. Showmaker has to go into the stopwatch, but he does fight back a ton of damage here, but Peanut's got this engage onto him, and Showmaker gets caught out. Not able to escape the engage from Genji. And now I think as Damwon Kia, you just kind of have to give this one up. Although it does not feel good. Ruler's going in. And now he's going out. They will take down their third Infernal.
Yeah, they're not going to let you. And this is the problem with these compositions, is that the zone control from Genji is so oppressive. Showmaker did so much damage there. I want to, when you check the replay, like just note how low the health bars are for Genji. But unfortunately, for Damwon Kia, they're not actually able to capitalize on it at all, right? Like this Chaos Storm combined with one laser. Like that's so much of the health gone, but then there is just too much threat. Like Kanye can't really walk up, he gets 2-tapped. Nagari gets completely zoned over by Chovy, so he can't join as the frontliner. And they're also fighting in an open space, so it makes it very hard for Nod to find real value. And Baron not really available due to show. Oh,
Here's
Zeri!
Ruler! Zeri's coming in! She hasn't quite had her moment in this game, so she wants to create one. That's going to be the end of Bible. As the rest of the Genji Cavalry kind of coming in here with this Realm Warp, not going to commit to a push though, so they catch the Nami. And they're not going to find Canyon though, so with their insane Baron damage that they have, they could just rush it down. Certainly considering that at this moment in time. As Ruler, he's just going to do it alone with Peanut, it looks like.
Yeah, might as well. Don't have vision right now.
Warren's not really hitting these ones as they try to just assassinate a Lulu. Not really going to work out, but they do take out the crit gangplank, but now everybody is baited into the fight. Chovy just easily going to get that Zhonya's down. Duck Dom, though, still looking to kite this one out as he still has an insane amount of damage, but this is Poppy and this is Zeri. Ruler still on the hunt here with Peanut leading the charge.
Can't actually walk up.
Peanut, yeah, he's just trying to frontline for the Zeri. That's what you got to do. He did the right thing. And that means that Ruler does take his 5th kill.
And overall, no objective gets taken.
We continue.
We continue, yeah. Nothing really happening. Genji, of course, got the third Drake, so we're 3 and 3 again. And I think they can just take Baron now, which is very anticlimactic, and maybe they don't want to take the risk, but like, look at this topside control, look at this warding, plus the damage you have available. Not afraid of this one at all. Just going to pick up the Baron here, and...
No smite, no problem.
You gotta warn me before this, Val, this is late! It's late. As you put so eloquently, if there is no Zeri moment, create your own. Be in control of your own destiny. Even with the extra movement speed and the flash being used, it's not enough for Damwon Kia. And then here we have another scenario where going hard on Lahens, but the exhaust combined with the fact that the actual damage isn't there yet makes Canyon look rather silly. And then we see the DPS that is available, but it isn't enough. There's a Lulu. Ruler throughout all of this is full health. That's how little he cares. Veldas, like the actual threat on this team is still completely full. Even still has foam plating up.
Yeah, he just doesn't get hit even once, which is kind of insane. Well, at least they have the Nami, who has healed, by the way. As, yeah, the push is coming in with the Baron buff, trying to take down this mid-turret. Not quite going to get there just yet. But it just feels like it will eventually happen. Yep, Ruler's just going to step up. He's level 18 now. Frontlining just a bit, having some fun. Hitting Canyon a screen away for 800. That's okay, nice little flank comes in, and Doran just, where did he go? The cotton candy's gone, it disappeared in the water. Down goes the gangplank. Poor Doran, man, he's not hitting barrels, 0 and 4. But he is critical to actually making this a late game juggernaut for Genji.
And there you see, now death cap is finished for Showmaker. And she's not messing around. Oh, that's a death brush. That's a death brush. 50 seconds till Drake.
Oh, they
oh
have
no,
vision.
oh no, oh no, oh
yeah,
no.
He's dead. He is so dead. No way for him to get out of this one as Chovy goes one way, Canyon goes the other. But that's all they needed to do. This should be, I mean, he's got teleport, but they can take down this Infernal Soul. Oh, Ruler! He's like, yeah, bring it on. I've got a shield bow. He goes forward. You gotta be kidding me, man. This Zeri at this point, full build going in, is going to line up a massive one straight into that back line. 3 of them go down, make that a quadra as they pick up the ace, and Ruler has a true Zeri moment very late in the game, but it still counts. 12-7. Gen G will eventually end this series with a win tonight. It's 2-1. They do drop a game once again to Dalmonkia, but it does not matter. A win is a win, and they will hold on to first.
And we learned a couple of lessons tonight, and I feel like we keep learning them. Never truly count out Dalmonkia, no matter how rough they might look during the regular split. And secondly, Zeri on Ruler, not okay. Lucian on Ruler, not okay. Sivir on Ruler. I'm starting to think Ruler is the problem.
Yeah.
What do you do when a player just plays any AD carry to what feels like the utmost potential? I don't know. I don't know. Gen G clearly respecting Dalmonkia to make this one a much more slow and methodical game.
Yeah.
We do also started to see some of the issues that were plaguing Gen G at the start of spring, start of both spring and even in summer, most notably, which was Doran, who I think has had the biggest improvement individually on this roster over the course of the split, going from, I think, the biggest weak point to someone that, sure, he wasn't going to win lane against Zeus, but he wasn't a liability either. Really having a rough game here on the Gangplank, but outside of that, didn't even matter. The rest of I'm sure he still did an incredible amount of damage.
Yeah.
Rest of his team was there
His
to back
cannon
him up.
barrage is really on point.
Yeah.
I feel like every single one, I'm like, ooh, that cannon barrage is getting way too much value. So props to him. You know, the barrels weren't quite landing, but cannon barrages were really 10 out of 10. So very nicely done. In comes the Ruler Zeri. She knew it was going to happen. And as we keep saying, maybe it shouldn't happen. I don't know about this Zeri. They didn't go for the Sivir.
Fellas, there's too much. It's just not fair. There's too much to ban. Can't ban them all.
Yeah. It's often felt like that many times against teams that have been dominant. It felt exactly the same against T1 in spring. Like, I definitely said that exact same thing you just said in spring about T1.
Or,
it's like, it's not fair. They have too many picks. Yeah.
Dumb one last year.
Exactly.
It just doesn't stop. And Lucianami at this point for Dalmonkia, keep giving it a go. It just doesn't seem to be getting the results that they've been looking for. Even with some of the good moments that I think both Bible and Dr. were having in this game and just in the series as a whole, didn't end up being enough. This drop for Damon also a little awkward. Showmaker really, I think, feeling the weight of being effectively the only damage source for this team outside of a calling in the later stages of the game. Playing so far forwards. And Dalmonkia, much better showing, but a very clear victor, I think, here tonight, even with that game 2 being as amazing as it was.
It's crazy how much the Rune Prisons kept getting value on a Victor. It's not necessarily supposed to happen because the Victor should have range advantage, but as you were mentioning, I think just the pressure for Showmaker to try to carry with his lead was just too much, and that put him into precarious situations multiple times. Like, yeah, we can get him. Watch Zeri, watch Zeri.
바텀 라인. 아니야, 제리 봐줘, 제리 봐줘, 제리 봐줘. 가둬줄게. 나이스. 루시안가. 박자팀! 박자팀! 피콜로가 막아준 셀포!
He said, my prince, my prince.
이게 3령 때 내가 위에 자리 잡고 있어서 용쪽 시야를 너무 못한다. 이거 바텀도 내가 커버 좀 늦게 했어.
And they're talking about, you know, some of the stuff that happened in the game here at the end. They're like, oh yeah, I covered bot a little bit late, stuff like that. And just calling out, oh man, that's a Zeri difference, you know?
No, I disagree, Veldas. It's just a ruler difference at this point.
He certainly makes it look even better.
Well,
is what I will say.
I'm also I'm being very I can't even think of the word. I'm trying. Yeah, well, not only facetious, but I'm just trying to get a rise out of you. But yeah, I'd be happy if we saw less Zeri. But when it's Ruler playing in it,
It's a treat.
It feels good to watch. Yeah. It's fun.
And for Gen G and Ruler and them, they continue with their streak of continuing to dominate the LCK, so props to them. They do cut their game streak a little bit short there, tying T1, but it's okay. They still got the win. But either way, guys, we're done here on the caster desk. 6 games was a doozy, but let's see what the guys here on the analyst carpet space have to say.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and it did have to slow down. We had a whole lot less kills, and we had a whole lot less ability to kill Ruler whilst playing Zeri. Wolf, what did you think of the draft first?
I just wanted to say about the Zeri, going back to what Chronicler and Valdez were kind of arguing about, is was it a Ruler diff, was it a Zeri diff? I say Ruler on Zeri diff. You put these two things together, you put the best AD carry player in the LCK on Zeri, and you're going to have a good time. And I think so many teams against Ruler think they have the answer. We're going to pick the Lucian Nami. We're going to do what basically no one is doing against this player. And I think it's a bad call from Damwon Kia after what was such a fantastic game, too. Really nice draft, great tempo lead they had. But in this one, they put it all in the Zeri basket. They're like, we can handle this. You couldn't, actually, at the end of the day. Shelby?
Yeah, I'm with you, Wolf. I think that the draft for Damwon Kia, they have some self-sufficient lanes, and also those lanes can win. Viego can't really follow up on that. And Poppy, you know, her ability to attack early and how good Peanut is on this champion, you can utilize Poppy to really salvage some of these lanes, and that's exactly what Gen G were able to do in the early game.
Yeah, just Peanut getting Poppy feels like it's just winning for Gen G. I think that's why Blue Side is so incredibly dangerous for them to have, because not only do you have all these bottom lane traps, but you also have the Poppy trap. But they didn't trap them in a whole lot of violence. So we are going to have a look at this first peaceful Baron take that Gen G managed to pull off, as it was 2-2 in kills at this stage.
Yeah, and it's so much about the vision control that Gen G had, the tempo advantage they had, even though, like you said, it was a very low kill game. As Damwon Kia here, you're fairly low range, you're running a Lucian Victor comp, and trying to stop Gen G from taking this Baron is just not really an option if you're coming in early. It took them a very slow approach to come through, and by the time they get there, Gen G have an escape plan. It's really just a frustrating game for Damwon Kia's comp in game states like this, because you want to punish, you want to try to catch, but you're just not able to do so. Poppy knocks you out, and Canyon's like, well, I can't do anything, can't follow up. Like Cubby was saying, Viego alone can't get the job done. It has to be all together.
And the zone control tools as well from the Gen G comp. I mean, you have Zeri W as well as GP barrels, the ults. I know that Doran, you know, was camped punished. I did really like DK trading out, you know, some of the early, or that one Drake to make that big dive play top. I feel like that actually gave him a fighting chance. And shutting down Doran helped the GP, you know, not pump out a ton of damage, but still, you put all those zoning tools around Ruler on Zeri, it's a tough game to win.
Yeah, and it kind of felt to me like Damwon Kia realized halfway through the game that they have absolutely no way of killing the Zeri, and then Ruler decided that he'd also build Mercurial Scimitar and Guardian Angel and has a Lulu with Wild Growth, and there's just no access to him. Showmaker had a fantastic game on the Victor, but unfortunately, the Death Ray range needs to be buffed. His Chaos Storm needs to go further, Wolf.
Yeah, and he was just caught so many times. We're looking at our last fight here, and he was caught so many times because in order to get into range to actually do that damage, he's under so much threat. And yes, Doran is punished here in this moment, but as we roll it forward, you're going to see they get a knockout, and like, Showmaker in so many of these fights can't Death Ray even a second time because, unfortunately, he's just instantly blown up. Now, this is not a highlight of that in particular, but I did want to talk about how difficult it is for Showmaker to do long-term damage. This is Gen G just saying, sieging is tough with this comp. We're down a player. Doran is dead. Let's just hide here and look for a surprise pick and end the game. And that's exactly what happens. Unfortunately for Showmaker, he's the one who gets caught.
It's so depressing, the timing, Cubby.
I think it's just a really creative play from Gen G as well. And yeah, I think some of the issues, I think Showmaker highlighting how difficult it is for him to step up. I mean, yeah, it's really valid, but also, what are the tools on the team that can help him? Like Meganar for Nuggery. How is he going to get through a keeper's verdict? The steadfast presence from Poppy, it's a really difficult task, and you add that on top of all the range, all the tools that Gen G has. A really tough game for Damwon Kia to win. Gen G slowed it down, definitely played in their favor.
Yeah, and this was an example of the good old issue of if you don't pick away the Lucian Nami from Ruler and Lehens, they'll pick it and beat you with it. And if you, don't pick away the Zeri, then Ruler gets Zeri, and that's also checkmate. It's like you're put onto a chessboard with only a king that can go in front of 7 queens. It's how you're supposed to do it. Let's have a look at the POG. Give it over to Ruler here as he does move up equal with Zeus at 1,100 points.
1,000 damage per minute. Zeri does so many things, and when you put it in this player's hands, it is just crazy. Lehens had this amazing moment too, which gave them, even though it was a 2-2 kill score game for so long, this play from Lehens, we almost had this as our first highlight, but there was so much to discuss we couldn't grab it. But getting those 2 kills accelerated him so fast that he took so much. They took 10 plates this game off of basically just that one play.
Yeah, in the words of our wonderful co-caster Chronicler, if you don't have a certified Zeri moment yet, make one yourself. Ruler made a couple on the back half, picking up those 10 kills. Very well deserved. I think shout out to Peanut. I really liked his pathing and also that 4v5 pick on the Showmaker to find the end, but well deserved for Ruler.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping that there's a couple of stray Lehens votes, but there's not. There's a couple of stray Peanut votes, and sometimes you just need to vote for Peanut. So I'm not even going to question our analysts here. But let's throw it over to the stage where we have Ruler and Peanut. So here is Jisun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the PUG interview translation joined by Ruler Peanut from Gen G. With this win over Damwon Kia, you guys are having about 99% chances of securing your first place spot of the regular split. Well, it was a very hectic series today against Damwon Kia. So, Peanut, how are you feeling right now? Well, prior to the beginning of the game, I really wanted to get 2-0. But whenever we just play against Damwon Kia, we have full series, you know. We get 3 games, but still I had to believe that in the end we're just gonna close out the series and get the win. And Ruler, with this POG secured in the last game, you are tied for the POG first place together with Zeus. I don't really mind about winning POGs, but still it makes me really happy. This was a very difficult series, but still, at the same time, it was really fun to play, so I had a lot of fun. Let's get back to the first game. Peanut, you locked in Wukong, one of your best picks so far, and you got a solo kill onto Nuguri to start off the game. And after that kill, you kept adding pressure towards that Nuguri's Sejuani. What did you focus on in that game? Because most of the Sejuani top takes Ignite, it's really easy to get a kill and kind of punish the spell choice. And I got also lucky to get so many kills. Game number 2, well, Damwon Kia unleashed some of the spicy comp, Kalista, Mumu, and Karthus. So why did you let Kalista through? I don't exactly remember, but they banned Renata. So with the given situation, I think we would be able to deal with the Kalista, But I was almost losing my mind, It was crazy. How was Bible's Amumu performance? It was so on point, So me, Lehens were just keep on dying. We were just laughing at whenever we died. It was actually a really nice experience to play against his Amumu. Before going to game number 3, what did you guys focus on? Well, the game was over in the beginning, So we didn't really care too much about it, but still we actually went through some of the minor mistakes we made in team fights, we were overextending, we were chasing too much, and then we got ready for game number 3. And then in that game 3, the opponents actually left the Bobby open, and that was the B1 pick for Gen G. Well, after playing game number 2, we realized that our macro is better than them. So Bobby is the best pick to kind of shut down the initiation attempt of the opponent. So I thought it was gonna be a great pick. And Ruler, Genji never lost a series against Damwon Kia this year, and also you are never undefeated against Tokdam in your entire career. What are your thoughts on that stat? I used to have some matchup where I was having some sort of a mental blocks, you know, so I do believe that's a thing, but at the same time, someday it's gonna be, you know, broken, I know. So I will do my best in order to keep that streak going. But Peanut also mentioned that because you have the experience of beating the opponents, you get extra confidence and faith in yourself that you can repeat the outcome. And in game number 3, you know, you actually let Lucia and Nami come through and decided to play Zeri and close out the game with a quarter kill. I was really confident in Zeri matchup, so I wanted to let other kind of laners to take the first pick. I was pretty confident in terms of the bottom lane matchup. So Genji was able to outscale them in terms of the theme of the concept, theme of the comp, but at the same time, Victor was getting super fed later on. So the extendo beam of Zeri can also poke, you know, the damage is really absurd in the late game, so as long as we can poke before we go in for fights, we were pretty confident that we're just gonna win the fights. And after Doran got picked around the Drake, Damwon Kia players, Genji players were actually able to escape from Damwon Kia players with the Rise ult. So we were grouped up around the Drake, but Damwon Kia made a great play on getting the kill onto Doran, so we kind of figured there's no way we can win this team fight, so Chovy said, let's just escape with the ult. I was like, don't like cast your ult too close to Victor because he's gonna flash ult and he's gonna cancel the cast, but we got lucky and we were able to get away. And with some flashy and stylish plays, Genji was able to beat Damwon Kia, and with another win added to the board. And your next opponents are Freddy Brion and KT Roaster. What is your mindset heading into the end of the summer split? I really wish we can close out the split on the first place, and I hope we can continue this form and, you know, not repeat any mistakes. So we will do our best to show the best we've got. What about you, Ruler? I think the remaining matches look pretty tough, you know. They're not an easy opponent, so we will prepare as hard as we can and come back with the best performance we've got. Thank you. Even better than this, I'm looking forward to seeing even stronger Genji in the upcoming matches, and this will be the end of the interview from Peanut Ruler from Genji. Back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun. Always great to hear from both Peanut and Ruler. And gentlemen, let's bring up the standings and see what this has done for the state of the LCK. Genji moving to +27.
Damwon Kia hovering on the edge here of the playoffs. Damwon are only one series ahead of DRX, so still some movement possible there, but Genji have basically secured first place. Only 2 matches left.
Yeah, and Damwon, their last series of the regular season is actually against T1. So another good opportunity for Damwon Kia to show that they are improving, putting up better performances as we head into playoffs. I think today, Game 2 really spoke to what we feel like DK can and should be able to compete at, and really hope we get to see them keep scaling as we get closer to the stakes mattering even more.
Yeah, exactly right. I actually think that's a fantastic point because the Karthus composition shows that they have more in the tank. Tomorrow, though, an absolute banger. At the bottom of the standings this time around, but Harmer Life Esports to take on Fred at Brion. KT Roaster then up against Liv Sandbox, and this is actually huge. We'll see exactly which one of these teams is going to have a bit of an edge heading towards those playoffs. So certainly a lot to look forward to as far as tomorrow's matches. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to say goodnight. We'll see you tomorrow.